The first peculiar thing Harry Potter noticed about his 11th birthday was not the single piece of burnt toast that constituted his celebratory breakfast, nor the fact that his relatives had forgotten the occasion entirely. It was the letter. The envelope, thick and heavy, had somehow found its way through the mail slot, despite Vernon Dursley's increasingly paranoid attempts to seal every possible entry point to number 4, Privet Drive. Harry discovered it wedged beneath the morning newspaper, its yellowed parchment bearing his name in emerald ink. Mr. H. Potter, the cupboard under the stairs, 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. The specificity of the address sent an uncomfortable chill down Harry's spine. Nobody knew about the cupboard except the Dursleys, and they certainly hadn't shared that particular detail with anyone who might send him correspondence. In 11 years of existence, Harry had received exactly 0 pieces of mail, a fact his relatives seemed to consider a point of pride rather than the glaring oddity it actually was. Vernon's reaction to the letter was immediate and volcanic. The massive man's face cycled through several shades of purple before settling on a particularly vibrant magenta that clashed horrifyingly with his bristling moustache. He snatched the letter from Harry's hands with such force that the parchment crinkled ominously, then proceeded to tear it into increasingly smaller pieces while muttering what sounded like fragments of prayers or perhaps curses under his breath. Petunia's response was somehow even more unsettling. She went completely white, her already sharp features becoming knife-like in their severity, and began pacing the kitchen with the jerky movements of a broken marionette. Her hands fluttered constantly at her sides, as if she couldn't decide whether to wring them or use them to strangle someone. Dudley, bless his simple soul, continued methodically destroying his breakfast with the single-minded focus that had made him the pride of Smeltings Academy's junior wrestling team. The fact that his parents appeared to be having simultaneous nervous breakdowns over a piece of mail didn't seem to register in his consciousness at all. Harry, however, was paying very close attention indeed. The violent disposal of his first piece of mail might have been dismissed as typical Dursley unreasonableness, but what followed could only be described as escalating madness. By noon, 3 more letters had arrived through various impossible means. One emerged from inside a carton of milk during lunch. Another fell down the chimney with enough force to scatter soot across Petunia's immaculate sitting room, sending her into a cleaning frenzy that bordered on the manic. The third somehow materialized inside Vernon's briefcase, which had been locked in the boot of his company car at the time. Vernon's response to each successive letter grew more extreme. He boarded up the mail slot with 3 layers of plywood. He stuffed steel wool up the chimney until no light could penetrate from above. He even went so far as to disconnect the telephone, as if electromagnetic communication might somehow facilitate the delivery of physical mail. By evening, Vernon had reached a state of paranoid desperation that would have been comedic if it weren't so clearly rooted in genuine terror. He paced the sitting room like a caged animal, periodically stopping to peer through the curtains at the street beyond, as if expecting to see an army of postmen gathering in the darkness. None of this escaped Harry's notice. In 11 years of living with the Dursleys, he had developed an almost preternatural ability to read their moods and motivations. Vernon was not simply annoyed or inconvenienced by the letters. He was afraid of them. More than that, he was afraid of what they represented, what they might lead to, and most tellingly, what they might reveal to Harry himself. The breaking point came the following morning, when Vernon discovered 17 letters stuffed through the gap beneath the front door, despite having nailed a board across the bottom the previous evening. The sight of those emerald-inked envelopes scattered across Petunia's precious hallway runner sent Vernon into what could only be described as a complete psychological break. He began throwing things, not in the calculated, cruel way he usually destroyed Harry's possessions, but with the wild, uncontrolled movements of someone who had lost all connection to rational thought. Books, ornaments, cushions, anything within reach became projectiles in his war against invisible forces that seemed determined to invade his carefully constructed world of absolute normality. In the midst of this chaos, Harry made a decision that would change the trajectory of his entire life. Instead of cowering in his cupboard, as he had been trained to do during Dursley explosions, he quietly slipped out the back door and began walking. He had no particular destination in mind, only a vague notion that he needed to put distance between himself and the madness-consuming Privet Drive. The July morning was already warm, promising another scorching day that would leave the suburban streets shimmering with heat mirages by noon. Harry walked steadily, his mind churning through everything he had observed over the past 24 hours. The letters were important enough to drive Vernon Dursley, a man who prided himself on his practical, no-nonsense approach to life, into a state of gibbering panic. Important enough that whoever was sending them possessed capabilities that defied every law of physics Harry had ever learned in school. Important enough that the Dursleys, who had spent 11 years pretending Harry barely existed, were now terrified of what he might discover about himself. The implications were staggering and deeply unsettling. Harry had always known he was different, had always suspected that his relatives were hiding something significant about his past. The official story about his parents dying in a car crash had never quite added up, particularly given the Dursleys' obvious terror whenever he asked for details. But the idea that there might be entire systems of knowledge, entire communities of people who knew things about Harry Potter that Harry Potter himself didn't know, was both exhilarating and deeply disturbing. Lost in these thoughts, Harry almost walked past the building entirely. It was only the weathered wooden sign that caught his attention, hanging askew above a door that seemed to exist in the narrow gap between a large bookshop and a record store. The Leaky Cauldron, the sign proclaimed in faded gold lettering, though Harry could have sworn the gap between the buildings hadn't been there when he passed this way on previous occasions. The door itself was nothing special, painted a dark green that had seen better decades, and bearing the kind of brass handle that spoke of long use and little maintenance. What made Harry stop and stare wasn't the door's appearance, but rather the fact that none of the other pedestrians seemed to notice it at all. People walked past the gap between the buildings as if it didn't exist, their eyes sliding away from the space with the peculiar unfocused quality that Harry had learned to associate with deliberate avoidance. Standing before that unremarkable door, Harry experienced a moment of perfect clarity. Whatever lay beyond that threshold represented a choice. He could turn around, walk back to Privet Drive, and allow Vernon to drag the family off to whatever remote location he was undoubtedly planning in his desperate attempt to escape the letter writers. He could continue living as Harry Potter, the unwanted burden, the boy who slept in a cupboard and knew nothing about his own history. Or he could open that door and discover what the Dursleys were so desperate to hide from him. The choice, when framed in those terms, wasn't really a choice at all. The interior of the Leaky Cauldron defied every expectation Harry might have formed based on its modest exterior. The space was far larger than should have been possible given the gap between buildings, with a ceiling that disappeared into smoky shadows despite the bright summer morning outside. The air was thick with the scents of cooking food, tobacco, and something else that Harry couldn't quite identify, but that made his skin tingle with anticipation. The clientele was even more remarkable than the architecture. Harry had never seen such an eclectic collection of individuals gathered in one place. There were people dressed in long robes of various colors and fabrics, others wearing what appeared to be modified Victorian clothing, and still others whose fashion choices seemed to have been inspired by fantasy novels. More unsettling were the individuals whose very presence suggested that the normal rules of human biology were more guidelines than absolute laws. The woman behind the bar had hair that shifted colors as Harry watched, cycling through shades of blue and green like sunlight on ocean water. A man in the corner booth appeared to be completely translucent, his newspaper visible through his chest as he turned the pages with fingers that barely disturbed the air around them. At a table near the fireplace, someone was engaged in animated conversation with what looked like a large raven, though the bird's responses seemed far too complex and nuanced for any animal Harry had ever encountered. None of these remarkable individuals paid Harry any attention as he stood frozen in the doorway, trying to process what he was seeing. It was as if he had stepped through some invisible barrier into a world where the impossible was merely commonplace, where the laws of physics served at the pleasure of forces far more fundamental and far less predictable. The barman, a hunched figure with wild grey hair and deeply lined features, noticed Harry's arrival with the kind of immediate attention that suggested he had been expecting this moment for quite some time. "You're Harry Potter," the man said, and it wasn't a question. His voice carried the rough warmth of someone who had spent decades welcoming confused newcomers into impossible spaces. "Tom's the name, and you'll be wanting to get to Diagon Alley, I'd expect." Harry opened his mouth to ask how Tom knew his name, how any of this was possible, what Diagon Alley might be, and approximately 47 other questions that were competing for priority in his overwhelmed consciousness. What emerged instead was a strangled sound that might charitably have been interpreted as agreement. Tom's weathered face creased into what was probably meant to be a reassuring smile, though the effect was somewhat undermined by the fact that several of his teeth appeared to be made of different materials entirely. Right then, through to the backyard, we go. Fair warning, though, young Potter. Once you step through that arch, there's no going back to pretending the world works the way the Muggles think it does. The casual use of what was clearly some form of terminology that Harry didn't understand sent another jolt of realization through his already overloaded mental circuits. These people, whoever they were, had their own language, their own customs, their own understanding of how reality functioned. More than that, they seemed to consider Harry's existence within their community to be both natural and inevitable. The backyard of the Leaky Cauldron was a small, enclosed space, dominated by a solid brick wall that showed no obvious signs of being anything other than exactly what it appeared to be. Tom produced what looked like a wooden stick from somewhere within his robes and tapped a specific sequence of bricks with movements that suggested long practice and muscle memory. The transformation was instantaneous and absolutely magical. The bricks began shifting and rearranging themselves, folding back on each other with smooth, impossible movements that created an archway where none had existed moments before. Beyond that archway lay a street that belonged in no geography Harry had ever studied, a cobblestoned thoroughfare lined with shops whose architecture seemed to have been designed by someone who considered the laws of structural engineering to be interesting suggestions rather than absolute requirements. "Welcome to Diagon Alley," Tom announced with obvious pride, as if he personally had been responsible for creating the wonder that lay before them. Everything a young wizard needs to begin his magical education, and quite a few things he probably shouldn't know about until he's considerably older and more experienced in the ways of our world. Wizard. The word hit Harry's consciousness like a physical blow, sending ripples of understanding and confusion cascading through his mind in equal measure. Everything he had experienced, everything he had witnessed, everything he had suspected about his own difference suddenly crystallized into a single, impossible, absolutely logical explanation. He was a wizard. Magic was real. The letters were from a magical school. The Dursleys had spent 11 years hiding the truth about what Harry was, about what he was capable of, about the entire world that was his birthright. The anger that followed this revelation was unlike anything Harry had ever experienced. It wasn't the hot, immediate rage that sometimes flared when Dudley was particularly cruel, or when Vernon's punishments were especially unfair. This was something cold and deep and enduring, a fundamental shift in how Harry understood his place in the universe and what had been stolen from him. 11 years. 11 years of being told he was worthless, that he was a burden, that he should be grateful for their grudging tolerance of his existence. 11 years of sleeping in a cupboard while his cousin enjoyed a second bedroom for his broken toys. 11 years of believing he was fundamentally damaged, fundamentally wrong, fundamentally less than the people around him. And all of it had been a lie. The walk down Diagon Alley passed in a haze of sensory overload and emotional processing. Harry was vaguely aware of shops selling impossible things, of people engaged in casual acts of magic, of creatures that shouldn't exist according to any biology textbook he had ever encountered. But the majority of his attention was focused inward, on the careful reconstruction of his entire understanding of himself and his history. By the time they reached the white marble building that Tom identified as Gringotts Wizarding Bank, Harry had achieved a state of clarity that surprised him with its intensity. He needed information. He needed to understand exactly what the Dursleys had hidden from him, exactly what rights he possessed in this world that had been kept secret from him, and exactly what resources were available to help him claim the life that should have been his from the beginning. The goblin behind the first available desk was unlike anything Harry had expected to encounter, even in a world where women's hair changed colors and men could become translucent. Short, sharp-featured, with long fingers that moved with predatory grace across the papers spread before him, the creature exuded an aura of competence and barely contained aggression that made Harry instinctively straighten his shoulders and speak with more confidence than he actually felt. "I'm Harry Potter, and I need to access my vault to purchase school supplies," Harry announced, proud of how steady his voice sounded, despite the chaos of the morning's revelations. The goblin's reaction was immediate and intensely scrutinizing. Dark eyes that seemed far too intelligent for comfort focused on Harry's face with the kind of attention usually reserved for complex mathematical problems or potentially fraudulent financial instruments. "Potter," the goblin repeated slowly, as if testing the weight of the name. "You'll be wanting Vault 687 then. Though I must say, Mr. Potter, you're rather younger than we expected for your first independent visit to your holdings." Something in the goblin's tone suggested layers of meaning that Harry wasn't quite grasping. The careful emphasis on independent, the slight pause before holdings rather than vault, the way the creature's fingers had stilled on his papers as if this conversation required his full attention. "Is there something unusual about my account?" Harry asked, trusting his instincts that there was far more to this interaction than a simple withdrawal for school supplies. The goblin's expression shifted into something that might have been respect, or possibly the beginning stages of predatory interest. "Unusual is one way to put it, Mr. Potter. Tell me, when was the last time you received a full accounting of your holdings from your magical guardian?" Harry's confusion must have been written clearly across his features, because the goblin's sharp smile became something considerably more predatory. "I see. Perhaps, Mr. Potter, you would be interested in a comprehensive review of your accounts, as is your right under goblin law, regardless of your age or the wishes of your appointed guardians." The emphasis on your right sent another surge of that cold, focused anger through Harry's chest. More rights that had been hidden from him, more choices that had been made for him without his knowledge or consent. "Yes," Harry said, with a conviction that surprised them both. "I want to know everything." What followed was perhaps the most educational hour of Harry Potter's young life. In the private office, deep within the marble halls of Gringotts, surrounded by ledgers and documents that represented 11 years of financial activity he had never been informed about, Harry discovered the true scope of what had been stolen from him. The Potter family vault contained far more than school money. It contained the accumulated wealth of one of the oldest and most respected families in magical Britain, carefully invested and maintained by goblin financial experts for generations. The Black family vault, which Harry had inherited through his godfather Sirius Black, represented another fortune entirely, one that included properties, investments, and magical artifacts of considerable value. More importantly, both vaults came with documents that painted a very different picture of Harry's legal status than the one the Dursleys had presented. The Potter family will, sealed and never properly executed, named Harry as the sole heir to not just financial holdings, but to political positions, family magic, and responsibilities that carried significant weight in the magical world. The Black family inheritance included similar provisions, making Harry one of the most powerful young men in magical Britain from a legal standpoint. All of this had been hidden from him. Worse than hidden, it had been actively suppressed by individuals who were supposed to be acting in his best interests. The goblin, who had introduced himself as Griphook, spread the documents across his desk with movements that suggested he was enjoying Harry's education far more than was probably professional. Your magical guardian, one Albus Dumbledore, has been making withdrawals from your accounts for 11 years, Griphook explained with the kind of clinical detachment that made the words all the more devastating. Significant withdrawals. The documentation suggests funding for what he terms monitoring and protection services, though the specific nature of these services is not detailed in our records. Harry stared at the columns of numbers, trying to process the magnitude of what he was seeing. Thousands of galleons, withdrawn regularly, supposedly for his protection and monitoring. Protection that had left him sleeping in a cupboard and being starved by relatives who despised his existence. Monitoring that had somehow failed to notice 11 years of systematic emotional abuse and neglect. The monitoring charms alone represent a considerable ongoing expense, Griphook continued, his tone suggesting professional interest in the technical aspects, rather than personal concern for Harry's well-being. Blood wards, location tracking, magical signature monitoring, automatic alerts for any use of underage magic. Quite comprehensive, really, if expensive to maintain over such an extended period. Harry's hands had begun to shake, whether from anger or shock he couldn't quite determine. Monitoring charms, they had been watching him, tracking him, knowing exactly how he was being treated, and they had done nothing to improve his situation. "Can these charms be removed?" Harry asked, proud that his voice remained steady despite the fury building in his chest. Griphook's smile became positively feral. Under Goblin law, any magical minor who discovers unauthorized monitoring may request immediate removal of such enchantments, regardless of the wishes of their appointed guardians. Of course, such removal would alert the casters to the change in status, which might precipitate unwanted attention. Harry thought about Vernon's panic over the letters, about 11 years of lies and manipulation, about sleeping in a cupboard while his inheritance funded the very people who were supposed to be protecting him. "Remove them," he said with absolute certainty. All of them. All of what happened next was unlike anything Harry had ever experienced. Griphook produced what appeared to be a crystal sphere from somewhere within his desk, speaking words in a language that seemed to bypass Harry's ears entirely and resonate directly in his bones. The sphere began to glow with soft, warm light, and Harry felt something that had been wrapped around his magical core for so long he had forgotten it existed begin to unravel and dissolve. The sensation was indescribable. It was like taking his first full breath after years of breathing through a straw, like hearing music after a lifetime of muffled sounds, like seeing color after 11 years of gray. Magic, his magic, flowed through him with a strength and clarity that made him understand for the first time exactly what he was capable of becoming. "The monitoring charms are removed," Griphook announced with obvious satisfaction, "as are the binding spells that were suppressing your magical development. Quite illegal, those, particularly without your consent or knowledge." Harry felt tears beginning to form behind his eyes, though whether from relief, rage, or simple overwhelming emotion he couldn't say. Everything was different now. Everything was possible now. And somewhere in the distance, he was absolutely certain alarm bells were beginning to ring in the offices of people who had spent 11 years congratulating themselves on how well they had managed the Harry Potter problem. The boy who lived was finally, truly, beginning to live. The arrival of the official British delegation at Ilvermorny on a crisp morning in early May created the kind of political tension that had not been felt on American magical soil since the Salem witch trials nearly 3 centuries earlier. The formal procession of ministry officials, led by Minister Cornelius Fudge himself, and including Albus Dumbledore in his capacity as chief warlock of the Wizengamot, represented the most significant British magical intervention in American affairs since the establishment of MACUSA as an independent magical government. Harry's first notification of the delegation's arrival came through Professor Fontaine, who appeared at his advanced theoretical magic seminar with an expression that combined diplomatic professionalism with barely concealed protective fury. The headmistress had clearly been preparing for this confrontation since Harry's first arrival at Ilvermorny, but the reality of British magical authorities attempting to assert jurisdiction over one of her students on American magical soil had evidently exceeded even her worst expectations. Lord Potter, I need to inform you that representatives from the British Ministry of Magic have requested an immediate meeting to discuss what they term your irregular magical status and the necessity of your return to British jurisdiction for proper supervision and education, Professor Fontaine announced with the kind of carefully controlled anger that suggested considerable effort was being expended to maintain diplomatic courtesy. The classroom fell silent as Harry's fellow students processed the implications of this announcement. The international character of Ilvermorny's student body meant that many of them understood the political significance of one magical government attempting to override the educational and legal decisions of another, while Harry's friends recognized that this confrontation represented a direct threat to everything he had achieved during his time at American magical education. Harry's own reaction was a mixture of anger, determination, and something that might have been relief that the confrontation he had been expecting since his departure from Britain was finally taking place openly, rather than through manipulation and indirect pressure. The months of enhanced magical development and growing confidence in his own capabilities had prepared him for exactly this kind of challenge to his autonomy and legal status. I assume MACUSA has been informed of this request and will be representing my interests during any discussions, Harry replied with a calmness that impressed his classmates, while clearly indicating that he had no intention of allowing British magical authorities to override his carefully established legal protections and educational choices. Professor Fontaine's smile held the kind of fierce satisfaction that suggested the American magical establishment had been preparing for this confrontation as carefully as Harry himself. Indeed they have, Lord Potter. President Quahog has personally taken charge of the situation, and MACUSA's finest international magical lawyers will be ensuring that your rights under American magical law are fully protected throughout this process. The formal hearing that convened later that morning in MACUSA's headquarters represented perhaps the most significant magical legal proceeding to take place between Britain and America since the establishment of modern international magical law. The chamber was filled with representatives from both magical governments, international observers from magical communities around the world, and legal experts whose presence indicated that the outcome would establish important precedents for future disputes over magical citizenship and educational rights. Harry's entrance into the hearing chamber was both personally momentous and politically symbolic, representing not just his individual case, but the broader principle of magical self-determination that was at stake in this confrontation. His appearance had been carefully prepared by MACUSA's legal team to project both his legal status as an emancipated magical lord and his successful integration into American magical society. The formal robes that Harry wore bore the emblems of both the Potter family and Ilvermorny School, creating a visual representation of his dual identity as inheritor of British magical heritage and citizen of American magical society. More importantly, his confident bearing and obvious magical maturity demonstrated that his departure from British jurisdiction had resulted in enhanced, rather than diminished, development. Minister Fudge's opening statement was both politically calculated and personally revealing, combining official concern for Harry's welfare with barely concealed frustration at the political complications his absence had created for the British magical government. The minister's approach seemed designed to portray British authorities as concerned guardians seeking to protect a vulnerable young wizard from manipulation by foreign influences. The British Ministry of Magic appears before this distinguished assembly today, out of genuine concern for the welfare of young Harry Potter, whose removal from proper British magical supervision has created serious questions about his safety, education, and future development. Fudge announced with the kind of theatrical sincerity that suggested extensive preparation and political calculation. The minister's presentation continued with arguments that were both legally questionable and factually dubious, claiming that Harry's emancipation had been achieved through irregular procedures that violated British magical law, and that his residence in America represented a form of magical kidnapping that threatened international magical cooperation and security. Most concerning of all, Fudge declared with obvious dramatic emphasis, young Mr. Potter's separation from appropriate British magical guidance has occurred during a period of increasing dark magical activity that makes his protection and proper preparation absolutely essential for the safety of the entire magical community. The reference to dark magical activity and Harry's supposed importance for community safety was both strategically calculated and personally insulting, representing exactly the kind of manipulation and exploitation that Harry had sought to escape by leaving Britain. The implication that his personal choices should be subordinated to other people's perception of community needs crystallized everything he found objectionable about British magical culture and political philosophy. Dumbledore's contribution to the British presentation was perhaps more disturbing than Fudge's political posturing, combining genuine concern with manipulative emotional appeals that demonstrated the headmaster's continued inability to recognize Harry's right to make his own decisions about his education and future. The elderly wizard's approach seemed designed to portray himself as a caring mentor whose guidance was essential for Harry's proper development. Harry's magical and spiritual development requires careful supervision by individuals who understand both his unique capabilities and the complex responsibilities that accompany his particular role in magical society, Dumbledore explained with the kind of paternal authority that had once seemed wise, but now appeared transparently manipulative to Harry's more mature understanding. The headmaster's presentation included detailed arguments about magical education, spiritual guidance, and community responsibility that might have been persuasive if they hadn't been undermined by the obvious evidence of Harry's successful development under American magical education. Dumbledore's inability to acknowledge that evidence suggested either willful blindness or deliberate deception about the effectiveness of his previous approach to Harry's upbringing and education. President Quahog's response to the British presentation was both diplomatically appropriate and personally protective, combining respect for British magical sovereignty with absolute determination to defend American magical law and Harry's individual rights. The Makusa president's approach demonstrated the kind of principled leadership that had made American magical society a beacon of hope for magical individuals seeking freedom and opportunity. The American magical government respects the British ministry's concern for young magical citizens, President Quahog replied with the kind of measured authority that suggested both personal conviction and institutional support. However, we must point out that Lord Potter is no longer a British magical citizen, having achieved legal emancipation under Goblin law, and subsequently accepted American magical citizenship through established international protocols. The President's presentation continued with detailed legal arguments that systematically dismantled every aspect of the British case while establishing the validity of Harry's current status under both American and international magical law. The Makusa legal position was both comprehensively researched and morally compelling, demonstrating that Harry's choices had been legally valid and personally beneficial. Most importantly, President Quahog's defense of Harry's rights was grounded in fundamental principles of magical self-determination rather than simple jurisdictional technicalities, establishing the broader principle that magical individuals had the right to seek better opportunities when their home countries failed to provide appropriate protection and education. The testimony phase of the hearing provided Harry with his first opportunity to speak directly about his experiences and decisions, creating a moment of personal agency that was both empowering and crucial for the legal proceedings. His preparation with MACUSA's legal team had emphasized the importance of honest, factual testimony that demonstrated both his maturity and the validity of his choices. Harry's opening statement was perhaps the most important speech he had ever given, combining personal narrative with broader principles in ways that explained his individual situation while establishing important precedents for magical rights and international law. His approach was both emotionally authentic and legally sophisticated, reflecting the enhanced intellectual development he had achieved through American magical education. I chose to leave Britain because I discovered that the adults who claimed to be protecting me were actually manipulating and exploiting me for their own purposes. Harry began with the kind of direct honesty that immediately captured the attention of everyone present in the chamber. His testimony continued with detailed explanations of the financial manipulation, magical monitoring, and educational deprivation he had experienced under British magical guardianship, providing specific evidence that systematically destroyed any claim that his treatment had been appropriate or beneficial. The factual presentation was devastating in its clarity and comprehensiveness. I came to America seeking educational opportunities and personal freedom that were being denied to me in Britain, and I have found both in abundance at Ilvermorny School and within American Magical Society. Harry continued with obvious satisfaction and gratitude. My academic achievements, personal development, and spiritual healing have all exceeded anything that would have been possible under continued British magical supervision. The evidence that Harry presented about his enhanced academic performance and research achievements was both personally compelling and politically significant, demonstrating that American magical education had served his development far better than British magical supervision could have accomplished. The international recognition of his scholarly work provided objective validation of his progress that was impossible to dismiss or minimize. The cross-examination that followed was conducted by British legal representatives, whose approach seemed designed to undermine Harry's credibility rather than address the substantive issues raised by his testimony. Their questions were both personally intrusive and legally irrelevant, suggesting a strategy based on character assassination rather than legitimate legal argument. The MACUSA legal team's objections to inappropriate questioning were consistently sustained by the hearing panel, while Harry's responses to legitimate questions demonstrated both personal maturity and thorough understanding of the legal and educational issues at stake in the proceedings. His performance under cross-examination was impressive enough to clearly establish his capability for making informed decisions about his own welfare and future. The expert testimony phase of the hearing provided additional evidence supporting Harry's position, while systematically refuting British claims about his supposed need for continued supervision and guidance. The witnesses who testified on his behalf represented both American magical institutions and international magical organizations whose independence from political influence lent credibility to their professional assessments. Dr. Rebecca Clearwater's testimony about Harry's spiritual healing and magical development provided medical and psychological evidence that his departure from Britain had resulted in significant improvement in both his magical capabilities and emotional well-being. Her professional assessment was both clinically rigorous and personally supportive, demonstrating the benefits he had derived from American Magical Society's more inclusive and supportive approach to young magical development. Professor James Clearwater's evaluation of Harry's academic achievements and research contributions established his intellectual capabilities while providing evidence that American magical education had challenged and developed his potential far more effectively than British magical instruction could have accomplished. The professor's testimony was particularly compelling because it was based on objective academic criteria rather than political considerations. The international magical education expert who testified about comparative magical educational systems provided broader context for understanding why Harry's choice of American magical education had been both personally wise and academically beneficial. The expert's analysis of different national approaches to magical education established clear evidence that American methods were more effective for students with Harry's particular background and capabilities. Perhaps the most significant expert testimony came from a goblin legal specialist who explained the precedent and validity of Harry's emancipation under goblin law, providing authoritative confirmation that his legal status was both properly achieved and internationally recognized. The goblin expert's testimony was particularly important because it established that British magical authorities had no legitimate legal basis for challenging Harry's current status. The character witness testimony provided personal evidence of Harry's successful integration into American magical society, while demonstrating the strength of the relationships he had built with faculty members, fellow students, and community members who had observed his development over multiple years. The witnesses who spoke on his behalf represented diverse backgrounds and perspectives, creating a comprehensive picture of his achievements and potential. Rebecca Clearwater's testimony about their friendship and collaborative academic work demonstrated Harry's ability to form healthy relationships based on mutual respect and shared interests rather than fame or manipulation. Her description of his personal growth and academic achievements provided compelling evidence that his choices had resulted in positive rather than harmful outcomes. Marcus Runningbear's perspective on Harry's cultural adaptation and respect for diverse magical traditions showed his successful integration into American magical society's multicultural environment while maintaining his individual identity and values. The testimony was particularly significant because it demonstrated Harry's ability to learn from and contribute to communities that were different from his original background. Sophia Martinez's description of their collaborative research projects and Harry's contributions to international magical academic work provided evidence of his intellectual development and scholarly potential that had been fostered by American magical education. Her testimony was especially compelling because it was based on objective academic criteria rather than personal friendship. The faculty testimony provided professional assessments of Harry's academic progress, research achievements, and personal development that established his success under American magical education, while implicitly criticizing the limitations of British magical supervision. The professors who testified represented different academic disciplines and cultural backgrounds, creating a comprehensive evaluation of his capabilities and achievements. Professor Fontaine's testimony as Harry's headmistress was perhaps the most significant faculty contribution, providing authoritative assessment of his overall development while defending the institutional decision to accept him as a student despite British magical opposition. Her description of his academic achievements and contributions to school community was both professionally impressive and personally moving. The closing arguments phase of the hearing provided both sides with opportunities to synthesize their evidence and arguments, while making final appeals to the hearing panel's sense of justice and legal propriety. The contrast between British manipulation and American principle was stark and compelling throughout this final phase. The British closing argument was both legally weak and morally questionable, relying primarily on emotional appeals about community responsibility and vague threats about magical security, rather than addressing the substantial evidence that had been presented about Harry's successful development under American magical education. The argument seemed designed to distract from rather than engage with the substantive issues raised during testimony. Macusa's closing argument was both legally sophisticated and morally compelling, systematically addressing every aspect of the case while establishing broader principles about magical rights and international law that would serve future cases involving similar issues. The argument was particularly effective because it grounded legal technicalities in fundamental principles of human dignity and self-determination. The hearing panel's deliberation was relatively brief, suggesting that the evidence had been sufficiently clear to make the decision straightforward, despite the political complexity of the situation. When the panel reconvened to announce their verdict, the chamber was filled with tension that reflected the international significance of the precedent that would be established. The decision was both legally definitive and politically significant, establishing important precedents while vindicating Harry's choices and confirming his legal status under American and international magical law. The panel's reasoning was comprehensive and authoritative, addressing every aspect of the case while clearly explaining the principles that had guided their decision. This panel finds that Harry James Potter, Lord Potter, achieved legal emancipation through valid procedures under established Goblin law, subsequently obtained American magical citizenship through appropriate channels, and has demonstrated successful integration into American magical society that serves both his individual development and the broader interests of the international magical community. The panel chair announced with formal authority that left no room for further challenge. The decision continued with detailed findings that systematically rejected British claims while establishing Harry's rights under American and international magical law. The panel's reasoning was both legally rigorous and morally compelling, providing comprehensive justification for protecting Harry's autonomy while setting important precedents for future cases. The British delegation's reaction to the verdict was both predictably disappointed and revealing about their true motivations, as their immediate focus shifted to political damage control rather than Harry's welfare. The contrast between their stated concern for his well-being and their actual priorities became obvious as they began calculating the political implications of their legal defeat. Dumbledore's personal reaction was perhaps the most complex, combining genuine concern with obvious frustration at his inability to regain control over Harry's development and future. The headmaster's final attempts to appeal directly to Harry were both manipulative and ineffective, demonstrating his continued inability to recognize Harry's right to make his own choices about his life and education. The international reaction to the verdict was both supportive of the decision and significant for its implications about magical rights and governmental authority, establishing important precedents that would influence future disputes while confirming the validity of individual magical self-determination as a fundamental principle of international magical law. As the formal hearing concluded and the various delegations began departing Makusa headquarters, Harry felt a profound sense of vindication and relief that the legal challenge to his freedom had been decisively defeated. The formal confirmation of his rights and status under American magical law provided security that would allow him to continue his development without fear of further interference. More importantly, the public nature of the proceedings had established his reputation as someone who chose principle over convenience and individual growth over social pressure, creating a foundation for future achievements that would be based entirely on merit rather than inherited fame or political manipulation. The celebration that followed was both personally meaningful and politically significant, as representatives from magical communities around the world expressed support for the decision, while Harry's friends and mentors shared his satisfaction at the vindication of choices that had required considerable courage and determination to make. As he prepared to return to Ilvermorny and continue the magical education that had been formally confirmed as his right to pursue, Harry Potter felt something he had never experienced before in his young life. He felt completely secure in his freedom and completely confident in his future, knowing that the legal foundation for his autonomy had been established beyond any possibility of future challenge. The young man who had walked away from manipulation and control had won the right to determine his own destiny through courage, principle, and the support of people who valued justice over convenience. The real adventure of complete freedom was about to accelerate toward achievements that would serve not just his individual development, but the broader cause of magical rights and individual dignity that his case had helped to establish. The spring of Harry's 4th year at Ilvermorny arrived with the kind of anticipation that marked truly significant transitions, as both he and the magical academic community prepared for what would be the most accelerated graduation in the school's distinguished history. At 15 years old, Harry had completed coursework that typically required 7 years of study, while contributing original research that had advanced multiple fields of magical knowledge and earned recognition from scholars around the world. The decision to graduate early had not been made lightly, emerging from extensive consultations between Harry, his academic advisors, and educational specialists who had carefully evaluated both his intellectual readiness and emotional maturity for transition to advanced magical studies. The unprecedented nature of his academic acceleration required approval from multiple levels of American magical educational authority, creating a process that was both thorough and respectful of his individual circumstances. Professor Fontaine had initiated the formal evaluation process with characteristic attention to both academic excellence and personal well-being, ensuring that Harry's desire to advance was balanced against the potential risks of social isolation or premature entry into adult magical society. Her approach reflected the careful mentorship that had characterized all aspects of his Ilvermorny experience. Your academic achievements certainly justify consideration for early graduation, Lord Potter, Professor Fontaine had explained during their initial consultation about acceleration possibilities. However, we want to ensure that this decision serves your long-term development rather than simply acknowledging your current capabilities. Early graduation should open doors to opportunities that wouldn't otherwise be available, not create pressures or expectations that might limit your future choices. The comprehensive evaluation that followed had examined every aspect of Harry's development, from his mastery of advanced magical theory to his emotional stability and social maturity. The process had been both rigorous and supportive, designed to identify any areas where additional preparation might be beneficial while recognizing the remarkable scope of his achievements. The academic assessment had been the most straightforward aspect of the evaluation, as Harry's coursework and research contributions provided clear evidence of his readiness for graduate-level study. His thesis on integrated approaches to soul magic and spiritual healing represented original scholarship that was sophisticated enough to influence magical medical practice throughout the international magical community. The theoretical framework that Harry had developed for understanding soul magic drew on insights from multiple magical traditions while incorporating his personal experience with spiritual contamination and healing. The work was both academically rigorous and practically valuable, providing new approaches to magical ailments that had previously been considered untreatable or extremely dangerous to address. The experimental methodology that supported Harry's theoretical contributions was equally impressive, involving carefully controlled studies of Thunderbird healing techniques that had produced the first quantitative data about the effects of creature-assisted spiritual intervention. The research had required collaboration with magical creatures, human subjects, and institutional review boards, demonstrating Harry's ability to conduct ethical research that met the highest professional standards. The practical applications of Harry's soul magic research were already being implemented by healing professionals around the world, with documented cases of successful treatment for spiritual contamination, magical trauma, and various forms of dark magic exposure. The real-world impact of his work provided compelling evidence that his academic contributions were more than theoretical exercises. The psychological evaluation had focused on Harry's emotional readiness for the increased independence and responsibility that would accompany early graduation and entry into advanced magical studies. The assessment had been conducted by specialists in magical child development who understood both the opportunities and risks associated with intellectual acceleration. Dr. Maria Santos, who had worked with Harry throughout his time at Ilvermorny, provided the primary psychological assessment for the graduation evaluation. Her report was both comprehensive and supportive, documenting the remarkable emotional growth and stability that Harry had achieved since his arrival in American magical society. Harry has demonstrated exceptional emotional maturity and psychological resilience throughout his time at Ilvermorny, Dr. Santos had written in her formal evaluation. His ability to process difficult experiences, form healthy relationships, and maintain perspective during challenging situations suggests that he is well prepared for the increased independence that would accompany early graduation and advanced study. The social maturity assessment had examined Harry's relationships with peers, faculty, and the broader magical community, evaluating his ability to collaborate effectively with individuals from diverse backgrounds and his capacity for leadership in academic and community settings. The evidence was overwhelmingly positive, demonstrating that his intellectual advancement had been accompanied by proportional growth in social awareness and interpersonal skills. The letters of recommendation that supported Harry's early graduation application came from faculty members, research collaborators, and community leaders who had observed his development over multiple years. The consensus was remarkable in its consistency and enthusiasm, with every recommender expressing confidence in his readiness for advanced opportunities. Professor James Clearwater's letter emphasized Harry's exceptional abilities in magical creature research and his potential for making significant contributions to conservation and communication efforts that would benefit both magical and mundane ecological communities. The professor's assessment was particularly valuable because it was based on sustained collaboration rather than classroom observation. Professor Maria Running-Bear's recommendation focused on Harry's sophisticated understanding of magical history and his ability to analyze contemporary magical issues within appropriate historical context. Her letter was especially significant because it addressed his cultural sensitivity and respect for diverse magical traditions, qualities that would be essential for success in international magical academic environments. Rebecca Clearwater's letter, written in her capacity as a peer researcher rather than personal friend, provided insights about Harry's collaborative abilities and intellectual integrity that complemented the faculty assessments. Her perspective was particularly valuable because it reflected the views of someone who had worked with him as an equal rather than as a student under supervision. The formal graduation committee deliberations were both thorough and expedited, reflecting the committee's recognition that Harry's case was exceptional while ensuring that appropriate standards were maintained. The committee included representatives from multiple academic disciplines, educational administration, and student affairs, creating a comprehensive evaluation of his readiness for graduation. The committee's final decision was unanimous in approving Harry's early graduation, with the formal recommendation emphasizing both his academic achievements and his personal readiness for advanced study. The decision letter was both congratulatory and forward-looking, acknowledging his accomplishments while expressing confidence in his future potential. The graduation ceremony itself was unprecedented in Ilvermorny's history, combining traditional elements with modifications that honored Harry's unique academic journey and the international attention that his achievements had attracted. The event was attended by magical educators and researchers from around the world, creating both a celebration of individual achievement and a demonstration of international magical academic cooperation. The processional that opened the ceremony included not only Ilvermorny faculty and students, but also representatives from magical institutions throughout North America and beyond, creating a visual representation of the global magical academic community that had supported Harry's development and would benefit from his future contributions. The academic regalia that Harry wore for the ceremony included honors that reflected both his scholarly achievements and his contributions to international magical cooperation, with decorations that had been specially designed to acknowledge the unprecedented nature of his graduation. The visual symbolism was both personally meaningful and historically significant. The keynote address was delivered by Professor Gilbert Fontaine, who used the occasion to reflect on the importance of educational innovation and the responsibility of magical institutions to adapt their approaches to serve exceptional students, rather than forcing all students to conform to standardized expectations. Harry Potter's achievement represents more than individual academic excellence, Professor Fontaine declared to the assembled audience. His success demonstrates the importance of educational flexibility, cultural openness, and institutional commitment to serving student potential, rather than institutional convenience. His graduation challenges all of us to consider how we can better serve the diverse needs of magically gifted young people. The headmistress's address continued with broader reflections on magical education and international cooperation that placed Harry's individual achievements within the context of larger educational and social movements. Her remarks were both inspirational and practical, offering insights that would influence magical educational policy throughout the international community. The presentation of Harry's diploma was accompanied by the announcement of several academic honors that reflected the scope and significance of his scholarly contributions. The awards included recognition for original research, international collaboration, and service to the magical community that established his reputation as more than simply a precocious student. The Research Excellence Award that Harry received acknowledged his groundbreaking work in soul magic and spiritual healing, recognizing contributions that had advanced magical medical knowledge while providing practical tools for treating previously intractable magical ailments. The award was particularly meaningful because it was based on peer review by international magical medical professionals. The International Cooperation Award recognized Harry's collaborative work with researchers from multiple magical traditions and his contributions to building bridges between different approaches to magical knowledge. The award was significant because it emphasized his role in promoting understanding and cooperation rather than simply achieving individual success. The Community Service Award acknowledged Harry's mentorship of younger students and his contributions to various magical community projects that had improved conditions for vulnerable magical individuals. The award was personally meaningful because it recognized his commitment to using his abilities in service of others rather than simply for personal advancement. The graduation address that Harry delivered was perhaps the most important speech of his young life, combining personal reflection with broader insights about magical education, international cooperation, and the responsibility that accompanied exceptional abilities. His remarks were both humble and confident, acknowledging the support he had received while articulating his vision for future contributions. My time at Ilvermorny has taught me that magical education at its best is not about producing wizards who can perform predetermined spells or recite established theories. Harry began with the kind of thoughtful directness that had characterized his academic work. True magical education develops complete individuals who can think critically, collaborate effectively, and contribute meaningfully to the broader magical community. His address continued with reflections on the importance of cultural diversity and international cooperation in advancing magical knowledge, drawing on his personal experience of benefiting from exposure to multiple magical traditions while contributing his own perspectives to collaborative research efforts. The most valuable insights I have gained have come from working with people whose approaches to magic were different from my own, creating opportunities for learning and discovery that would have been impossible within any single magical tradition. Harry observed with obvious gratitude for the educational opportunities he had received. The conclusion of Harry's address focused on his future plans and his commitment to using his abilities in service of the magical community that had supported his development, establishing themes that would guide his advanced studies and eventual career choices. I graduate today with deep gratitude for the education I have received and firm determination to use that education in ways that honor the investment that so many people have made in my development. Harry concluded with emotion that was both personal and professional. My goal is to contribute to magical knowledge and magical society in ways that create opportunities for others to achieve their own potential, just as Ilvermorny has created opportunities for me. The response to Harry's graduation address was both personally supportive and professionally impressed, with audience members recognizing the maturity and wisdom that informed his perspective on education, responsibility, and future service. The speech was later published in several magical academic journals and cited as an example of the kind of thinking that magical education should strive to develop. The reception that followed the graduation ceremony provided opportunities for Harry to meet with representatives from magical institutions around the world who were interested in supporting his advanced studies or collaborating on future research projects. The conversations were both personally exciting and professionally significant, opening doors to opportunities that would shape his future academic and career development. The representatives from the American Magical University were particularly interested in Harry's research on soul magic and its applications to magical healing, offering advanced study opportunities that would allow him to continue developing his expertise while contributing to ongoing research projects. The university's approach to graduate education emphasized independent research and international collaboration, making it an ideal environment for Harry's continued development. The delegation from the International Institute for Magical Studies expressed interest in Harry's work on cross-cultural magical theory and its implications for international magical cooperation, suggesting research opportunities that would involve travel and collaboration with magical communities around the world. The Institute's mission aligned perfectly with Harry's interests in promoting understanding and cooperation between different magical traditions. Perhaps most significantly, representatives from several major magical research foundations offered funding opportunities that would support Harry's continued research while providing resources for expanding his investigations into areas that could benefit the broader magical community. The funding offers were both generous and flexible, designed to support innovative research rather than predetermined projects. The personal congratulations that Harry received from faculty members, fellow students, and international visitors were both emotionally meaningful and professionally valuable, creating a network of relationships that would support his future academic and career development. The recognition he received was based entirely on merit and achievement, rather than inherited fame or political consideration. Rebecca Clearwater's congratulations were particularly meaningful, combining personal pride in her friend's achievement with professional respect for his scholarly contributions. Her perspective, as both peer and collaborator, provided unique insights into Harry's development and potential that complemented the more formal assessments offered by faculty and international visitors. Marcus Runningbear's remarks emphasized Harry's respect for diverse magical traditions and his ability to learn from different approaches while contributing his own insights to collaborative efforts. His assessment was particularly valuable because it reflected the perspective of someone whose own magical heritage represented traditions that were often overlooked or marginalized by mainstream magical academic institutions. Sophia Martinez's congratulations focused on Harry's theoretical contributions and his potential for continued advancement of magical knowledge through rigorous research and international collaboration. Her perspective, as a fellow researcher, provided professional validation of his work that was both personally gratifying and academically significant. The faculty farewell that concluded the graduation celebration was both ceremonial and personal, acknowledging Harry's transition from student to colleague while expressing confidence in his future achievements and contributions. The ceremony included traditional elements that honored his academic accomplishments, alongside innovations that recognized the unprecedented nature of his educational journey. Professor Fontaine's final remarks as Harry's headmistress were both congratulatory and forward-looking, expressing institutional pride in his achievements, while articulating expectations for his future contributions to magical knowledge and society. Her words captured both the personal significance of his graduation and its broader implications for magical education. Harry Potter leaves Ilvermorny as our most accomplished graduate, but more importantly, he leaves as a young man who understands that exceptional ability creates exceptional responsibility, Professor Fontaine declared with obvious pride and affection. We expect great things from him, not because of who he was born to be, but because of who he has chosen to become through his own efforts and character. The transition from graduation celebration to practical planning for Harry's next steps was both exciting and slightly overwhelming, as the range of opportunities available to him required careful consideration of his long-term goals and immediate interests. The decisions he made about advanced study would shape not only his own development, but also his ability to contribute to the magical community that had supported his education. The American Magical University program that Harry ultimately chose offered the perfect combination of advanced research opportunities, international collaboration, and flexible academic structure that would allow him to pursue his diverse interests while building expertise in areas where he could make significant contributions. The program was designed for exceptional students who were prepared to take primary responsibility for their own educational development. The research proposal that Harry submitted as part of his university application outlined an ambitious program of study that would expand his work on soul magic while exploring its connections to other areas of magical healing and spiritual development. The proposal was both academically rigorous and practically relevant, addressing questions that could benefit magical medical practice while advancing theoretical understanding. The international study component of Harry's university program would involve collaboration with magical institutions and practitioners around the world, providing opportunities to learn from diverse magical traditions while contributing his own insights to global magical knowledge. The international focus aligned perfectly with his interests in cross-cultural magical cooperation and his commitment to inclusive approaches to magical education. The mentorship arrangements that the university had established for Harry's graduate studies included both formal academic advisors and informal collaborators who would support different aspects of his research and professional development. The mentorship structure was designed to provide comprehensive guidance while preserving his independence and encouraging innovative thinking. As graduation day concluded and Harry prepared to begin the next phase of his magical education and career development, he reflected on the remarkable journey that had brought him from sleeping in a cupboard under the stairs to graduating with highest honors from one of the world's premier magical institutions. The transformation was almost impossible to comprehend, but it was also completely authentic and entirely earned through his own choices and efforts. The boy who had been told he was worthless and unwanted had become a young man whose achievements were recognized and celebrated by the international magical community. The student who had been denied basic information about his own magical heritage had become a researcher whose work was advancing magical knowledge in areas that could benefit thousands of people. Most importantly, the child who had been isolated and manipulated by adults who claimed to have his best interests at heart had become a young man surrounded by mentors, friends and colleagues who respected his autonomy while supporting his continued growth and development. As Harry looked toward his future in advanced magical research and education, he felt something that would have been unimaginable during his years of childhood suffering and constraint. He felt completely confident in his own abilities and completely optimistic about his potential to contribute meaningfully to causes and communities that mattered to him. The real adventure of independent magical research and professional contribution was about to begin, guided by principles of excellence, integrity, and service that had been nurtured during his transformative years at Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The young man who had refused to accept limitations imposed by others was ready to discover what he could achieve when his only constraints were those imposed by his own vision, dedication, and commitment to using his abilities in service of the greater magical good. The New York apartment that Harry Potter called home at the age of 19 was a perfect reflection of the life he had built through his own choices and efforts, combining comfortable practicality with the sophisticated resources necessary for cutting-edge magical research. The space occupied the upper floors of a building in Manhattan's magical district, offering spectacular views of both the mundane and magical communities that coexisted in comfortable harmony throughout the greatest city in America. The morning sunlight that streamed through the apartment's large windows illuminated bookshelves lined with texts from magical traditions around the world, research equipment that represented the latest advances in magical scientific methodology, and correspondence from colleagues whose work contributed to the international magical academic community that Harry now helped to lead. Every element of the space spoke of purposeful achievement and authentic belonging. The transformation from the 11-year-old boy who had slept in a cupboard under the stairs to the accomplished young wizard who now called this remarkable space home was both profound and entirely earned through choices that had required remarkable courage and determination. Harry's journey from victim of manipulation to leader in magical research represented exactly the kind of personal and professional development that became possible when exceptional individuals were freed from artificial constraints and given appropriate opportunities. The work that Harry conducted from his private research laboratory was unlike anything that could have been accomplished within the limitations of British magical society, combining theoretical sophistication with practical applications that were advancing magical healing techniques throughout the international community. His position as Senior Research Fellow at the American Department of Soul Magic represented recognition of achievements that would have been impossible under different circumstances. The laboratory itself was a masterpiece of magical scientific design, incorporating equipment and techniques from multiple magical traditions while maintaining the highest standards for experimental rigor and ethical research practices. The space was designed to accommodate both independent investigation and collaborative projects with researchers from institutions around the world. The research that Harry was conducting on advanced applications of Thunderbird healing techniques had already produced breakthrough treatments for magical trauma and spiritual contamination that were being implemented by healing professionals throughout North America and beyond. The work represented exactly the kind of practical contribution that justified the investment that American Magical Society had made in his education and development. The theoretical framework that Harry had developed for understanding soul magic and its relationship to other forms of magical healing was being studied and expanded by researchers in magical medical institutions around the world, creating a foundation for advances that would benefit thousands of people who suffered from conditions that had previously been considered untreatable. The morning routine that Harry followed in his apartment was both personally satisfying and professionally productive, beginning with meditation techniques that he had learned from Native American magical traditions and continuing with correspondence that maintained his connections to the global magical research community. The balance between individual reflection and collaborative engagement reflected the kind of integrated approach to personal and professional development that characterized the most successful magical practitioners. The communication crystals that connected Harry to colleagues around the world allowed him to maintain daily contact with research partners whose work complemented his own investigations while contributing to collaborative projects that no individual researcher could accomplish independently. The international scope of his professional relationships represented both personal achievement and contribution to global magical cooperation. The letter that arrived from Rebecca Clearwater that morning was typical of the correspondence that enriched Harry's daily routine, combining personal friendship with professional collaboration in ways that demonstrated the authentic relationships he had built throughout his career development. Rebecca's work as a magical healer had taken her to magical communities throughout the Americas, but their friendship had remained constant and supportive throughout their respective career developments. The update that Rebecca provided about her current work with magical refugee communities reflected the kind of service-oriented approach to magical practice that had characterized all of their Ilvermorny friend group, using their enhanced abilities in ways that contributed to community welfare rather than simply personal advancement. Her letter included both personal news and professional insights that informed Harry's own research while maintaining the connection that had been essential to his successful adaptation to American Magical Society. The collaboration that Harry was conducting with Marcus Running Bear on magical creature conservation projects represented another aspect of his commitment to using his abilities in service of causes that extended beyond personal interest or professional advancement. Marcus's work with threatened magical creature communities throughout North America required the kind of creature communication abilities that Harry had developed during his time at Ilvermorny. The joint research that they were conducting on Thunderbird conservation and habitat protection was producing both practical conservation strategies and deeper understanding of magical ecosystem relationships that would benefit environmental protection efforts throughout the magical world. The work was both personally meaningful and professionally significant, representing the kind of integrated approach to research that characterized the most effective magical academic collaboration. Sophia Martinez's latest communication dealt with her work at the International Institute for Magical Theoretical Research, where her investigations into cross-cultural magical theory were advancing understanding of how different magical traditions could be integrated to create more effective approaches to magical education and practice. Her research was directly relevant to Harry's own work on therapeutic applications of diverse magical techniques. The conference presentation that Sophia was preparing on integrated magical theoretical frameworks would include contributions from Harry's research on soul magic applications, creating opportunities for their collaborative work to influence magical education policy throughout the international community. The presentation represented both individual achievement and demonstration of the kind of collaborative research that advanced magical knowledge most effectively. The professional recognition that Harry had received throughout his career was both personally gratifying and practically valuable, establishing his reputation within the magical academic community while opening doors to opportunities for expanded research and increased impact. The awards and honors he had earned were based entirely on merit and contribution rather than inherited fame or political consideration. The International Award for Excellence in Magical Healing Research that Harry had received the previous year recognized his contributions to developing new therapeutic techniques that were being used by magical healers around the world. The award was particularly meaningful because it was based on peer review by medical professionals whose own work had been advanced by Harry's research contributions. The Distinguished Service Award from the American Magical Research Foundation acknowledged Harry's mentorship of young researchers and his contributions to various projects that had improved conditions for vulnerable magical communities. The award recognized his commitment to using his abilities in service of others rather than simply for personal advancement or professional recognition. The lifetime achievement recognition that Harry had received from the International Association of Magical Creature Researchers was unprecedented for someone of his age, but it reflected the significance of his contributions to understanding magical creature consciousness and developing therapeutic applications of creature-assisted healing. The recognition was both personally meaningful and professionally valuable. The scholarship fund that Harry had established for magically gifted children from disadvantaged backgrounds represented perhaps his most personally meaningful professional achievement, creating opportunities for vulnerable young people to access quality magical education regardless of their family's financial resources or political connections. The fund was designed to serve children whose circumstances were similar to his own childhood experiences. The selection criteria that Harry had developed for scholarship recipients emphasized both magical potential and demonstrated resilience in overcoming difficult circumstances, ensuring that the fund would serve young people who could benefit most significantly from educational opportunities. The approach reflected his understanding that exceptional achievement often required both natural ability and the kind of strength that developed through overcoming adversity. The mentorship component of the scholarship program connected recipients with successful magical practitioners who could provide guidance and support throughout their educational development, creating relationships that would continue beyond formal schooling to influence career development and professional achievement. The mentorship structure was designed to provide the kind of adult support that Harry himself had found essential during his own educational journey. The impact assessment that had been conducted on the scholarship program's first 5 years demonstrated remarkable success in helping vulnerable young people achieve educational and professional goals that would have been impossible without assistance. The program was being studied by other magical charitable organizations as a model for effective educational support that produced lasting positive outcomes. The personal satisfaction that Harry derived from the scholarship program was both emotionally meaningful and professionally motivating, providing tangible evidence that his success was creating opportunities for others to achieve their own potential. The program represented exactly the kind of constructive use of privilege and ability that justified the investment that American Magical Society had made in his development. The afternoon was devoted to Harry's work at the Department of Soul Magic, where his research on advanced therapeutic techniques was producing innovations that would influence magical medical practice for generations to come. The department's collaborative approach to research created opportunities for interdisciplinary investigation that advanced understanding more effectively than individual research could accomplish. The team meeting that Harry facilitated brought together researchers from multiple magical traditions, whose diverse approaches to healing magic created opportunities for synthesis and innovation that advanced the entire field. The collaborative environment was both intellectually stimulating and personally satisfying, reflecting the kind of inclusive professional culture that Harry had hoped to find when he chose American magical citizenship. The case consultation that occupied much of the afternoon involved a patient whose complex spiritual trauma required the kind of innovative therapeutic approach that drew on multiple magical healing traditions. The consultation demonstrated both the practical applications of Harry's research and the collaborative problem-solving that characterized the most effective magical medical practice. The treatment plan that emerged from the consultation represented synthesis of traditional magical healing techniques with innovative approaches that Harry's research had made possible, creating therapeutic options that would have been unavailable just a few years earlier. The case was both medically significant and personally meaningful, representing the kind of practical contribution that justified Harry's career focus on applied magical research. The evening brought correspondence from colleagues around the world whose work intersected with Harry's research in various ways, creating opportunities for collaboration and knowledge sharing that advanced the entire international magical research community. The global scope of his professional relationships was both personally rewarding and professionally valuable. The letter from Hermione Granger was among the most personally meaningful correspondence that Harry received, combining updates on her own remarkable career achievements with observations about the political and social changes that were taking place in British magical society. Her work as a magical rights advocate had established her as a leading voice for reform and progress throughout the European magical community. The description that Hermione provided of her recent work on magical educational reform included references to innovations that had been inspired by American magical educational practices, particularly the inclusive approaches to magical cultural diversity that characterized institutions like Ilvermorny. Her efforts to promote educational reform were creating opportunities for British magical students to benefit from more flexible and culturally sensitive educational approaches. The political changes that Hermione described in British magical government reflected broader movements toward transparency and accountability that had been accelerated by the investigations into Dumbledore's conduct and the broader questions about magical authority and individual rights that Harry's case had raised. The reforms were creating a more open and responsive magical government that better served the needs of all magical citizens. The personal news that Hermione shared about her engagement to Ron Weasley was both joyful and slightly nostalgic, representing the kind of normal life development that Harry might have experienced if his circumstances had been different. The invitation to their wedding was both touching and practical, offering an opportunity to reconnect with positive relationships from his British magical experiences while maintaining the independence he had worked so hard to achieve. The letter from Bill Weasley provided updates on the broader Weasley family while expressing continued support for Harry's choices and achievements. The family's consistent respect for his autonomy and celebration of his success represented exactly the kind of healthy relationship with his British magical heritage that Harry had hoped to maintain. The update that Bill provided about Arthur Weasley's work on improving magical and mundane relations included references to American magical approaches that had influenced British policy development. The cross-cultural exchange of ideas represented the kind of international magical cooperation that Harry's own career had helped to promote. The news about Ron's development as an aura included expressions of pride in his friend's achievement, while acknowledging that their career paths had diverged in ways that reflected their different interests and circumstances. The recognition that friends could support each other while pursuing different goals represented exactly the kind of mature relationship that Harry valued most highly. The letter from Remus Lupin was both personally touching and professionally informative, combining expressions of pride in Harry's achievements with updates on his own work with magical creature advocacy organizations. Lupin's perspective on Harry's career development was particularly meaningful because it represented recognition from someone who had known his parents and could appreciate the ways that Harry had honored their memory while creating his own path. The evening entertainment that Harry had planned involved attending a lecture by a visiting researcher from the International Institute for Magical Studies, whose work on comparative magical healing traditions was directly relevant to his own research interests. The lecture was part of an ongoing series that brought distinguished international scholars to New York's magical academic community. The presentation that evening dealt with healing practices from magical communities in Central Asia, providing insights into therapeutic techniques that combined shamanic practices with formal magical theory in ways that created more effective treatment options than either approach could achieve independently. The content was both intellectually fascinating and practically relevant to Harry's own research. The discussion period that followed the lecture provided opportunities for Harry to ask questions and share observations that reflected his own research experience, while learning from the presenter's expertise in magical traditions that were unfamiliar to him. The exchange represented exactly the kind of international magical academic collaboration that advanced knowledge more effectively than isolated research could accomplish. The networking opportunities that the lecture provided connected Harry with other researchers whose work complemented his own investigations, while creating possibilities for future collaborative projects. The professional relationships that he developed through such events were both personally satisfying and career-enhancing. The walk home through New York's magical district after the lecture provided time for reflection on the remarkable life that Harry had built through his own choices and efforts, surrounded by people who respected his achievements while supporting his continued growth and development. The evening routine that concluded his day was both personally satisfying and professionally productive. The correspondence that Harry completed before retiring included responses to research collaboration invitations, updates on ongoing projects, and personal letters that maintained the relationships that had been essential to his successful development. The balance between professional obligation and personal connection reflected the integrated approach to life and work that characterized the most successful magical practitioners. The meditation practice that concluded Harry's evening routine incorporated techniques that he had learned from various magical traditions while providing the kind of spiritual grounding that supported both his research work and his personal well-being. The practice was both individually beneficial and connected him to the broader community of magical practitioners who shared similar approaches to personal and professional development. As Harry prepared for sleep in his comfortable apartment, surrounded by the evidence of achievements that had been earned through his own courage and determination, he reflected on the journey that had brought him from the cupboard under the stairs to his current position as a leader in international magical research. The transformation was both profound and entirely authentic. The boy who had been told he was worthless and unwanted had become a man whose work was improving lives throughout the magical community. The child who had been denied basic information about his magical heritage had become a researcher whose innovations were advancing magical knowledge in areas that benefited thousands of people. The young person who had been isolated and manipulated by adults who claimed to have his best interests at heart had become a man surrounded by colleagues, friends, and mentors who respected his autonomy while supporting his continued growth and contribution to causes larger than individual advancement. Most importantly, the child who had been expected to sacrifice his own development for other people's political purposes had become an adult whose success demonstrated that individual flourishing and community service were complementary rather than competing values. The scholarship recipients whose educational opportunities Harry's fund had made possible were beginning their own careers in magical research, education, and community service, creating an expanding circle of positive impact that would influence the magical community for generations to come. The program represented exactly the kind of constructive use of success that honored both individual achievement and social responsibility. The research innovations that Harry's work had produced were being implemented by magical healers around the world, creating treatment options for conditions that had previously been considered hopeless, while advancing theoretical understanding that would support future medical developments. The practical impact of his academic work represented the kind of meaningful contribution that justified the investment in magical research and education. The international magical cooperation that Harry's career had helped to promote was creating opportunities for cross-cultural learning and collaboration that advanced magical knowledge more effectively than any single magical tradition could achieve independently. The collaborative approach represented exactly the kind of inclusive magical community that could serve diverse populations while maintaining respect for distinct cultural traditions. The personal relationships that Harry had built throughout his career represented both individual satisfaction and broader social contribution, demonstrating that success achieved through principled choices and authentic effort created opportunities for others to achieve their own potential. The network of friendships and professional partnerships that surrounded him was both personally rewarding and socially beneficial. As Harry drifted off to sleep in his New York apartment, secure in the knowledge that he had built exactly the kind of life he had chosen to pursue, he felt something that would have been unimaginable during his childhood years of suffering and constraint. He felt complete satisfaction with his achievements and complete confidence in his ability to continue contributing meaningfully to causes and communities that mattered to him. The man who had refused to accept limitations imposed by others had discovered what became possible when exceptional individuals were freed to pursue their authentic potential in service of goals that extended beyond personal advancement to include genuine contribution to community welfare and global magical cooperation. The real adventure of living according to his own values while contributing to causes larger than individual success would continue throughout Harry's career, guided by principles of excellence, integrity, and service that had been nurtured during his transformative experience at Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The young man who had chosen freedom over security and growth over comfort had become an adult whose life demonstrated that courage and principle, when combined with appropriate opportunity and community support, could create achievements that benefited not only the individual, but also the broader magical community that had made such development possible. The morning after his revelation at Gringotts found Harry Potter in a state of mind that could best be described as grimly determined optimism. He had spent the night in a room at the Leaky Cauldron, paid for with his own money from his own vault, sleeping in an actual bed for the first time in his memory, without the looming threat of Dursley disapproval hanging over his dreams. The experience had been revelatory in ways both large and small. Tom had been remarkably understanding when Harry had returned from Gringotts, in a state of barely controlled emotional upheaval, asking no questions beyond whether the young wizard needed food, shelter, or time to process what he had learned. The meal that followed had been Harry's first experience with magical cuisine, and he had discovered that food prepared with magic possessed flavors and textures that defied everything he thought he knew about cooking. More importantly, the night had given him time to think, to plan, to begin the careful process of transforming the fury and betrayal he felt into something useful and constructive. Harry had always been a practical child by necessity, and he understood instinctively that emotion without action was merely self-indulgence. He needed information. He needed to understand his options. He needed to learn everything that had been kept from him so that he could make informed decisions about his future, rather than simply reacting to the choices others had made on his behalf. The first stop was obvious. Flourish and Blots occupied a corner building in Diagon Alley that seemed to exist in a state of barely controlled chaos. Books were stacked floor to ceiling, with no apparent organizational system. Volumes on dragon care nestled between treatises on advanced transfiguration theory and guides to identifying poisonous magical plants. The air was thick with the scent of parchment and ink, with underlying notes of something that might have been either exotic incense or the residual magic from particularly volatile spell texts. The proprietor was a thin, nervous man whose hands fluttered constantly among the stacks as if he were conducting an invisible orchestra. When Harry approached the counter and explained that he was looking for comprehensive information about magical education, the man's eyes lit up with the fervor of someone who had finally encountered a customer who appreciated the true value of knowledge. "Educational systems, you say?" the man murmured, already moving toward a section of the shop that Harry hadn't noticed before. Fascinating topic, really. Most students simply purchase their required texts and never bother to explore the broader context of magical learning. Very short-sighted, in my professional opinion. What followed was perhaps the most intensive research session of Harry's young life. The proprietor, who introduced himself as Obscurus Lestrange, with the kind of theatrical flourish that suggested he had been practicing the gesture for decades, proved to be a walking encyclopedia of magical educational philosophy and international wizarding culture. The British system, you see, is actually quite provincial by global standards, Lestrange explained, as he guided Harry through stacks of books that seemed to rearrange themselves when no one was looking directly at them. Hogwarts was certainly innovative in its time, but it hasn't evolved significantly in centuries. Most other countries have developed far more sophisticated approaches to magical education. Harry found himself taking detailed notes as Lestrange outlined the various magical schools around the world. Durmstrang Institute in Northern Europe, with its emphasis on practical magic and dark arts research. Beaubaton Academy in France, known for its refinement and diplomatic training. The African schools that integrated traditional shamanic practices with formal magical theory. The Asian institutions that focused on harmony between magical and mundane sciences. And then there was Ilvermorny. "Ah, now that's a fascinating institution," Lestrange said with obvious enthusiasm, as he pulled a thick volume from a high shelf with movements that defied several laws of physics. Founded by Iseult Sayre in the early 17th century, quite a remarkable woman by all accounts, Irish witch, descendant of Salazar Slytherin himself, though she rejected everything the Slytherin name had come to represent. Harry leaned forward as Lestrange opened the book to reveal detailed illustrations of a castle that seemed to grow directly from the living rock of a mountain. The architecture was unlike anything at Hogwarts, incorporating elements that spoke of both European magical tradition and something altogether more wild and untamed. "The genius of Ilvermorny," Lestrange continued, turning pages that revealed diagrams of the school's unique house system, lies in its philosophical approach to magical education. Rather than sorting students based on personality traits that might limit their development, the four houses represent aspects of the complete wizard. Mind, body, heart, and soul, all equally valued and integrated. The house descriptions were unlike anything Harry had encountered in his research about Hogwarts. Horned Serpent House, representing the mind of a wizard, favored scholars and those who sought to understand the deeper mysteries of magic. Wampus House celebrated the body, training warriors and those who would use magic to protect and defend. Pukwudgie House honored the heart, focusing on healing and the emotional aspects of magical practice. Thunderbird House embodied the soul, encouraging adventurers and those who would push the boundaries of what magic could accomplish. Most significantly, students at Ilvermorny were encouraged to develop all four aspects of themselves rather than being pigeonholed into a single house identity. They attended classes across all houses, learned from masters in every discipline, and graduated as complete magical practitioners rather than specialists in a single approach. The American approach to magical governance is equally innovative, Lestrange noted, as he produced another volume, this one dealing with international magical law. MACUSA operates under a completely different philosophical framework than our own ministry. They emphasize individual rights and federal jurisdiction rather than the centralized authority model we use here in Britain. Harry's attention sharpened as he absorbed this information. Different laws meant different possibilities. Different jurisdiction meant different protections. For instance, Lestrange continued, apparently oblivious to the intensity of Harry's interest, MACUSA recognizes something called magical emancipation, for minors who can demonstrate sufficient magical competence and knowledge of wizarding lore. A young wizard who could pass their examinations would be considered an adult under American magical law, regardless of their chronological age. The implications of this revelation sent Harry's mind racing down dozens of different paths simultaneously. Legal adulthood meant legal independence. Legal independence meant the right to make his own choices about his education, his living situation, his entire future. It meant escape from British magical jurisdiction and all the puppet strings that came with it. "Could you tell me more about the application process for Ilvermorny?" Harry asked, proud of how casual his voice sounded, despite the excitement building in his chest. Lestrange's eyebrows rose slightly, but his smile remained encouraging. "Considering alternatives to Hogwarts, are we?" "Quite sensible, really. Competition is healthy for educational institutions, keeps them honest about their standards and practices." The application process for Ilvermorny proved to be refreshingly straightforward compared to what Harry was learning about Hogwarts admission procedures. Rather than automatic enrollment based on magical birth records and geographical location, Ilvermorny required demonstrated magical ability, academic preparation, and a personal statement explaining why the applicant believed American magical education would serve their goals. More importantly, Ilvermorny actively recruited international students and had established procedures for young wizards seeking to escape difficult or dangerous situations in their home countries. The school worked closely with Macusa's Department of International Magical Relations to provide sanctuary for students whose magical development was being hindered by local political or social conditions. "We've seen an increasing number of applications from British students over the past decade," Lestrange noted as he showed Harry examples of successful application essays. "Bright young people who feel constrained by the rather rigid expectations of our domestic educational system. Ilvermorny has been quite welcoming to such students, particularly those who demonstrate exceptional magical potential." Harry spent the rest of the morning absorbing everything Lestrange could tell him about American magical culture. The differences from British wizarding society were striking, and from Harry's perspective, enormously appealing. Macusa's commitment to magical rights and individual freedom. The American emphasis on innovation and practical application rather than tradition for its own sake. The integration of diverse magical traditions rather than the insistence on European magical supremacy that seemed to pervade British magical culture. Most importantly, American magical law included specific protections for young wizards fleeing dangerous or abusive situations. The Magical Child Protection Act, passed in response to a series of scandals involving magical children being used as weapons in adult conflicts, established strict guidelines for the treatment of magical minors and provided legal pathways for those seeking to escape such situations. By noon, Harry had purchased several volumes on American magical law, Ilvermorny history, and Macusa governmental structure. He had also acquired a comprehensive guide to international magical travel and a particularly useful text on magical emancipation procedures. The cost had been significant, but Harry found himself caring less about money than about the knowledge it could purchase. The afternoon was devoted to what Lestrange delicately referred to as advanced research. This involved access to texts that were not normally available to underage wizards, books that dealt with the darker aspects of magical theory and practice. Harry's explanation that he needed to understand certain concepts for his own protection had been accepted with surprising ease, particularly after he demonstrated his ability to read and comprehend theoretical magical texts far above his supposed grade level. It was in one of these restricted volumes that Harry encountered his first detailed description of Horcruxes. The chapter on soul magic was tucked away in a book that ostensibly dealt with healing magic, presented as a cautionary tale about the dangers of attempting to manipulate the fundamental forces that bound consciousness to flesh. The author, a healer named Septima Clearwater, wrote with clinical detachment about the process by which a wizard could split their soul through the commission of murder, storing fragments of their essence in physical objects to achieve a form of immortality. The description was horrifying in its matter-of-fact presentation of what was clearly the most evil magic imaginable. But it was also illuminating in ways that Harry found both disturbing and deeply relevant to his own situation. The presence of a soul fragment in a living being creates a parasitic relationship that affects both entities, Clearwater wrote. The fragment feeds on the host's magical energy and emotional stability, while simultaneously providing access to the creator's knowledge and magical abilities. In rare cases where the host is a powerful wizard, the fragment may become symbiotic rather than purely parasitic, creating a shared consciousness that can be extremely difficult to detect or remove. Harry's hand moved involuntarily to his scar as he read these words. The lightning bolt mark had always been sensitive, particularly when he was experiencing strong emotions. More than that, he had always possessed knowledge and abilities that seemed beyond what an 11-year-old should naturally possess. His uncanny ability to read people's motivations, his instinctive understanding of complex magical concepts, his tendency to know things he had never been taught. The symptoms of soul fragment contamination include chronic pain in the attachment site, particularly during moments of strong emotion or magical exertion, Clearwater continued. The host may experience memories or knowledge that are not their own, along with enhanced magical abilities that seem disproportionate to their training or experience. In extreme cases, the host may exhibit behavioral changes that reflect the creator's personality traits or magical signature. The book described methods for detecting soul fragment contamination, most of which required specialized equipment or advanced magical training, but it also mentioned that certain magical creatures were naturally sensitive to soul magic and could identify contamination through proximity and observation. Goblins, the text noted almost as an afterthought, possess an innate ability to detect magical signatures and spiritual contamination. Their financial magic requires absolute clarity about the true nature of their clients, making them excellent diagnosticians for complex magical conditions. Harry closed the book and sat back in his chair, mind racing through the implications of what he had just learned. If he was carrying a piece of Voldemort's soul, that would explain a great deal about his life and his treatment by the magical authorities. It would explain why Dumbledore was so interested in controlling his movements and education. It would explain why he had been hidden away from the magical world and kept ignorant of his own heritage and capabilities. It would also explain why removing him from British magical jurisdiction might be the most important decision of his life. The walk back to Gringotts was accomplished in a state of grim determination that had become Harry's default emotional setting over the past 24 hours. He had requested another meeting with Griphook, citing the need to discuss advanced financial planning and international magical law. The goblin had agreed with an alacrity that suggested he found Harry's situation personally interesting rather than simply professionally profitable. The private office deep within Gringotts was exactly as Harry remembered, though Griphook had somehow acquired additional documents and several objects that radiated magical energy in ways that made Harry's teeth ache. "You've been doing research," the goblin observed as Harry settled into the chair across from his desk. "Good. Ignorance is a luxury that young wizards in your position cannot afford." Harry placed the books he had purchased on Griphook's desk and explained what he had learned about American magical education and MACUSA legal protections. The goblin listened with the kind of focused attention that suggested he was evaluating not just the information, but Harry's understanding of its implications. Ilvermorny is indeed an excellent institution, Griphook agreed when Harry had finished his summary. Their approach to magical education produces well-rounded practitioners rather than narrow specialists. MACUSA's protection protocols for international students are also quite robust, particularly for those fleeing dangerous situations. The goblin's emphasis on dangerous situations sent another surge of cold determination through Harry's chest. "I need to know if I'm carrying a piece of someone else's soul," Harry said, with the kind of direct honesty that seemed to be the only communication style that worked effectively with goblins. Griphook's expression shifted into something that might have been respect or possibly predatory satisfaction. He reached for one of the objects on his desk, a crystal sphere that seemed to contain shifting patterns of light and shadow. Goblin soul sight is considered one of our most valuable services, the creature explained, as he began manipulating the sphere with movements that spoke of decades of practice. We can detect spiritual contamination, magical parasites, and foreign soul fragments with absolute certainty. The process is not pleasant, but it is definitive. What followed was perhaps the most uncomfortable experience of Harry's life. The crystal sphere began to glow with increasingly intense light as Griphook spoke words in the goblin tongue, and Harry felt something that might have been invisible fingers probing through his magical core and spiritual essence. The sensation was invasive and deeply unpleasant, like having his thoughts and memories examined by a stranger with very cold hands. When the light finally faded, Griphook set the sphere down with movements that suggested he was processing information of considerable significance. "You are indeed carrying a soul fragment," the goblin announced with clinical detachment. "A substantial piece, well integrated, probably attached since early childhood. The magical signature is consistent with someone who has created multiple Horcruxes, though this particular fragment appears to be accidental rather than intentional." Harry had been expecting this confirmation, but hearing it stated with such certainty still sent a jolt of shock and revulsion through his consciousness. He was carrying a piece of the wizard who had murdered his parents, who had tried to murder him, who represented everything evil and corrupt about the magical world. "Can it be removed?" he asked, though he suspected he already knew the answer. Griphook's smile was not reassuring. Soul fragment removal is possible, but extremely dangerous. The traditional method involves destroying the host, which is obviously not ideal from your perspective. There are alternative approaches, but they require very specific conditions and magical expertise that is not widely available. The goblin leaned forward, his dark eyes studying Harry with uncomfortable intensity. However, there are certain magical environments and creatures that can weaken soul fragments naturally over time. Thunderbirds, for instance, are creatures of pure soul energy and natural enemies of spiritual contamination. Extended exposure to their presence can cause soul fragments to deteriorate and eventually dissipate entirely. Harry's pulse quickened as he processed this information. Thunderbirds, one of the 4 symbols of Ilvermorny's house system. Creatures native to North America and closely associated with the school's magical traditions. Ilvermorny maintains a population of thunderbirds on their grounds, Griphook continued, as if reading Harry's thoughts. Students in Thunderbird House work closely with the creatures as part of their magical education. A talented student might spend years in close proximity to beings that would naturally weaken any soul fragment contamination they might be carrying. The implications were staggering. Harry could potentially escape to America, receive an excellent magical education, and simultaneously work toward removing the spiritual contamination that had been thrust upon him without his knowledge or consent. He could become free in every sense of the word. "I'll need help," Harry said with absolute certainty. "I'll need documents, transportation, financial arrangements. I'll need to disappear from British magical jurisdiction before anyone realizes what I'm planning." Griphook's smile became genuinely predatory. "Goblins, Mr. Potter, are experts in helping valuable clients achieve complex financial and legal objectives. We have extensive experience in international magical law, discreet transportation arrangements, and the kind of documentation that allows young wizards to establish new identities in foreign magical communities." The goblin reached into his desk and produced a scroll that seemed to radiate legal authority. "Of course, such services are not without cost. We would require certain considerations in exchange for our assistance." Harry had been expecting this. Nothing in the magical world came without a price, and goblin assistance would certainly require payment of some kind. "What kind of considerations?" he asked, proud of how steady his voice remained, despite the magnitude of what he was contemplating. "Future considerations. Primarily," Griphook explained as he unrolled the scroll to reveal what appeared to be a formal contract written in several languages. access to certain Potter family artifacts currently held in trust, consultation rights on major financial decisions until you reach your majority, a percentage of any future discoveries or innovations you might develop using knowledge gained through goblin assistance. The terms were actually quite reasonable, particularly considering the scope of what Harry was requesting. The goblins wanted partnership rather than exploitation, ongoing relationship rather than immediate payment. They were investing in Harry's potential future value rather than simply extracting maximum profit from his current desperation. Most importantly, they were offering him genuine freedom, the chance to escape the web of manipulation and control that had defined his entire life. The opportunity to discover who Harry Potter really was when he wasn't being shaped by other people's agendas and expectations. Harry picked up the quill that Griphook offered and signed his name with a flourish that surprised them both with its confidence. The next several hours were devoted to the practical details of orchestrating Harry's escape from British magical jurisdiction. Griphook proved to be remarkably well-informed about international magical travel, documentation requirements, and the specific procedures for establishing residency in the United States under MACUSA protection protocols. The plan that emerged was elegant in its simplicity. Harry would apply to Ilvermorny through official channels, using his real name and academic records, but emphasizing his need for protection from dangerous elements in British magical society. The application would be supported by detailed documentation of the magical monitoring and financial manipulation he had been subjected to, along with goblin-certified evidence of the soul fragment contamination. Simultaneously, Griphook would arrange for discreet transportation to New York via the Goblin Portkey network, bypassing both British and American magical travel monitoring systems. Once Harry was physically present in the United States, he would immediately apply for magical emancipation through MACUSA's Department of International Relations, using his demonstrated magical competence and knowledge of wizarding law as evidence of his readiness for legal independence. The financial arrangements were equally straightforward. A significant portion of Harry's inheritance would be transferred to American magical banks, providing him with the resources necessary to support himself during his education and beyond. The transfers would be structured to look like routine international investments rather than preparation for permanent relocation. The documentation process was perhaps the most complex aspect of the plan. Harry would need academic transcripts, medical records, character references, and a detailed personal statement explaining his reasons for seeking American magical education. Most of these documents would need to be created from scratch, since Harry's actual educational and medical history had been deliberately obscured by his British magical guardians. Griphook assured him that goblins possessed considerable expertise in creating accurate documentation for complex legal situations. The transcripts would reflect Harry's actual magical knowledge and theoretical understanding rather than the minimal education he had received in the mundane world. The medical records would document the spiritual contamination and magical monitoring without revealing information that might compromise his safety. By evening, Harry possessed a comprehensive plan for escape and a timeline for its execution. The application to Ilvermorny would be submitted within the week, supported by all necessary documentation and financial guarantees. The transportation arrangements would be finalized once the school had confirmed his acceptance. The emancipation proceedings would begin immediately upon his arrival in New York. Most importantly, Harry understood exactly what he was choosing and why. He was choosing knowledge over ignorance, freedom over control, and the opportunity to discover his own potential rather than being limited by other people's expectations and agendas. As he walked back to the leaky cauldron through the twilight streets of Diagon Alley, Harry Potter felt something he had never experienced before in his 11 years of life. He felt hope. Real, solid, achievable hope for a future that would be entirely his own choice. Tomorrow, he would begin the process of becoming the wizard he was meant to be, rather than the weapon other people wanted him to become. Tomorrow, he would take the first concrete steps toward a life of genuine freedom and authentic possibility. Tonight, He would dream about thunderbirds and mountains, and a castle where young wizards learned to develop every aspect of their magical potential, rather than being confined to narrow definitions of who they were allowed to become. For the first time in his life, Harry Potter was truly excited about his future. The morning of Harry's emancipation dawned grey and misty, as if the London sky itself was attempting to obscure what was about to unfold in the deepest chambers of Gringotts Bank. Harry had spent the previous week in a state of careful preparation, reviewing magical law texts and practicing the formal declarations he would need to make before the Goblin Council. Today would either mark his liberation from 11 years of manipulation and control, or it would be the day his carefully constructed plans collapsed under the weight of British magical authority. Griphook had explained the process with the clinical precision that seemed to characterize all Goblin legal proceedings. Ancient Potter family magic, dormant for generations, included provisions for emergency emancipation of family heirs under specific circumstances. The magic itself was neutral, responding only to genuine need, and the heirs demonstrated understanding of their responsibilities. Once invoked, the ritual would establish Harry as Lord Potter in both magical and legal terms, regardless of his chronological age. The challenge lay not in the ritual itself, but in the political implications of its execution. The moment Harry claimed his lordship, every monitoring charm and magical alert tied to his name would activate simultaneously. Dumbledore would know within minutes that his carefully maintained control over the boy who lived had been shattered irreparably. The race would then begin in earnest, with Harry's escape to America hanging on whether the goblins could complete their transportation arrangements before the British magical authorities could mobilize to stop him. Harry arrived at Gringotts as the first rays of sunlight began penetrating London's perpetual fog. The bank was already bustling with early morning activity, but Griphook was waiting for him at the main counter with an expression that suggested barely contained anticipation. The goblin's dark eyes held a glitter that spoke of professional satisfaction, mixed with something that might have been personal investment in the outcome. "The council chamber is prepared, Mr. Potter," Griphook announced without preamble. "The ritual space has been consecrated according to Potter family traditions, and the necessary witnesses are assembled. Once you begin the invocation, there will be no stopping the process until it reaches its natural conclusion." Harry nodded, his stomach tight with nervous energy that he was determined not to let show in his voice or posture. He had spent too many years learning to hide his true feelings from hostile observers, to allow anxiety to undermine him now, when everything he had worked toward hung in the balance. The descent into the deepest levels of Gringotts was accomplished in the same cart that had taken Harry to his vault days earlier, though this time their destination lay far below the treasure chambers. The tunnel they followed seemed older than the rest of the bank, carved from living rock with techniques that spoke of centuries of goblin craftsmanship. Ancient runes covered the walls in patterns that seemed to shift and flow in Harry's peripheral vision, their meaning tantalizingly just beyond his comprehension. The council chamber itself was unlike anything Harry had expected. Rather than the formal courtroom setting he had imagined, the space resembled something between a natural cavern and a sacred grove. The ceiling disappeared into shadows that seemed to move independently of any light source, while the floor was covered with intricate mosaics that depicted scenes from goblin history alongside images that clearly represented various wizarding families and their magical legacies. 7 goblins sat in high-backed chairs, arranged in a semicircle around a raised platform in the center of the chamber. Each wore robes of deep blue, marked with silver emblems that identified their particular expertise in goblin law and magical jurisprudence. At the center of the group sat an elderly goblin whose presence commanded immediate respect, his silver hair braided with ornaments that suggested centuries of accumulated authority and wisdom. "This is Ragnok, the chief of the Goblin Council," Griphook explained in the formal tones appropriate to such an introduction. "He has overseen Potter family magical affairs for longer than most wizards have been alive, and his knowledge of your family's legal traditions is without equal in the magical world. Ragnar's examination of Harry was thorough and uncomfortably penetrating. Dark eyes that seemed far older than any human gaze Harry had ever encountered studied him with the kind of attention usually reserved for particularly complex financial instruments or potentially explosive magical artifacts. When the elderly goblin finally spoke, his voice carried the weight of absolute authority, mixed with what might have been carefully controlled sympathy. Harry James Potter, heir to the ancient and most noble house of Potter, you have requested invocation of the emergency lordship provisions established by your ancestors in response to threats against family continuity and magical independence. Do you understand the full implications of what you seek to accomplish here today? Harry straightened his shoulders and met Ragnar's gaze with as much confidence as he could project. I understand that I am requesting legal recognition as Lord Potter, with all the rights and responsibilities that such recognition entails. I understand that this will remove me from the authority of my current magical guardians and establish me as an independent legal entity under both goblin and wizarding law. I understand that once this process is complete, I will be responsible for my own decisions and their consequences. Ragnar's expression might have softened slightly, though with goblin faces it was often difficult to determine subtle emotional shifts. You speak with commendable understanding of the legal implications, young Potter, but magical lordship involves more than legal technicalities. Are you prepared to accept the spiritual and magical responsibilities that come with claiming your family's ancient power? Harry had spent considerable time thinking about this question during his preparation. The Potter family magic was not simply a matter of political authority or financial control. It represented a connection to generations of magical tradition, a responsibility to uphold certain principles and protect certain values that extended far beyond his own personal interests. I am prepared to accept those responsibilities, Harry replied with conviction that surprised him with its strength. I understand that being Lord Potter means more than personal freedom. It means carrying forward the values and traditions that my family has maintained for generations, even when doing so requires difficult choices and personal sacrifice. The other council members exchanged glances that seemed to communicate complex evaluations of Harry's readiness for what he was requesting. Finally, Ragnar nodded with the kind of formal solemnity that marked significant moments in goblin legal proceedings. Very well. Let the ritual begin. What followed was unlike anything Harry had ever experienced, even after days of magical revelations that had redefined his understanding of what was possible. The platform in the center of the chamber began to glow with soft, warm light that seemed to emanate from the stone itself rather than from any external source. Ancient magic, dormant for decades, began to stir in response to Harry's presence and stated intentions. Griphook guided Harry to the center of the platform and handed him a ceremonial dagger whose blade seemed to contain swirling patterns of light and shadow. The goblin's instructions were precise and delivered in tones that brooked no confusion or uncertainty. You must make a small cut on your palm and allow 3 drops of blood to fall onto the platform. The Potter family magic will recognize your bloodline and respond to your call for independence. Speak your full name and your intention clearly. Then wait for the magic to acknowledge your claim. Harry took the dagger with hands that were steadier than he had expected, given the magnitude of what he was about to attempt. The blade was sharp enough that the cut required almost no pressure, and he watched with fascination as his blood fell onto the ancient stone and began to glow with the same warm light that suffused the platform. I am Harry James Potter, heir to the ancient and most noble house of Potter, he declared in a voice that carried clearly through the chamber's stone walls. I claim my rightful lordship and invoke the emergency provisions established by my ancestors to protect family independence from external manipulation and control. I swear by my magic and my blood to uphold the traditions and responsibilities of House Potter, to protect those who cannot protect themselves, and to use my authority in service of justice and truth rather than personal gain. The response was immediate and overwhelming. Magic surged through Harry's body with a force that seemed to rewrite his very essence, connecting him to generations of Potter family history and magical tradition. He could feel the presence of his ancestors, their accumulated wisdom and strength flowing into his consciousness like water filling a previously empty vessel. The sensation was both exhilarating and humbling, a reminder that he was claiming not just personal freedom, but also the responsibility to carry forward a legacy that extended far beyond his individual desires. When the surge of magic finally subsided, Harry found himself standing taller, feeling more centered and confident than he ever had before. The change was not merely psychological, but fundamental, as if some essential part of himself that had been suppressed for 11 years had finally been allowed to emerge and claim its proper place in his consciousness. Ragnarok's voice cut through the lingering echoes of magical power with formal pronouncement. The magic has spoken, and the claim is acknowledged. Harry James Potter, you are now recognized as Lord Potter, with all rights and responsibilities attendant to that title. Your emancipation is complete and irrevocable under both goblin and wizarding law. The practical implications of this change became apparent almost immediately. Harry could feel the monitoring charms that had surrounded him since birth finally dissolving completely, their magical framework unable to maintain coherence in the face of his transformed legal and magical status. More than that, he could sense the alarm spells and tracking enchantments that were undoubtedly activating throughout magical Britain as various interested parties realized that something fundamental had shifted in the carefully maintained balance of power surrounding the boy who lived. Griphook approached the platform with documents that radiated legal authority and magical binding. These establish your new status for purposes of international magical law, the goblin explained, as he handed Harry several scrolls sealed with official goblin insignia. MACUSA will recognize your lordship and emancipation immediately, providing you with full legal protection under American magical law. Your application to Ilvermorny has been accepted, contingent only on your successful arrival in the United States. Harry's pulse quickened as he processed this information. Everything was falling into place exactly as they had planned, but he could feel the countdown beginning. Every minute he remained in British magical jurisdiction increased the risk that Dumbledore or Ministry officials would arrive to challenge his new status and attempt to reassert control over his movements. How long before we need to leave? Harry asked, though he suspected he already knew the answer from the urgency that was beginning to permeate the chamber's atmosphere. The portkey activation window opens in 30 minutes, Griphook replied with the kind of precision that suggested careful coordination with transportation schedules. You'll need to collect your belongings from the leaky cauldron and return here for departure. The Goblin Portkey network operates outside British magical monitoring, but once you activate the transport sequence, there will be no opportunity to change your mind or delay the journey. Harry nodded, his mind already shifting into the practical mode that had served him well during years of navigating Dursley hostility. He had packed his few possessions the previous evening, leaving nothing of genuine value or personal significance at Privet Drive. The books and supplies he had purchased in Diagon Alley were already waiting in his room at the Leaky Cauldron, organized for quick retrieval and transport. The walk back through Gringotts upper levels felt different now that Harry's magical status had changed so fundamentally. Other wizards who passed him in the corridors seemed to sense something altered about his presence, their eyes lingering on him with expressions of confusion or curiosity. The change was subtle but unmistakable, as if his magical signature now broadcast his transformation to anyone sensitive enough to perceive such things. Tom's reaction when Harry entered the Leaky Cauldron was immediate and telling. The barman's eyes widened as he took in Harry's altered appearance and magical presence, his weathered face cycling through expressions of surprise, concern, and what might have been professional interest. "Well now, young Potter," the barman said, with careful neutrality. "You're carrying yourself rather differently than you were yesterday. Something significant happened during your morning activities?" Harry appreciated the indirect approach to what was clearly a delicate situation. Tom's position as keeper of the leaky cauldron required him to maintain careful neutrality in magical political matters, but his obvious concern for Harry's well-being was genuine and touching. "You could say that," Harry replied with a smile that he hoped conveyed confidence rather than recklessness. "I've made some important decisions about my future education and living arrangements. Changes that will require me to leave Britain rather quickly, actually." Tom's expression shifted into something that might have been understanding mixed with approval. One of those situations where young wizards need to seek educational opportunities in more welcoming environments, is it? We've seen a fair bit of that over the years, particularly among the brighter students who don't fit well into our domestic institutional expectations. The barman's casual acceptance of Harry's situation was both reassuring and telling. Apparently, young British wizards seeking alternative educational arrangements was common enough that Tom had developed standard procedures for handling such departures. "Your belongings are packed and ready for collection," Tom continued, with the kind of efficient discretion that suggested considerable experience with sensitive situations. "I've taken the liberty of adding a few items that might be useful for a young wizard establishing himself in foreign magical communities. Consider them a farewell gift from someone who's seen too many bright young people held back by small-minded adults who mistake control for protection." The additional items proved to be both practical and thoughtful, a comprehensive guide to American magical customs and etiquette, a directory of magical services and businesses in major American cities. Most importantly, a collection of communication crystals that would allow Harry to maintain contact with selected individuals in the British magical community without revealing his location or compromising his safety. Tom's final words as Harry prepared to leave carried particular significance, given the circumstances of his departure. "The magical world is larger than Britain, young Potter, and there are communities out there that will value your potential rather than trying to limit it for their own purposes. Don't let anyone convince you that seeking better opportunities for yourself is somehow selfish or wrong. Sometimes the most important thing a young wizard can do is refuse to accept other people's limitations on what he might become." The return trip to Gringotts was accomplished with a sense of mounting urgency that had nothing to do with the actual time constraints involved. Harry could feel something shifting in the magical atmosphere around Diagon Alley, a tension that suggested significant magical activity taking place just beyond the range of normal perception. Dumbledore was undoubtedly mobilizing resources to locate and reclaim his wayward charge, while Ministry officials were probably scrambling to understand how an 11-year-old boy had managed to achieve legal emancipation without their knowledge or consent. Griphook was waiting for him at the Gringotts entrance, with an expression that confirmed Harry's instincts about the urgency of their situation. "We have perhaps 10 minutes before the first official inquiries begin arriving," the goblin announced without preamble. "Albus Dumbledore has already contacted the Ministry demanding immediate access to your location and legal status. Minister Fudge is apparently quite concerned about the political implications of losing track of the boy who lived." The description of official panic was both satisfying and sobering. Harry had known that his departure would create significant disruption in the carefully maintained power structures of British magical society, but hearing about the immediate scrambling of powerful adults who suddenly realized they could no longer take his compliance for granted was gratifying in ways he hadn't fully anticipated. The final descent to the Portkey chamber was accomplished in silence that spoke of shared understanding about the magnitude of what was taking place. Harry was not simply changing schools or seeking better educational opportunities. He was rejecting the entire framework of expectation and control that had defined his existence since birth, choosing uncertainty and independence over the safety and certainty of remaining within familiar systems of authority. The Portkey itself was unremarkable in appearance, a simple bronze coin that seemed ordinary in every respect, except for the faint magical signatures that marked it as a product of goblin transportation. Magic. Griphook handed it to Harry with formal ceremony that acknowledged the significance of the moment. "This will transport you directly to the MACUSA headquarters in New York," the goblin explained, as Harry examined the innocuous-looking object. "Representatives from both the Department of International Relations and Ilvermorny School will be waiting to begin your integration into American Magical Society. Your financial arrangements have been finalized, and your new legal status has been transmitted to all relevant American magical authorities." Harry pocketed the portkey with hands that were steadier than they had any right to be given the magnitude of the choice he was making. Around him, the chamber's magical atmosphere seemed charged with anticipation, as if the ancient stones themselves understood that they were witnessing a moment that would reshape the political landscape of magical Britain. The final moments before activation passed with surprising calm. Harry had expected to feel overwhelming anxiety or last-minute uncertainty about abandoning everything familiar for the promise of freedom in an unknown country. Instead, he found himself filled with a sense of rightness, of finally moving in harmony with his own deepest instincts and desires, rather than fighting against external expectations that had never truly fit his nature or potential. Griphook's countdown marked the final seconds of Harry Potter's life as a ward of the British magical establishment. When the goblin reached 0 and Harry activated the portkey with a word of intent, he felt more than just the familiar tugging sensation of magical transportation. He felt the last threads of manipulation and control that had bound him since infancy finally snap under the weight of his chosen freedom. The sensation of portkey travel was unlike anything Harry had ever experienced, though he had nothing to compare it to except Fawkes's phoenix transportation and the brief moments of accidental magic that had punctuated his childhood. This felt different, more controlled and purposeful, as if the magic itself was responding to the significance of the journey, rather than simply facilitating movement between locations. When the swirling sensation finally subsided and Harry felt solid ground beneath his feet, he found himself standing in what was unmistakably an official government building, though one whose architecture and magical atmosphere spoke of entirely different traditions than anything he had encountered in British magical institutions. The walls were covered with murals that depicted scenes from American magical history, images of diverse magical communities working together to build something unprecedented in the global magical world. The welcoming committee was both impressive and reassuring in its official nature. A woman in formal robes bearing MACUSA insignia stepped forward with the kind of professional confidence that spoke of extensive experience in handling complex international magical situations. Behind her stood 2 other individuals, whose presence suggested both official authority and personal interest in Harry's successful integration into American magical society. "Lord Potter," the MACUSA representative said with formal courtesy that acknowledged his changed legal status, "Welcome to the United States of America. I am Director Sarah Clearwater of the Department of International Magical Relations, and I'll be overseeing your transition to American magical citizenship. We're very pleased that you've chosen to continue your magical education in our country." The use of his proper title sent another surge of satisfaction through Harry's consciousness. These people saw him as Lord Potter, a young wizard with agency and authority, rather than as the boy who lived, a symbol to be manipulated for other people's political purposes. The woman standing beside Director Clearwater stepped forward with an introduction that made Harry's pulse quicken with excitement and anticipation. "I am Professor Agilbert Fontaine, headmistress of Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry," she announced with warmth that suggested genuine pleasure at meeting him. "We're honored that such a talented young wizard has chosen our institution for his magical education, and we're prepared to provide whatever support you need to flourish in your new environment." The 3rd member of the welcoming committee was introduced as Senior Aura Marcus Rivera, whose role was to ensure Harry's ongoing safety during his transition period. The presence of official magical law enforcement protection spoke to MACUSA's serious commitment to safeguarding international students who might be vulnerable to pressure from their home countries. As Director Clearwater began explaining the procedures for establishing American magical residency and citizenship, Harry felt something he had never experienced before in his 11 years of life. He felt truly safe. Not the false security of being hidden away from reality, but the genuine safety that came from being surrounded by competent adults who respected his autonomy and were committed to helping him achieve his full potential. Behind them, in offices and meeting rooms throughout MACUSA headquarters, Harry could sense the beginning of a new chapter in his life. Somewhere in Britain, powerful adults were undoubtedly scrambling to understand how their carefully maintained control over the boy who lived had collapsed so completely. Here in America, equally powerful adults were working to ensure that Harry Potter, lord of an ancient and noble house, would have every opportunity to discover who he might become when free to make his own choices. As the group moved deeper into the MACUSA building to begin the formal procedures that would establish his new life, Harry allowed himself one final thought about the world he was leaving behind. He felt no regret, no nostalgia, no lingering attachment to the systems that had sought to define and control him from birth. He felt only anticipation for the future he was about to create through his own choices and efforts. For the first time in his life, Harry Potter was exactly where he belonged, surrounded by people who valued his potential, rather than seeking to limit it for their own purposes. The boy who had lived in a cupboard under the stairs was gone forever, replaced by a young lord who would determine his own destiny through knowledge, courage, and the unshakable conviction that freedom was always worth fighting for. The real adventure was just beginning. The first thing Harry noticed about the Magical Congress of the United States of America was how different it felt from every other magical institution he had encountered. Where Gringotts exuded ancient power and barely contained aggression, and the leaky cauldron radiated chaotic warmth, MACUSA headquarters pulsed with efficient purpose, tempered by genuine respect for individual rights and dignity. The very air seemed charged with the energy of people who believed their work mattered, and that the system they served was worthy of their dedication. Director Sarah Clearwater guided Harry through corridors lined with portraits that moved with the same magical animation he had observed in British magical paintings. But these depicted scenes of cooperation and achievement rather than the stern authority and military conquest that dominated the artwork at Hogwarts. American magical history, as presented in these moving murals, was a story of diverse communities working together to build something unprecedented, rather than a chronicle of powerful individuals imposing their will on others. The complexity of American magical society became apparent as they passed various departmental offices, and Harry caught glimpses of the work being conducted within. The Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes was collaborating with No-Maj emergency services to coordinate responses to incidents that affected both magical and mundane populations. The Department of International Magical Cooperation was facilitating trade agreements and cultural exchanges with magical communities around the world. Most importantly, the Department of Magical Rights and Equality was actively investigating complaints and ensuring that all magical citizens received fair treatment under American magical law. "This is quite different from the British ministry, isn't it?" Director Clearwater observed, with the kind of diplomatic understatement that suggested extensive experience in helping international students adjust to American magical culture. "We've found that transparency and accountability produce better outcomes than the traditional European approach of governance through authority and secrecy." Harry found himself nodding in agreement before he had fully processed the implications of what she was saying. The contrast between MACUSA's open, collaborative atmosphere and the authoritarian secrecy that seemed to characterize British magical governance was striking and deeply appealing to someone who had spent 11 years being told that important decisions were none of his business, and he should be grateful for whatever scraps of information the adults chose to share with him. The first formal meeting took place in a conference room whose windows offered spectacular views of New York's magical district, a hidden section of Manhattan that existed in carefully maintained separation from the no-Madge city that surrounded it. The magical architecture was unlike anything Harry had seen in Britain, incorporating elements that spoke of Native American influence alongside European magical traditions and innovations that seemed uniquely American in their practical functionality. Professor Fontaine settled into a chair with the kind of relaxed confidence that suggested she was genuinely pleased to be part of this process, rather than viewing it as a bureaucratic obligation. Her appearance was striking in its combination of academic authority and approachable warmth. Silver hair pulled back in a practical style that suggested she spent considerable time outdoors, and eyes that held the kind of intelligence that came from decades of working with young people who possessed extraordinary abilities and equally extraordinary potential for both achievement and mischief. Before we begin the formal proceedings, Lord Potter, I'd like you to understand that everything we discuss here today is confidential, unless you choose to share it with others. Professor Fontaine began with the kind of direct honesty that Harry was beginning to associate with American magical culture. We're not here to interrogate you about your reasons for leaving Britain or to judge the decisions you've made. We're here to help you understand your options and ensure that you have everything you need to succeed in our educational system. The contrast with what Harry imagined a similar meeting at Hogwarts might involve was stark and deeply reassuring. Instead of being told what was expected of him and how he should feel grateful for the opportunity, he was being asked what he needed and how the system could adapt to serve his goals and interests. Senior Oro Rivera's contribution to the conversation focused on the practical aspects of Harry's safety and security during his transition to American magical society. The law enforcement officer's manner was professional but warm, suggesting someone who took genuine satisfaction in protecting vulnerable individuals rather than someone who viewed security work as an opportunity to exercise authority over others. The British magical establishment has already made several informal inquiries about your whereabouts and legal status, Rivera explained with the kind of matter-of-fact delivery that suggested he dealt with such international complications on a regular basis. Minister Fudge has contacted our Department of International Relations expressing concern about your safety and requesting immediate information about your location and circumstances. Harry's pulse quickened at this confirmation that his departure had indeed caused the kind of disruption he had hoped to achieve. The idea that Minister Fudge was personally involved suggested that his escape had implications far beyond the simple matter of a student choosing alternative educational arrangements. More significantly, Rivera continued, Albus Dumbledore has requested a formal meeting with President Quahog to discuss what he terms the urgent necessity of returning you to British custody for your own protection and the safety of the magical community at large. The mention of Dumbledore's involvement sent a complex mix of emotions through Harry's chest. Part of him felt vindicated that the headmaster was finally paying serious attention to Harry Potter the person, rather than simply manipulating Harry Potter the symbol. Another part of him was genuinely disturbed by the implications of Dumbledore's apparent desperation to regain control over his movements and decisions. How has MACUSA responded to these requests? Harry asked, proud that his voice remained steady despite the significance of what he was learning about the political ramifications of his choice to seek American magical citizenship. Director Clearwater's smile held the kind of professional satisfaction that suggested she had been looking forward to answering this particular question. MACUSA has informed the British magical government that Lord Potter is present in the United States as a legally emancipated minor who has requested educational opportunities and citizenship consideration under our international student protection protocols. We've made it clear that any decisions about his future residence and education will be made by Lord Potter himself, in consultation with appropriate American magical authorities, rather than by foreign governments who may have conflicting interests. The firm rejection of British attempts to reclaim control over his life was both gratifying and slightly overwhelming in its implications. Harry was beginning to understand that his choice to leave Britain had consequences that extended far beyond his personal situation. he was inadvertently challenging the entire framework of assumptions about how young wizards with significant magical and political inheritances should be managed by the adults who claimed authority over them. Professor Fontaine leaned forward with an expression that suggested she was about to address the heart of why they were all gathered in this room. "Now, Lord Potter, I'd like to talk with you about Ilvermorny and what our educational philosophy might offer someone with your background and potential. But before we begin, I need to understand what you're hoping to achieve through your magical education, both in terms of practical skills and personal development." The question was unlike any educational discussion Harry had ever experienced. Instead of being told what he would learn and how he should be grateful for the opportunity, he was being asked what he wanted to learn and how the institution could adapt its programs to serve his goals and interests. "I want to understand magic," Harry replied after taking a moment to organize his thoughts. "Not just how to perform spells or pass examinations, but how magic really works, why it responds to different people in different ways, and how it can be used to solve problems and help people who need assistance." Professor Fontaine's expression suggested that this was exactly the kind of answer she had been hoping to hear. Her smile held genuine warmth, mixed with what might have been professional excitement about the possibilities for working with a student who possessed such clear educational goals. "What you're describing aligns perfectly with Ilvermorny's educational philosophy," she explained with obvious enthusiasm. "We don't believe in limiting students to narrow specializations or predetermined career paths. Our house system is designed to develop the complete wizard, someone who understands that effective magical practice requires integration of intellectual understanding, physical capability, emotional wisdom, and spiritual connection." The explanation that followed was unlike any description of magical education Harry had ever encountered. Where Hogwarts seemed designed to sort students into rigid categories that would define their magical identity for life, Ilvermorny was structured to help students develop all aspects of their magical potential, regardless of which house claimed them during the sorting ceremony. Students in Horned Serpent House, representing the mind of the wizard, focused on theoretical understanding and research methodology, but they also participated in practical applications and fieldwork that grounded their intellectual achievements in real-world problem-solving. Wampus House students, embodying the body of the wizard, trained in combat magic and physical enhancement, but they also studied healing magic and protective enchantments that emphasized service to others rather than personal power. Pukwudgie House, representing the heart of the wizard, specialized in healing arts and emotional magic, while also developing the kind of psychological insight that made them effective counselors and mediators in complex interpersonal situations. Thunderbird House students, embodying the soul of the wizard, pursued adventure and exploration. But they also studied the deeper mysteries of magic and the philosophical implications of their extraordinary abilities. Most importantly, all students participated in cross-house collaborations that required them to work with peers who approached magical problems from entirely different perspectives. The goal was to produce graduates who understood magic as a complete system, rather than specialists who could perform brilliantly within narrow parameters, but struggled to adapt their skills to unexpected challenges. The contrast with Hogwarts' approach to magical education was stark and deeply appealing to Harry, who had always been frustrated by educational systems that seemed designed to force students into predetermined categories rather than helping them discover their own unique potential and interests. Director Clearwater contributed practical information about the legal and administrative aspects of Harry's transition to American magical citizenship. The process was more complex than simple school enrollment, but far more straightforward than Harry had expected, based on his limited experience with British magical bureaucracy. Your emancipation status is recognized under American magical law, which means you have the right to make your own decisions about residence, education, and career preparation, she explained with the kind of clinical precision that suggested extensive experience in helping international students navigate complex legal transitions. The citizenship process will take approximately 6 months, during which you'll have all the rights and protections of American magical law while maintaining the option to return to Britain if you change your mind about permanent relocation. The mention of returning to Britain sent a slight chill through Harry's consciousness, not because he had any intention of reconsidering his decision, but because it reminded him that his escape was still relatively recent and potentially reversible if he failed to adapt successfully to American magical society. However, Director Clearwater continued with an expression that suggested she understood his concerns. "I should mention that your legal status as an emancipated lord under goblin law makes forced repatriation extremely difficult, even if you were to request it." The international magical community takes a very dim view of attempts to override goblin legal determinations, particularly when they involve the rights of minor heirs to ancient magical families. Senior Aura Rivera's contribution to this discussion focused on the security arrangements that would be necessary during Harry's initial period of adjustment. The law enforcement officer's manner remained professional and reassuring, but Harry detected underlying layers of concern that suggested his safety was being taken very seriously indeed. "The British magical establishment will undoubtedly continue their attempts to locate you and pressure you to return," Rivera explained, with the kind of matter-of-fact delivery that suggested he was accustomed to dealing with international magical political complications. "We'll be providing discreet security monitoring during your first year at Ilvermorny. Not because we expect direct threats to your physical safety, but because we want to ensure that no one attempts to manipulate or coerce you into making decisions that aren't genuinely your own choice." The idea that American magical law enforcement was prepared to protect him from manipulation by foreign magical authorities was both gratifying and slightly overwhelming in its implications. Harry was beginning to understand that his personal decision to seek educational alternatives had broader political ramifications that extended far beyond his individual situation. The formal interview process continued for several hours, covering everything from academic preparation and career interests to personal goals and concerns about adapting to a new magical culture. Harry found himself speaking more openly about his background and experiences than he ever had before, partly because the questions were genuinely aimed at understanding his needs and interests rather than evaluating his compliance with predetermined expectations. The discussion of his academic preparation revealed some significant gaps in his formal education, but these were viewed as opportunities for accelerated learning rather than deficiencies that would limit his options. Professor Fontaine was particularly excited about Harry's demonstrated ability to absorb complex magical theory through independent reading and research. "Most students your age have been learning magic in structured environments, with careful supervision and graduated difficulty," she explained with obvious enthusiasm for the challenge of working with an unconventional student. "Your experience of discovering magical theory through independent research means you've developed analytical skills that many students don't acquire until much later in their education. We can build on those strengths while filling in the practical applications you haven't had opportunity to develop." The conversation about Harry's magical abilities was particularly revealing, both in terms of what he could do and what had been suppressed or overlooked during his years in the British magical system. The removal of the monitoring charms and spiritual contamination had apparently unleashed capabilities that surprised even Harry himself. "Your magical signature is quite remarkable," Professor Fontaine observed with the kind of clinical interest that suggested she was evaluating his potential from a purely academic perspective. "The theoretical knowledge you've demonstrated, combined with your natural magical strength, suggests that you could advance through our curriculum considerably faster than the standard pace, assuming you're interested in that level of challenge." Harry found himself nodding enthusiastically before he had fully processed what she was offering. The idea of being challenged academically, rather than held back by artificial limitations, was enormously appealing to someone who had spent 11 years being told he was stupid, worthless, and incapable of achieving anything significant. The practical arrangements for his transition to American magical society proved to be refreshingly straightforward compared to the bureaucratic complexities he had anticipated. Makusa had extensive experience in helping international students establish themselves in American magical communities, and they had developed streamlined procedures that prioritized student needs rather than administrative convenience. Housing would be provided at Ilvermorny during the academic year, with options for independent living in New York's magical district during breaks and after graduation. Financial arrangements had already been coordinated with Gringotts, ensuring that Harry would have access to his inheritance while learning to manage his resources responsibly. Most importantly, he would have access to counseling and support services designed specifically for students who had experienced trauma or manipulation in their previous educational or family environments. The mention of support services for trauma survivors sent a complex mix of emotions through Harry's consciousness. On one hand, he appreciated that American magical authorities recognized the psychological impact of the experiences he had endured and were prepared to help him process those experiences constructively. On the other hand, the clinical acknowledgement that he had indeed been traumatized was both validating and disturbing in its implications for how he had been treated by the adults who were supposed to be protecting him. Director Clearwater seemed to sense his mixed emotions about this aspect of the support system they were offering. "The counseling services are entirely voluntary, Lord Potter," she explained with gentle honesty. "We mention them because many international students find it helpful to have someone to talk with who understands the challenges of adapting to a new magical culture while processing difficult experiences from their past. But the choice of whether to utilize these services is entirely yours." The meeting concluded with practical arrangements for Harry's immediate needs during his first weeks in American magical society. He would spend several days in New York, becoming familiar with American magical customs and services before traveling to Ilvermorny for the beginning of the academic year. This transition period would allow him to adjust gradually to his new environment while having access to Makusa support services if he encountered unexpected difficulties. As the formal proceedings wrapped up, Professor Fontaine made an observation that crystallized much of what Harry had been thinking about his decision to seek American magical education. "You know, Lord Potter, in my experience, the students who benefit most from Ilvermorny's educational philosophy are those who refuse to accept artificial limitations on their potential. Students who believe that they can become more than what other people expect them to be, and who are willing to work hard to prove that belief correct." The description fit Harry's sense of himself and his goals so perfectly that he felt a moment of genuine emotion at the recognition that he had found people who understood what he was trying to achieve and were committed to helping him succeed. The first few days of Harry's introduction to American magical society passed in a blur of new experiences and cultural adjustments that were both exhilarating and occasionally overwhelming. New York's magical district was unlike anything he had encountered in his limited exposure to British magical communities, incorporating architectural styles and cultural influences that spoke of a truly diverse magical population working together to create something unprecedented in the global magical world. The shops and services available to magical citizens were far more varied and sophisticated than anything Harry had observed in Diagon Alley. There were businesses that specialized in helping magical immigrants adapt to American culture, consulting services for young wizards, learning to manage inherited wealth and political responsibilities, and educational institutions that offered everything from advanced magical theory to practical skills like magical home maintenance and financial planning. More significantly, Harry noticed that the relationships between magical and no-mage communities seemed far more integrated than anything that existed in Britain. While the international statute of secrecy was still maintained, American magical society had developed sophisticated methods for collaborating with mundane authorities on issues that affected both populations without revealing the existence of magic to those who were not cleared for such knowledge. The magical hospital where Harry underwent the comprehensive medical evaluation required for school enrollment was a perfect example of this integrated approach. Magical healers worked alongside no-mage medical professionals to provide complete health care that addressed both magical and mundane health concerns, ensuring that magical citizens received the full range of medical services available to the broader American population. The medical evaluation itself revealed several concerning aspects of Harry's previous treatment that confirmed much of what the goblins had discovered about the monitoring charms and spiritual contamination he had endured. Dr. Rebecca Clearwater, who was apparently related to Director Clearwater through the kind of extended family networks that seemed common in American magical society, conducted the examination with professional competence, tempered by obvious concern for Harry's well-being. "You've been subjected to some rather invasive magical monitoring over an extended period," Dr. Clearwater explained, as she reviewed the results of various diagnostic spells and examinations. "The good news is that the removal of those monitoring systems appears to have been accomplished without causing any permanent damage to your magical development. The concerning news is that the level of monitoring you experienced was far beyond what would be considered appropriate or legal under American magical law. The clinical confirmation that his treatment by British magical authorities had been both inappropriate and illegal was validating in ways Harry hadn't fully anticipated. For 11 years he had been told that the restrictions on his freedom and the secrecy surrounding his circumstances were necessary for his protection and the good of the magical community. Learning that medical professionals considered such treatment to be abusive rather than protective was both liberating and deeply disturbing. More positively, Dr. Clearwater's evaluation confirmed that Harry's magical abilities were developing normally now that the artificial constraints had been removed. His magical core was strong and stable, his theoretical knowledge was remarkably advanced for his age, and his capacity for learning new magical skills appeared to be exceptional. "You have the magical signature of someone who could become a very powerful wizard indeed," Dr. Clearwater observed, with the kind of professional enthusiasm that suggested she genuinely enjoyed working with magically gifted young people. "More importantly, your magical core shows no signs of the kind of damage or instability that we sometimes see in students who have experienced trauma or prolonged suppression of their natural abilities." The psychological evaluation was conducted by a specialist in magical child development who had extensive experience working with international students and trauma survivors. Dr. Maria Santos approached the assessment with a combination of professional competence and personal warmth that made Harry feel comfortable discussing experiences he had never shared with anyone. The conversation revealed aspects of his childhood experiences that Harry himself hadn't fully understood or processed. The systematic isolation from magical culture, the deliberate suppression of information about his heritage and abilities, and the consistent message that he should be grateful for whatever scraps of attention and care the adults chose to provide, had created patterns of thinking and behavior that would require conscious effort to overcome. "What you've experienced is a form of psychological manipulation that we call learned helplessness, Doctor," Santos explained with the kind of gentle directness that suggested extensive experience in helping young people understand and process difficult experiences. "You were taught that your opinions and preferences didn't matter, that questioning adult authority was dangerous and ungrateful, and that accepting whatever others decided for you was the safest way to navigate the world." The clinical description of his psychological conditioning was both illuminating and disturbing. Harry had known that his childhood experiences were different from what most children experienced, but he hadn't understood the systematic nature of the manipulation he had endured or its long-term effects on his development. "The good news," Dr. Santos continued with obvious satisfaction, "is that recognizing these patterns is the first step toward overcoming them. You've already demonstrated remarkable strength and independence by choosing to seek alternatives to the situation you found unacceptable. The fact that you were able to research your options, make complex plans, and execute those plans successfully shows that you've maintained your capacity for independent thinking despite years of conditioning designed to suppress it. The evaluation sessions continued over several days, covering everything from academic preparation and learning styles to personal goals and concerns about adapting to American magical culture. Harry found himself discussing his hopes and fears more openly than he ever had before, partly because the professionals he was working with seemed genuinely interested in understanding his perspective rather than evaluating his compliance with predetermined expectations. By the end of his first week in New York, Harry had developed a clearer understanding of both the challenges and opportunities that lay ahead of him. The transition to American magical society would require significant adjustments in how he thought about himself, his relationships with others, and his place in the magical world. But it also offered possibilities for personal and magical development that had never been available to him within the constraints of British magical culture. The final meeting with Professor Fontaine before his departure for Ilvermorny focused on practical preparations for beginning his magical education in earnest. The headmistress had reviewed all of his evaluation results and was clearly excited about the possibilities for working with a student who possessed both exceptional magical potential and the kind of diverse life experiences that would enrich the educational environment for all students. You're going to find Ilvermorny quite different from what you might expect, based on your knowledge of European magical schools, Professor Fontaine explained, as they reviewed his class schedule and dormitory assignments. We emphasize collaboration over competition, practical application over theoretical memorization, and personal growth over conformity to institutional expectations. The prospect of attending a school that valued collaboration over competition was particularly appealing to someone who had spent 11 years being told that he was inherently different and should expect to be treated differently from other children. The idea that he might be able to develop genuine friendships with peers who saw him as Harry Potter, the person rather than Harry Potter, the symbol was both exciting and slightly overwhelming in its implications. As his first week in American magical society drew to a close, Harry found himself reflecting on how dramatically his life had changed in such a short period of time. Less than 2 weeks earlier, he had been sleeping in a cupboard under the stairs, believing that he was fundamentally damaged and unwanted. Now he was preparing to attend one of the world's premier magical institutions, surrounded by competent adults who were committed to helping him achieve his full potential. The transformation was remarkable, but Harry understood that it was also fragile. His success in American magical society would depend on his ability to adapt to new expectations and opportunities while processing the experiences that had shaped his first 11 years of life. He would need to learn to trust his own judgment while remaining open to guidance from people who had his genuine interests at heart. Most importantly, he would need to discover who Harry Potter really was when he wasn't being shaped by other people's agendas and expectations. That process of self-discovery would be challenging and sometimes uncomfortable, but it was also the most important work he could possibly undertake. As he prepared for the journey to Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Harry Potter felt something he had never experienced before in his young life. He felt genuinely excited about his future and confident in his ability to create the kind of life he wanted to live. The boy who had lived in a cupboard was gone forever, replaced by a young lord who would determine his own destiny through knowledge, courage, and the unshakable conviction that he deserved to be treated with dignity and respect. The real adventure was about to begin, and for the first time in his life, Harry Potter was the one writing the story. The journey to Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry was Harry's first experience with American magical transportation, and it proved to be remarkably different from anything he had encountered in the British magical world. Rather than the chaotic improvisation that seemed to characterize British magical travel, American magical transport was efficient, comfortable, and designed with passenger safety and convenience as primary considerations rather than afterthoughts. The magical vehicle that collected Harry from Makusa headquarters was unlike anything he had ever seen, resembling a cross between a traditional stagecoach and a modern luxury automobile. crafted from materials that seemed to shift between wood, metal, and something that might have been crystallized starlight depending on the angle of observation. The interior was spacious enough to accommodate several passengers in genuine comfort, with seats that adjusted automatically to provide optimal support and windows that offered spectacular views while maintaining complete privacy from external observation. Professor Fontaine had chosen to accompany Harry on the journey to Ilvermorny, partly to continue their discussions about his academic preparation and partly to help him understand the cultural and geographical context of his new school. The headmistress proved to be an engaging travel companion, combining scholarly expertise with the kind of practical wisdom that came from decades of working with magically gifted young people from diverse backgrounds. As their vehicle traveled through the American countryside at speeds that defied several laws of physics while maintaining the smooth comfort of a leisurely carriage ride, Professor Fontaine provided running commentary on the landscape and its significance in American magical history. The forests they passed through were home to magical creatures that existed nowhere else in the world, while the mountains and valleys held sacred sites that had been important to Native American magical communities for thousands of years before European magical immigrants arrived. The integration of diverse magical traditions is one of Ilvermorny's greatest strengths, Professor Fontaine explained, as they passed through a particularly spectacular stretch of wilderness that seemed to shimmer with barely contained magical energy. Our founders understood that American magical education needed to incorporate the wisdom and techniques of all the magical communities that chose to make their homes in this land, rather than simply transplanting European magical traditions and expecting them to flourish unchanged. Harry found himself fascinated by the concept of magical education that deliberately incorporated multiple cultural traditions rather than privileging one approach over all others. The British magical system seemed designed around the assumption that European magical methods were inherently superior to alternatives, while American magical education appeared to be built on the recognition that different approaches to magic could be complementary rather than competitive. The first glimpse of Mount Greylock was breathtaking in ways that no description could have adequately prepared Harry to experience. The mountain rose from the surrounding landscape with a presence that spoke of deep magical significance, its peaks wreathed in clouds that moved in patterns too purposeful to be purely natural. The entire mountain seemed alive with magical energy, as if the land itself was conscious and aware of the important work being conducted within its boundaries. Ilvermorny School occupied the summit and upper slopes of Mount Greylock in a way that seemed to grow organically from the living rock, rather than being imposed upon the landscape by human architectural ambition. The castle was simultaneously grand and welcoming, incorporating architectural elements from multiple magical traditions in a synthesis that felt both ancient and innovatively modern. The 4 towers that marked the corners of the main structure were each unique in design, reflecting the characteristics and values of the houses they represented. The Horned Serpent Tower was built from stone that seemed to contain embedded crystals, creating surfaces that caught and refracted light in patterns that suggested the constant movement of thought and analysis. The Wampus Tower appeared to be constructed from living wood that continued to grow and adapt, its walls flowing and shifting to accommodate changing needs while maintaining structural integrity. The Pukwudgie Tower incorporated healing springs and growing gardens into its very foundations, creating spaces where the boundary between architecture and nature became meaningless and irrelevant. The Thunderbird Tower reached highest into the sky, its peak disappearing into clouds that crackled with controlled lightning and storm energy that spoke of magic in its most elemental and powerful forms. The main courtyard where arriving students gathered for the sorting ceremony was perhaps the most remarkable architectural achievement Harry had ever witnessed. The space was open to the sky, but somehow felt intimate and welcoming, with stone work that incorporated symbols and artistic elements from dozens of different magical traditions in patterns that spoke of unity rather than cultural appropriation. The other arriving students were unlike any group of young wizards Harry had encountered during his brief exposure to British magical culture. Where Hogwarts students seemed to come primarily from British magical families with similar backgrounds and expectations, Ilvermorny's incoming class represented the full diversity of American magical society and included international students from magical communities around the world. Harry found himself standing next to a girl whose family had immigrated from magical communities in West Africa, a boy whose parents were prominent in the Pacific Northwest magical community that worked closely with indigenous magical traditions, and another student whose family had fled persecution in Eastern Europe and found sanctuary in American magical society. The conversations he overheard were conducted in multiple languages and dealt with magical practices and cultural traditions that were entirely foreign to his British magical education. The diversity of backgrounds and experiences represented in his fellow students was both exciting and slightly overwhelming. Harry realized that his own knowledge of magical culture, limited as it was to British traditions, and the small amount of American magical history he had absorbed during his week in New York, would need to expand dramatically if he was going to participate meaningfully in the intellectual and cultural life of his new school. Professor Fontaine seemed to sense his mixture of excitement and anxiety about joining such a diverse and accomplished group of students. "Don't worry about fitting in immediately, Lord Potter," she advised with the kind of gentle wisdom that suggested extensive experience in helping nervous students adapt to new educational environments. Ilvermorny students are generally welcoming to newcomers, and you'll find that the diversity of backgrounds and experiences makes it easier rather than harder to find your place in the community. The sorting ceremony itself was unlike anything Harry had expected based on his knowledge of Hogwarts traditions. Rather than being called individually to try on a magical hat that would announce their house assignment, students were invited to stand together on a large circular platform in the center of the courtyard, while the representatives of the 4 houses made their choices known through dramatic magical displays. The platform itself was a masterwork of magical artistry, inlaid with intricate patterns that incorporated the symbols of all 4 houses in a design that suggested unity and balance rather than competition and division. As students took their places on the platform, Harry could feel magic building in the air around them, ancient enchantments that had been carefully maintained and refined over centuries of use. When Professor Fontaine called for the sorting to begin, the magical carvings that represented each house began to glow with soft, warm light that pulsed in rhythm with something that might have been the heartbeat of the mountain itself. The horned serpent carving was set with a crystal that would light up when the house claimed a student. The wampus carving would roar with approval when it chose someone. The Pukwudgie carving would raise its arrow when welcoming a new member. The thunderbird carving would beat its wings when claiming a student for its house. Harry watched with fascination as his fellow first-year students were sorted into their houses, noting that the magical response to each student seemed to be based on something deeper than simple personality traits. The houses appeared to be evaluating the complete magical signature of each student, their potential for growth and development, and their capacity to contribute to the broader mission of magical education and service. When his turn came to step onto the sorting platform, Harry felt the ancient magic of Ilvermorny, examining every aspect of his magical and spiritual essence with an intensity that was both exhilarating and slightly uncomfortable. The sensation was unlike anything he had experienced, even during the Goblin Soul examination that had revealed his spiritual contamination. This felt like being evaluated, not just for what he was, but for what he might become under the right circumstances and with appropriate guidance. The response was immediate and unprecedented in the school's history. All 4 house carvings activated simultaneously, creating a display of magical pyrotechnics that brought gasps of amazement from students and faculty alike. The horned serpent, crystal blazed with brilliant white light. The wampus carving roared with approval that echoed off the mountain peaks. The Pukwudgie arrow shot high into the air, trailing sparks of healing magic. The Thunderbird wings beat with such force that actual storm clouds began gathering around the tower peaks. The magical display continued for several moments, while the assembled students and faculty processed what they were witnessing. Never in Ilvermorny's history had all 4 houses chosen the same student, creating a situation that had no precedent in school tradition or magical lore. Professor Fontaine's voice carried clearly through the courtyard as she addressed the unprecedented situation with the kind of calm authority that suggested she had been prepared for this possibility. Harry Potter, you have been chosen by all 4 houses of Ilvermorny, an honor that has never before been bestowed upon any student in our school's history. This suggests that you possess the potential to develop all 4 aspects of the complete wizard that our houses represent. The headmistress paused to allow the significance of this announcement to sink in before continuing with practical arrangements that would accommodate Harry's unique situation. You will be assigned to Thunderbird House for dormitory and administrative purposes, as that house represents the soul and adventure that brought you to our school. However, you will have access to the resources, instruction, and communities of all 4 houses as you develop your magical education. The reaction from his fellow students was a mixture of awe, curiosity, and what appeared to be genuine excitement about the possibilities this unprecedented situation might create for the entire school community, rather than the jealousy or resentment that Harry might have expected based on his experiences with British magical culture. The other students seemed to view his unique status as an opportunity for everyone to learn and grow through exposure to new approaches and perspectives. The student who introduced herself as Rebecca Clearwater, a second-year Pukwudgie, was the first to approach Harry after the sorting ceremony concluded. Her family name suggested a connection to Director Clearwater and Dr. Clearwater, and her warm manner indicated that welcoming international students was a family tradition as well as a personal inclination. "You're going to love it here," she assured Harry with obvious sincerity, as she guided him toward the dining hall where the welcome feast would begin the academic year. The fact that all 4 houses chose you means you'll get to experience everything Ilvermorny has to offer, which is pretty much the best possible way to get a magical education. Rebecca's enthusiasm was infectious and reassuring, particularly given Harry's concerns about fitting into yet another new environment where his reputation and unusual circumstances might overshadow his actual personality and interests. The genuine warmth of her welcome suggested that American magical culture's emphasis on individual achievement and personal growth created social dynamics very different from the rigid hierarchies and inherited prejudices that seemed to characterize British magical society. The welcome feast was held in a dining hall that somehow managed to be both grand and intimate, with long tables that accommodated students from all 4 houses, while maintaining the cozy atmosphere of a large family gathering. The food was remarkable, not just for its quality and variety, but for the way it incorporated magical and mundane culinary traditions from around the world, reflecting the diverse backgrounds of the student body and faculty. Harry found himself seated between Rebecca Clearwater and a third-year Wampus student named Marcus Running Bear, whose family had been part of the magical community in the Pacific Northwest for generations before European magical immigration began. Marcus proved to be an engaging dinner companion, combining deep knowledge of American magical history with the kind of practical wisdom that came from growing up in a community where magical and mundane concerns were seamlessly integrated. The conversation that developed around their section of the table was unlike any educational discussion Harry had ever experienced. Instead of the competitive academic posturing that seemed to characterize British magical education, these students were genuinely interested in learning from each other's diverse backgrounds and experiences. They asked thoughtful questions about Harry's knowledge of British magical traditions, while sharing insights about American magical practices that broadened his understanding of what magic could accomplish when freed from traditional European limitations. Sophia Martinez, a first-year Horned Serpent student whose family had immigrated from magical communities in South America, was particularly interested in Harry's exposure to goblin magic and international magical law. Her questions revealed a sophisticated understanding of magical theory that impressed Harry with its depth and originality, while her obvious excitement about collaborative learning opportunities made him realize how much he had been missing during his years of educational isolation. The faculty table provided another revelation about the differences between American and British magical education. The professors at Ilvermorny appeared to represent the same diversity of backgrounds and magical traditions as their students, creating a teaching environment where multiple approaches to magical theory and practice were not just tolerated, but actively encouraged and integrated into the curriculum. Professor James Clearwater, who taught care of magical creatures and was apparently another member of the extended Clearwater family network, had developed his expertise through decades of working with magical creature communities throughout North America. Professor Maria Santos, who taught healing magic and was the sister of the psychologist who had evaluated Harry in New York, had trained in both European and South American magical healing traditions before developing innovative synthesis techniques that were being studied by healers around the world. Most remarkably, Professor Running Bear, who taught magical history and was Marcus's grandfather, was a respected expert in Native American magical traditions who had worked closely with Ilvermorny's founders to develop educational approaches that honored indigenous magical knowledge while integrating it respectfully with European magical scholarship. The presence of such a diverse and accomplished faculty made Harry realize that his education at Ilvermorny would expose him to magical knowledge and techniques that simply weren't available within the constraints of British magical education. The opportunity to learn from experts who represented multiple magical traditions and cultural approaches was both exciting and slightly overwhelming in its implications for his intellectual and magical development. After the feast concluded, the new students were given tours of the school by upper-class students who served as mentors and guides during the transition period. Harry's tour was conducted by a group of students that included representatives from all four houses, reflecting his unique status and ensuring that he would understand the full range of opportunities available to him. The Horned Serpent Tower housed the school's library and research facilities, which were unlike anything Harry had imagined based on his limited exposure to British magical libraries. The collection included texts from magical traditions around the world, with particular strength in areas of magical theory that were considered too advanced or too dangerous for British magical students to study until they reached university level. The research facilities incorporated both magical and mundane scientific equipment, reflecting American magical education's commitment to understanding magic through systematic investigation, rather than simply accepting traditional explanations that might be incomplete or inaccurate. Students were encouraged to conduct original research projects that contributed to the advancement of magical knowledge rather than simply memorizing established theories and techniques. The Wampus Tower contained training facilities for combat magic and physical enhancement that were far more sophisticated than anything Harry had encountered in his research about European magical schools. The spaces were designed to accommodate everything from basic self-defense instruction to advanced aura training, with safety enchantments that allowed students to practice dangerous techniques without risking serious injury. More importantly, the combat training was embedded within a broader curriculum that emphasized protection and service rather than conquest and domination. Students learned to use their physical and magical capabilities to defend themselves and others, to respond effectively to dangerous situations, and to work collaboratively with both magical and mundane law enforcement when circumstances required such cooperation. The Pukwudgie Tower housed the school's medical facilities and healing magic instruction, which incorporated both magical healing techniques and mundane medical knowledge in ways that created more effective treatment options than either approach could achieve independently. Students learned to diagnose and treat both magical and mundane ailments, to work with patients who came from diverse cultural backgrounds, and to conduct research that advanced the understanding of how magical and mundane biology interacted. The healing magic curriculum also included significant coursework in magical psychology and counseling, reflecting American magical education's recognition that effective healing required attention to emotional and spiritual wellness as well as physical health. Students graduated with skills that made them valuable contributors to their community's overall health and well-being, rather than narrow specialists who could treat only specific categories of magical ailments. The Thunderbird Tower was perhaps the most remarkable space in the entire school, designed to accommodate advanced magical research and exploration that pushed the boundaries of what magic could accomplish. The facilities included experimental laboratories where students worked with faculty members on cutting-edge magical research, astronomical observation equipment that allowed for precise study of celestial magical influences, and containment areas where dangerous or unstable magical phenomena could be studied safely. Most significantly, the Thunderbird Tower housed the school's population of actual Thunderbirds, magnificent creatures that served as both living symbols of the house's values and active participants in advanced magical education. Students in Thunderbird House worked closely with these remarkable beings as part of their education, learning to understand magical phenomena from perspectives that were fundamentally different from human magical consciousness. Harry's introduction to the Thunderbirds was an experience that defied adequate description. The creatures were larger and more magnificent than any living being he had ever encountered, with wingspans that seemed to encompass entire horizons, and eyes that held intelligence so vast and ancient that looking into them felt like staring into the depths of the universe itself. More remarkably, Harry discovered that he could sense the Thunderbirds' emotional states and general intentions with a clarity that surprised both him and his student guides. The creatures seemed equally aware of his presence, regarding him with what appeared to be curious approval rather than the wariness they typically showed toward new students. Rebecca Clearwater, who had accompanied the tour group to observe Harry's reaction to the various house facilities, made an observation that would prove to be prophetic in ways none of them could have anticipated at the time. "I've never seen the Thunderbirds react to a new student quite like that," she noted with obvious fascination. "They usually take weeks or even months to accept students enough to allow close interaction. They seem to recognize something in you that resonates with their essential nature." The student dormitories were another revelation about the differences between American and British magical education. Rather than the rigid house separation that characterized Hogwarts, Ilvermorny's dormitory system was designed to foster cross-house friendships and collaborations while maintaining house identity and traditions. Harry's room in Thunderbird House was spacious and comfortable, with furnishings that reflected both the house's adventurous spirit and practical considerations for student comfort and academic success. Most importantly, the dormitory common areas were designed to accommodate students from multiple houses, creating natural opportunities for the kind of intellectual and social cross-pollination that strengthened the entire educational community. His dormitory roommates proved to be an interesting and diverse group that reflected Ilvermorny's international character. David Kim was a second-year student whose family had immigrated from magical communities in South Korea, bringing with them magical traditions that emphasized harmony between natural forces and human magical practice. James Blackwater was a third-year student whose family had been part of magical communities in the American Southwest for centuries, combining Native American magical traditions with Spanish colonial magical influences in ways that created entirely new approaches to magical problem-solving. The evening conversations in the Thunderbird Common Room were unlike anything Harry had experienced during his brief time in British magical society. Instead of the rigid social hierarchies and inherited prejudices that seemed to characterize British magical culture, American magical students appeared to value individual achievement and personal growth over family background and inherited status. More importantly, the intellectual discussions were genuinely collaborative rather than competitive. Students shared knowledge and insights freely, working together to understand complex magical concepts rather than hoarding information to maintain advantages over their peers. The atmosphere was one of mutual support and shared commitment to learning rather than the zero-sum competition that seemed to dominate British magical education. As Harry settled into his new dormitory room and reflected on his first day at Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, he felt a sense of rightness and belonging that he had never experienced before in his 11 years of life. The unprecedented recognition by all four houses suggested that he had found an educational environment that would challenge and support his development in ways that British magical education never could have accomplished. More importantly, he had found a community of peers and mentors who valued him for his potential contributions, rather than viewing him as a symbol to be manipulated or a problem to be managed. The opportunity to develop genuine friendships based on shared interests and mutual respect, rather than famous reputation or inherited status, was both exciting and deeply meaningful to someone who had spent his entire childhood being isolated from normal social development. The magical education that lay ahead would be challenging and demanding, requiring him to expand his understanding of magic far beyond the narrow confines of British magical tradition. But it would also be collaborative and supportive, designed to help him discover and develop all aspects of his magical potential, rather than forcing him into predetermined categories that might limit his growth and achievement. As he drifted off to sleep in his new room, surrounded by the comfortable sounds of his fellow students settling in for their first night of the academic year, Harry Potter felt something he had never experienced before in his young life. He felt genuinely excited about the challenges and opportunities that lay ahead, confident that he had finally found a place where he could discover who he really was when freed from other people's expectations and limitations. The boy who had lived in a cupboard was truly gone forever, replaced by a young wizard who was finally free to explore his full potential in an environment that valued growth, collaboration, and the pursuit of knowledge for its own sake, rather than as a tool for maintaining existing power structures. The real adventure of magical education was about to begin, and for the first time in his life, Harry Potter was the one determining the direction and pace of his own learning and development. Harry's first morning at Ilvermorny began before dawn, not because of any institutional requirement, but because he found himself wide awake in the pre-dawn darkness, his mind racing with anticipation for his first day of actual magical education. The dormitory room was quiet, except for the gentle breathing of his roommates and the distant sounds of the mountain awakening around them. Through the windows, he could see the first hints of sunrise beginning to paint the peaks in shades of gold and crimson that seemed somehow more vivid and magical than any sunrise he had ever witnessed. The sensation of being exactly where he belonged was still novel enough to require conscious acknowledgement. For 11 years, Harry had awakened each morning with the underlying tension of someone who knew he didn't fit into the environment around him. Now, surrounded by the comfortable sounds of a dormitory full of young wizards who had accepted him without question or reservation, he experienced something he was beginning to recognize as genuine peace. David Kim was already awake when Harry emerged from his bed, sitting cross-legged on his own bed in what appeared to be a meditative posture. The second-year student opened his eyes as Harry moved quietly around the room, offering a smile that suggested this early morning routine was normal rather than unusual. "The mountain energy is particularly strong at dawn," David explained in a whisper that wouldn't disturb their sleeping roommates. "My family's magical traditions emphasize harmony with natural magical cycles, so I like to spend some time each morning connecting with the local magical environment. You're welcome to join me if you're interested." Harry found himself nodding acceptance before he had fully processed what David was offering. The idea of beginning his magical education with practices that connected him to the natural magical environment of Mount Greylock was appealing in ways he couldn't quite articulate, particularly given his growing awareness that his magical development had been artificially constrained for so long. The meditation practice that David shared was unlike anything Harry had encountered in his research about European magical traditions. Rather than the formal ritual magic that seemed to characterize British magical practice, this approach emphasized quiet awareness and receptivity to the magical currents that flowed through the natural world. The technique was simple enough that Harry could follow along without difficulty, but profound enough that he immediately understood its potential value for magical development. As they sat together in comfortable silence, Harry became increasingly aware of the complex magical ecosystem that existed on and around Mount Greylock. The mountain itself pulsed with ancient magical energy that had been accumulating for thousands of years, while the forest communities that surrounded the school contributed their own distinct magical signatures to the overall environment. Most remarkably, he could sense the presence of the thunderbirds high above them, their magical essence radiating power and wisdom that seemed to permeate the entire mountain. The connection to the thunderbirds was particularly strong and somehow familiar, as if his magical signature resonated with theirs in ways that transcended normal human-creature magical interaction. The sensation was both exhilarating and slightly mysterious, suggesting depths of magical connection that he didn't yet understand, but that felt fundamentally important to his development as a wizard. When their meditation session concluded, David made an observation that would prove to be remarkably perceptive. "Your magical signature has some interesting resonances," he noted, with the kind of casual expertise that suggested extensive experience in magical energy work. "There's something about your connection to the thunderbirds that feels deeper than typical student-creature bonding. You might want to mention that to Professor Running Bear when you start your magical creatures classes." The suggestion that his unusual connection to the thunderbirds might be educationally significant was both exciting and slightly concerning. Harry was still adjusting to the idea that his magical abilities and characteristics might be assets to be developed rather than problems to be managed or hidden. The Thunderbird common room was already bustling with activity when Harry and David made their way downstairs for breakfast. The space was designed to accommodate students from multiple years and diverse backgrounds, with comfortable seating areas that encouraged informal conversation and collaboration alongside study spaces equipped with the kind of advanced magical research tools that Harry had only read about in theoretical texts. Rebecca Clearwater was waiting for them, with a group of other students who had volunteered to help new students navigate their first days at Ilvermorny. Her presence was both reassuring and indicative of the kind of supportive community culture that seemed to characterize American magical education. Rather than leaving new students to figure out complex systems on their own, upper-class students took active responsibility for ensuring that everyone had the support they needed to succeed. The breakfast conversation provided Harry with his first detailed introduction to the daily rhythms and expectations of Ilvermorny student life. The academic schedule was more demanding than anything he had encountered in his limited exposure to British magical education, but it was also more flexible and responsive to individual student interests and capabilities. Rather than following rigid house-based schedules that predetermined which subjects students would study and at what pace, Ilvermorny students worked with faculty advisors to design academic programs that challenged their strengths while addressing areas where they needed additional development. Advanced students could accelerate through material they found easy while spending additional time on subjects that required more intensive study. Most remarkably, students were encouraged to pursue independent research projects that interested them, working directly with faculty members who shared their scholarly passions. The emphasis was on developing genuine expertise and contributing original knowledge to the magical community, rather than simply memorizing established information and demonstrating compliance with predetermined expectations. "Your first week will be mostly diagnostic assessments," Rebecca explained as she guided the group toward the dining hall. "The professors need to understand your current level of knowledge and your learning preferences so they can design appropriate academic programs for you. Some students find the assessments challenging, but they're designed to identify your strengths and interests rather than to judge whether you measure up to arbitrary standards. The dining hall was even more impressive in the morning light than it had been during the welcome feast. The space somehow managed to accommodate the entire student body while maintaining an intimate atmosphere that encouraged cross-house interaction and collaboration. The food service incorporated both magical and mundane preparation techniques, creating meals that were nutritious and delicious while accommodating the diverse dietary needs and cultural preferences of the international student body. Harry found himself seated at a table that included students from all 4 houses, representing multiple years and a variety of academic interests. The conversation was intellectually stimulating without being competitive, with students sharing insights about their studies and asking thoughtful questions about each other's research projects and academic goals. Sophia Martinez, the first-year Horned Serpent student he had met the previous evening, was particularly interested in discussing the theoretical foundations of magical practice and their practical applications. Her questions revealed a sophisticated understanding of magical theory that impressed Harry with its depth and originality, while her obvious enthusiasm for collaborative learning made him realize how much he had been missing during his years of educational isolation. Marcus Running Bear contributed insights about the integration of different magical traditions that challenged Harry's assumptions about how magic worked and how it could be studied most effectively. The third-year Wampus students' knowledge of Native American magical practices provided perspectives on magical theory that were entirely new to Harry, expanding his understanding of what magic could accomplish when freed from European limitations. The faculty members who joined students for meals added another dimension to the intellectual atmosphere that characterized Ilvermorny's educational environment. Rather than maintaining formal distance from students, professors engaged in casual conversations that extended classroom learning into informal settings where ideas could be explored more freely and creatively. Professor James Clearwater, who taught care of magical creatures, made a point of introducing himself to Harry and expressing particular interest in his unusual connection to the Thunderbirds. The professor's manner was professionally curious rather than invasively personal, suggesting someone who understood the importance of respecting student privacy while offering appropriate academic guidance. "I understand you've already made quite an impression on our Thunderbird population," Professor Clearwater observed with obvious fascination. "That's remarkable for a new student, particularly one without previous exposure to American magical creatures. I'd be very interested in working with you to understand the nature of that connection and how it might inform your magical education." The offer of individualized attention from a faculty member who was clearly an expert in his field was both exciting and slightly overwhelming. Harry was still adjusting to the idea that his unusual characteristics might be valued and developed rather than viewed as problems to be managed or minimized. The first class of Harry's Ilvermorny career was magical theory with Professor Santos, who proved to be as intellectually engaging as her sister had been therapeutically insightful during Harry's evaluation in New York. The classroom was unlike anything Harry had expected, based on his knowledge of European magical education, incorporating both traditional magical instruction techniques and innovative approaches that drew on mundane educational research. Rather than sitting passively while a professor lectured about predetermined material, students were immediately engaged in collaborative exploration of fundamental questions about the nature of magic and its relationship to consciousness, intention, and natural forces. The approach was intellectually rigorous, but also personally engaging, requiring students to think critically about their own magical experiences while learning to understand the theoretical frameworks that explained magical phenomena. Professor Santos began the class with a question that challenged every assumption Harry had developed about magical education during his research about British magical schools. "What is magic?" she asked, with the kind of casual directness that suggested she genuinely wanted to understand her students' perspectives rather than simply testing their memorization of standard answers. The discussion that followed was unlike any educational experience Harry had ever encountered. Students offered diverse perspectives based on their cultural backgrounds and personal magical experiences, while Professor Santos facilitated a conversation that helped everyone understand how different approaches to magic could be complementary rather than contradictory. Sofia Martinez contributed insights about magical theory from South American traditions that emphasized the emotional and spiritual aspects of magical practice. Marcus Running Bear shared perspectives from Native American magical traditions that focused on harmony between human intention and natural forces. David Kim offered insights from East Asian magical philosophy that emphasized balance and cyclical energy patterns. Harry found himself contributing observations about his own magical experiences that he had never shared with anyone, particularly his growing awareness that his magical abilities seemed to respond to emotional states and spiritual connections rather than simply technical knowledge and mechanical spell execution. The classroom environment made such personal sharing feel safe and intellectually valuable rather than invasive or potentially dangerous. Professor Santos's response to the diverse perspectives offered by her students was both academically rigorous and personally affirming. Rather than dismissing alternative approaches to magical theory or insisting that European magical traditions were inherently superior, she helped students understand how different cultural approaches to magic reflected different aspects of the same fundamental phenomena. All of these perspectives are correct within their specific contexts, she explained with obvious enthusiasm for the intellectual complexity of the discussion. Magic is simultaneously a natural force, a manifestation of consciousness, an expression of cultural understanding, and a tool for practical problem-solving. Understanding magic completely requires integrating insights from multiple traditions rather than limiting ourselves to single approaches. The theoretical framework that Professor Santos presented for understanding magical phenomena was far more sophisticated and inclusive than anything Harry had encountered in his research about British magical education. Rather than treating magic as a collection of discrete techniques to be memorized and executed, American magical theory approached magic as a complex system that could be understood and developed through systematic study that incorporated multiple perspectives and methodologies. The practical applications of this theoretical approach became apparent during Harry's second class of the day, Practical Magic with Professor Running Bear. The elderly professor was Marcus's grandfather and a respected expert in Native American magical traditions, but his teaching style incorporated insights from multiple magical cultures in ways that created more effective learning experiences than any single tradition could provide independently. The classroom was designed to accommodate both individual practice and collaborative learning, with spaces that could be reconfigured quickly to support different types of magical instruction. Most remarkably, the room incorporated living elements that responded to magical energy, providing immediate feedback about the effectiveness of student spell work in ways that helped everyone understand how their magical techniques could be improved. Professor Running Bear began the class with practical demonstrations that illustrated the theoretical concepts they had discussed earlier, showing how different approaches to the same magical goals could produce different results depending on the practitioner's cultural background, personal magical style, and level of theoretical understanding. Rather than teaching predetermined spells that all students were expected to master in identical ways, Professor Running Bear helped students understand the underlying principles of magical practice and then encouraged them to develop techniques that worked effectively with their individual magical signatures and cultural backgrounds. The approach was both more challenging and more rewarding than Harry had expected. Instead of simply memorizing predetermined incantations and wand movements, students were required to understand why particular techniques worked and how they could be adapted to different situations and personal magical styles. Harry's own magical development during this first practical class was remarkable in ways that surprised both him and his classmates. The removal of the monitoring charms and spiritual contamination had apparently unleashed capabilities that had been suppressed for so long that even Harry hadn't fully understood his potential. The spells that other students found challenging came naturally to Harry, often requiring only a single demonstration before he could reproduce them with confidence and precision. More remarkably, he seemed to have an intuitive understanding of how spells could be modified and improved, frequently achieving results that exceeded the standard expectations for first-year students. Professor Running Bear's reaction to Harry's magical performance was professionally interested rather than overly effusive, but Harry could sense that the elderly professor was impressed by both the strength of his magical abilities and his apparent instinctive understanding of magical principles. "You have remarkable magical intuition, young Potter," the professor observed during a quiet moment when other students were practicing basic levitation charms. "Your approach to magic suggests previous exposure to advanced magical concepts, though I understand you haven't had formal magical education before arriving at Ilvermorny." Harry's explanation about his independent research and the recent removal of magical constraints on his development seemed to satisfy Professor Running Bear's curiosity, while opening up new avenues for educational exploration. The professor was particularly interested in Harry's description of goblin magic and its effects on his magical core and spiritual development. Goblin magic operates on principles that are quite different from human magical traditions, Professor Running Bear noted with obvious scholarly interest. The fact that goblin magical intervention enhanced rather than diminished your natural abilities suggests that you may have innate magical characteristics that respond well to non-European magical approaches. The suggestion that his magical development might benefit from exposure to diverse magical traditions was both exciting and consistent with everything Harry was learning about American magical education. Rather than being limited to British magical techniques that might not suit his particular magical signature, he would have opportunities to explore magical approaches from around the world and develop techniques that worked optimally with his individual capabilities. The Care of Magical Creatures class with Professor James Clearwater proved to be the most remarkable educational experience of Harry's first day at Ilvermorny. The class was conducted partly in traditional classroom settings, but primarily through direct interaction with the magical creatures that lived on and around Mount Greylock, creating learning opportunities that were both intellectually challenging and personally transformative. The Thunderbirds were the most magnificent creatures Harry had ever encountered, and his connection to them proved to be even stronger than anyone had anticipated. When Professor Clearwater introduced the class to a young Thunderbird named Skyweaver, the creature's reaction to Harry's presence was immediate and unmistakable. The Thunderbird approached Harry with confident curiosity, rather than the cautious interest it typically showed toward new students. More remarkably, Harry found that he could sense Skyweaver's emotional state and general intentions with startling clarity, while the Thunderbird seemed equally aware of Harry's thoughts and feelings. The communication that developed between Harry and Skyweaver was unlike anything Professor Clearwater had observed in decades of working with magical creatures. Rather than the gradual trust-building that typically characterized human Thunderbird relationships, Harry and Skyweaver achieved almost immediate rapport that suggested deep compatibility between their magical signatures. "This is quite extraordinary," Professor Clearwater observed, as he watched Harry and Skyweaver interact with natural ease and mutual understanding. Thunderbirds are typically very selective about forming close relationships with human wizards, and such relationships usually develop over months or years rather than minutes. The connection Harry felt with Skyweaver was unlike anything he had experienced, even during his previous magical revelations and transformations. The Thunderbird's consciousness was vast and ancient, filled with knowledge about magical forces and natural phenomena that human wizards rarely encountered. More importantly, there was something about Skyweaver's essential nature that resonated with aspects of Harry's own magical signature that he was only beginning to understand. As the class continued, Harry discovered that his connection with Skyweaver enhanced his understanding of other magical creatures as well. He seemed to have developed an intuitive ability to communicate with a variety of species, understanding their needs and motivations in ways that allowed him to interact with them safely and beneficially. The practical applications of this enhanced magical creature communication became apparent when the class encountered an injured bowtruckle that had been brought to the school's creature rehabilitation facility. While other students struggled to approach the frightened creature safely, Harry was able to establish communication that allowed him to understand the nature of its injuries and provide appropriate assistance. Professor Clearwater's evaluation of Harry's performance during his first Care of Magical Creatures class was both professionally impressed and personally concerned about the implications of such remarkable abilities in a first-year student. "Your natural affinity for magical creature communication is exceptional," the professor noted, as they concluded the class session. "I've seen similar abilities in students who went on to become world-renowned experts in magical creature research and conservation. However, such strong connections can also be emotionally demanding, particularly for young wizards who haven't yet learned to manage the intensity of interspecies magical bonding." The warning about the emotional demands of magical creature communication was both appreciated and concerning. Harry was beginning to understand that his enhanced magical abilities came with responsibilities and challenges that he hadn't fully anticipated when he chose to leave Britain and seek American magical education. The final class of Harry's first day was Advanced Magical History, with Professor Maria Running Bear, Marcus's grandmother, and an expert in the integration of diverse magical historical traditions. The class was unlike any history instruction Harry had encountered during his limited exposure to British magical education, focusing on understanding historical patterns and their contemporary implications rather than simply memorizing predetermined facts and dates. Professor Running Bear's approach to magical history emphasized the interconnections between different magical communities and the ways that cultural exchange and collaboration had advanced magical knowledge and practice throughout history. Rather than presenting European magical history as the central narrative with other traditions as peripheral additions, American magical history was taught as a complex story of diverse communities working together to create something unprecedented in the global magical world. The historical perspective that Professor Running Bear provided on Harry's own situation was both illuminating and deeply relevant to his current circumstances. The integration of British magical refugees into American magical society was part of a much larger historical pattern of magical immigrants finding opportunities and freedom in American magical communities when their home countries became too restrictive or dangerous for continued residence. Many of our most accomplished magical citizens came to America as young people seeking educational and professional opportunities that weren't available in their birth countries, Professor Running Bear explained as she discussed the immigration patterns that had shaped American magical society. The diversity of magical traditions and approaches that characterizes our community today is largely the result of talented individuals choosing to contribute their knowledge and abilities to a society that valued their potential rather than limiting it based on inherited prejudices or rigid institutional expectations. The historical precedent for his own situation was both reassuring and inspiring. Harry was not the first young wizard to seek alternatives to British magical education, and the success stories of previous magical immigrants suggested that his decision to pursue American magical citizenship could lead to achievements that would have been impossible within the constraints of British magical society. As Harry's first day of classes concluded and he made his way back to Thunderbird House for dinner, he reflected on how dramatically his understanding of magical education had been transformed in just a few hours of actual instruction. The collaborative approach to learning, the integration of multiple magical traditions, and the emphasis on developing individual potential, rather than conforming to predetermined expectations, represented everything he had hoped to find when he chose to leave Britain. More importantly, the genuine enthusiasm and support of his fellow students and faculty members made him realize that he had found not just a better educational environment, but also a community where he could develop authentic relationships based on shared interests and mutual respect, rather than famous reputation or inherited status. The evening conversation in the Thunderbird Common Room was intellectually stimulating and personally engaging in ways that confirmed Harry's growing sense that he had made exactly the right choice in seeking American magical education. His fellow students were interested in his perspectives on magical theory and practice, while offering insights from their own diverse backgrounds that expanded his understanding of what magic could accomplish when freed from artificial limitations. Rebecca Clearwater's observation about his first day captured much of what Harry was feeling about his new educational environment. "You seem to be adapting to Ilvermorny's approach remarkably well," she noted with obvious satisfaction. "Most international students take several weeks to adjust to our emphasis on collaborative learning and individual development, but you appear to have grasped the fundamental philosophy almost immediately. The recognition that he was thriving in an educational environment that valued collaboration over competition and personal growth over conformity was deeply meaningful to someone who had spent 11 years being told that he should be grateful for whatever educational opportunities others chose to provide. As he prepared for sleep in his comfortable dormitory room, surrounded by the sounds of fellow students who had accepted him without reservation or ulterior motive, Harry Potter felt something he had never experienced before in his young life. He felt genuinely excited about the intellectual challenges and learning opportunities that lay ahead, confident that he had finally found an educational environment where he could discover and develop his full potential without artificial constraints or manipulative agendas. The boy who had been hidden away from magical education for 11 years was gone forever, replaced by a young scholar who was finally free to explore the full scope of magical knowledge and practice in an environment that celebrated intellectual curiosity and collaborative achievement. The real adventure of magical learning had begun, and for the first time in his life, Harry Potter was the one determining the direction and pace of his own educational journey. The November chill that settled over Mount Greylock brought with it the approach of Thanksgiving break, Harry's first experience with an American holiday that had no equivalent in British culture. The concept of a celebration specifically dedicated to gratitude and family gathering was both foreign and deeply appealing to someone who had spent 11 years in a household where gratitude was demanded but never modeled, and where family gatherings consisted primarily of finding new ways to make him feel unwelcome and unwanted. Rebecca Clearwater's invitation to spend the holiday with her family had come as both a surprise and a profound relief. Harry had been dreading the prospect of remaining at school during the break, not because he disliked Ilvermorny, but because the idea of being alone while his fellow students enjoyed family celebrations brought back uncomfortable memories of countless holidays spent locked in his cupboard while the Dursleys enjoyed festivities that explicitly excluded him. The offer to join the Clearwater family for Thanksgiving represented more than simple holiday hospitality. It was Harry's first invitation to participate in a genuine family celebration, his first opportunity to observe how healthy families interacted with each other, and his first chance to experience the kind of unconditional welcome that he was beginning to understand was normal in functional family systems. The journey to the Clearwater family home was accomplished via a combination of magical transportation and mundane travel that illustrated the integrated approach to magical and non-magical technology that characterized American magical society. Rather than the complete separation between magical and mundane worlds that seemed to define British magical culture, American magical families appeared to navigate both worlds with comfortable ease. The Clearwater Reservation was located in the mountains of western Massachusetts, in territory that had been continuously occupied by magical Native American communities for thousands of years before European magical immigration began. The landscape was breathtaking in its wild beauty, with forests that seemed to pulse with ancient magical energy and streams that sparkled with more than reflected sunlight. Harry's first glimpse of truly integrated magical and mundane community came as they approached the reservation proper. The buildings incorporated both traditional Native American architectural elements and modern conveniences, while the community spaces were designed to accommodate both magical and non-magical activities with seamless efficiency. More importantly, the people they encountered represented a diversity of backgrounds and magical traditions that reflected the Clearwater family's commitment to inclusive community building. Native American magical practitioners worked alongside immigrants from various magical communities around the world, sharing knowledge and techniques in ways that strengthened everyone's magical capabilities while preserving distinct cultural identities. Rebecca's grandmother, who introduced herself as Elizabeth Clearwater, was perhaps the most remarkable person Harry had ever met. Her presence radiated the kind of deep wisdom that came from decades of working with both magical and mundane healing traditions, while her manner combined maternal warmth with the kind of practical competence that made everyone around her feel safe and cared for. The elderly woman's evaluation of Harry was thorough and compassionate, conducted with the kind of gentle directness that suggested extensive experience in working with young people who had experienced trauma or displacement. Her questions about his background and current circumstances were aimed at understanding his needs rather than satisfying curiosity, and her responses to his answers demonstrated the kind of informed empathy that made sharing difficult experiences feel healing rather than invasive. "You carry old pain, child," Elizabeth observed, as they sat together in her kitchen, while Rebecca helped other family members with dinner preparations. Pain that was inflicted deliberately by people who should have protected and nurtured you instead of using you for their own purposes. But you also carry strength and wisdom that came from refusing to let that pain define who you could become. The recognition of both his trauma and his resilience was profoundly validating in ways that Harry hadn't fully anticipated. For 11 years, he had been told that his suffering was either imaginary, deserved, or necessary for greater purposes. Having an adult acknowledge that his experiences had been genuinely harmful, while also recognizing his strength in surviving and transcending them, was both healing and empowering. Elizabeth's explanation of her family's magical traditions provided Harry with his first detailed introduction to Native American magical practices, approaches to magic that were fundamentally different from the European magical traditions he had encountered in his research. Rather than the hierarchical, competitive magic that seemed to characterize British magical culture, Native American magical practices emphasized harmony, balance, and collaborative relationships with natural forces. "Our magic is not about controlling or dominating natural forces," Elizabeth explained, as she demonstrated techniques for sensing and working with the magical energies that flowed through the land around them. "We seek to understand our place within the larger patterns of magical energy that sustain all life, and we use our abilities to maintain harmony between human communities and the natural world that supports us." The philosophical approach to magic that Elizabeth described was both intellectually fascinating and personally resonant for Harry, whose own magical development seemed to respond well to collaborative rather than dominative approaches to magical practice. The idea that magic could be used to create harmony rather than to impose control was particularly appealing to someone who had been subjected to so much manipulative magical intervention throughout his childhood. The practical applications of these collaborative magical techniques became apparent as Harry spent time working with Elizabeth and other family members on various projects around the reservation. Rather than the individual competition that seemed to define British magical education, Native American magical practice emphasized group work and shared responsibility for community well-being. Harry found himself participating in magical preservation of the autumn harvest, community protection wards that required multiple practitioners working in harmony, and healing ceremonies that addressed both physical ailments and spiritual imbalances. The work was challenging and deeply satisfying in ways that his previous magical experiences had never achieved. More importantly, the collaborative approach to magic seemed to enhance rather than constrain his individual magical development. Working in harmony with other practitioners helped Harry understand aspects of his own magical signature that he hadn't been able to explore through individual practice, while the group magical work amplified his natural abilities in ways that felt both powerful and perfectly safe. The evening before Thanksgiving was devoted to traditional storytelling that served both entertainment and educational purposes, sharing cultural knowledge and family history in ways that helped younger community members understand their place within larger historical and cultural contexts. Harry's inclusion in these intimate family traditions was both an honor and a revelation about how healthy communities transmitted wisdom across generations. The stories that Elizabeth and other elders shared dealt with themes that resonated powerfully with Harry's own experiences. Tales of young people who discovered hidden strengths when faced with seemingly impossible challenges. Narratives about individuals who had to choose between accepting the limitations others imposed on them and fighting for the freedom to determine their own destinies. Stories about the importance of community support and the dangers of isolation and manipulation. One story in particular seemed directed specifically toward Harry's circumstances, though Elizabeth's manner was too subtle and respectful for her to make the connection explicit. The tale concerned a young warrior who had been marked by dark magic, but who discovered that his connection to creatures of pure spiritual energy could gradually purify the contamination and restore his natural magical balance. The metaphorical parallels to Harry's situation with the Horcrux were obvious, but not uncomfortably direct, presented as traditional wisdom rather than personal advice. The story suggested that healing from spiritual contamination was possible, but required patience, community support, and regular exposure to beings whose magical essence naturally counteracted dark influences. The Thanksgiving celebration itself was unlike anything Harry had ever experienced, combining traditional Native American gratitude ceremonies with elements adopted from various cultural traditions represented within the extended Clearwater family network. The result was a holiday celebration that honored diverse backgrounds while creating something uniquely American in its inclusive approach to community building. The meal was prepared collaboratively, with everyone contributing dishes that represented their cultural heritage and personal preferences. Harry found himself working alongside Rebecca's cousins, aunts, uncles, and family friends, who represented magical communities from around the world, all of whom had found welcome and belonging within the Clearwater family's extended network. The preparation process was as important as the final meal, creating opportunities for conversation and relationship building that helped Harry understand how healthy families functioned when they prioritized mutual support and genuine affection over hierarchy and control. The casual way that multiple generations worked together, sharing knowledge and responsibilities while maintaining respect for individual contributions, was a revelation for someone whose only previous family experience had involved rigid power structures and deliberate exclusion. The gratitude ceremony that preceded the meal was perhaps the most meaningful religious experience of Harry's life, conducted with reverence and sincerity, while remaining inclusive of the diverse spiritual traditions represented among the gathered family and friends. Rather than prescriptive ritual that required specific beliefs or practices, the ceremony created space for everyone to express appreciation in ways that felt authentic to their own cultural and spiritual backgrounds. When Elizabeth invited Harry to share something he was grateful for, he found himself speaking more honestly about his experiences than he had ever done before. The supportive atmosphere and genuine interest of his audience made it safe to acknowledge both the difficulties of his past and the hope he felt about his future, creating a moment of authentic vulnerability that deepened his connection to this remarkable family community. "I am grateful for the opportunity to discover who I really am when I'm free to make my own choices," Harry said, with emotion that surprised him with its intensity. "I am grateful for teachers who care about helping me learn rather than controlling what I'm allowed to know. Most of all, I am grateful for friends who see me as Harry rather than as a symbol or a problem to be managed." The response to his heartfelt expression of gratitude was warmly supportive without being overly emotional, striking the perfect balance between acknowledgement and respect for his privacy. The family's acceptance of his gratitude as genuine contribution to their celebration, rather than charity case to be pitied, was both healing and empowering. The afternoon following the meal was devoted to outdoor activities that allowed Harry to experience the magical wilderness surrounding the reservation in the company of people who understood its spiritual significance and practical possibilities. The guided exploration was both recreational and educational, providing insights into magical creature communities and natural magical phenomena that expanded his understanding of magic as a living system rather than a collection of techniques to be mastered. It was during this wilderness exploration that Harry encountered wild thunderbirds for the first time, an experience that would prove to be transformative in ways that none of them could have anticipated. The creatures were even more magnificent in their natural habitat than they had been at Ilvermorny, their presence so powerful and ancient that the very air seemed to vibrate with elemental energy. The reaction of the thunderbirds to Harry's presence was immediate and unprecedented. Rather than the cautious interest that even experienced magical creature researchers typically encountered, the wild thunderbirds approached Harry with confident recognition, as if they had been waiting for him specifically, and were pleased to finally make his acquaintance. Elizabeth's reaction to this extraordinary display of thunderbird acceptance was both professionally fascinated and personally concerned. In 60 years of working with magical creatures, she had never witnessed such immediate and complete acceptance by wild thunderbirds, whose natural wariness made them extremely selective about human contact. The communication that developed between Harry and the Thunderbird Elder was unlike anything that had been documented in magical creature research literature. Rather than the gradual trust-building that typically characterized human Thunderbird relationships, Harry achieved almost instantaneous rapport with creatures whose consciousness seemed vast and ancient, beyond human comprehension. The Thunderbird Elder, whose presence radiated power and wisdom accumulated over centuries of existence, examined Harry with attention that felt both honoring and slightly overwhelming. The creature's consciousness touched his mind with gentle curiosity, exploring the contours of his magical signature and spiritual condition with the kind of thorough evaluation that a master healer might conduct on a patient with complex medical needs. What the Thunderbird discovered during this examination sent ripples of recognition and concern through the entire flock. The presence of the Horcrux fragment was immediately apparent to creatures whose essential nature was completely antithetical to soul magic and spiritual corruption. More importantly, they recognized the gradual weakening of the soul fragment that had been taking place since Harry's arrival at Ilvermorny and his regular exposure to Thunderbird influence. The communication that followed was conducted through methods that transcended normal human-creature interaction, involving direct sharing of images, emotions, and concepts that bypassed the limitations of spoken language. Harry found himself understanding complex information about soul magic, spiritual healing, and the natural processes that could restore magical and spiritual balance when artificial contamination had been introduced. The Thunderbirds revealed that his regular proximity to their kind at Ilvermorny had indeed been gradually weakening the Horcrux fragment, exactly as the Goblin Griphook had predicted when discussing possible methods for natural soul fragment removal. The creatures of pure soul energy were natural enemies of artificial soul manipulation, and extended exposure to their presence would eventually cause the foreign soul fragment to deteriorate completely. More remarkably, the Thunderbird Elder offered to accelerate this natural healing process through direct intervention that would be both safer and more effective than any human magical technique for Horcrux removal. The procedure would require Harry to spend several days in close contact with the Thunderbird flock, allowing their pure soul energy to systematically dissolve the artificial spiritual contamination that had been imposed on him without his knowledge or consent. Elizabeth's translation of this unprecedented offer was both professionally amazed and personally protective, reflecting her concern for Harry's well-being alongside her fascination with the magical and spiritual implications of what the Thunderbirds were proposing. "They're offering you something that no human magical healer could provide," she explained with obvious awe at the magnitude of what was being suggested. Thunderbirds possess natural abilities to cleanse spiritual contamination that go far beyond anything our magical traditions have developed. If they're willing to work directly with you to remove the soul fragment, you could be completely free of that burden within days rather than months or years. The prospect of rapid removal of the Horcrux was both exhilarating and slightly terrifying. Harry had grown accustomed to the gradual weakening of the soul fragment and the corresponding improvement in his magical abilities and emotional stability. The idea that he could be completely free of Voldemort's influence within a matter of days was almost too wonderful to fully comprehend. The decision to accept the Thunderbird's offer was made easier by Elizabeth's obvious confidence in the creature's abilities and intentions. Her decades of experience working with magical creatures and spiritual healing gave weight to her assessment that the proposed intervention was both safe and potentially life-changing in the most positive possible ways. The ritual preparation required for Thunderbird soul healing was unlike anything Harry had encountered in his research about European magical practices. Rather than the complex ceremonial requirements that seemed to characterize British magical healing, the Thunderbird approach emphasized simplicity, natural harmony, and receptive openness to spiritual intervention. The physical preparation involved fasting and meditation designed to clear Harry's magical and spiritual systems of any influences that might interfere with the Thunderbird's healing work. The mental preparation required him to consciously release his attachment to the enhanced magical knowledge that the Horcrux had provided, accepting that true freedom meant giving up artificial advantages in favor of authentic personal development. The emotional preparation was perhaps the most challenging aspect of the process, requiring Harry to confront and process the full scope of what had been done to him without his knowledge or consent. The Horcrux had not simply been a spiritual burden, but also a violation of his fundamental autonomy, an artificial influence that had shaped his thoughts, emotions, and magical development in ways that he was only beginning to understand. Elizabeth's guidance throughout this preparation process was both professionally competent and personally supportive, helping Harry understand that his anger about the violation he had experienced was both justified and healthy, while also preparing him to release that anger as part of the healing process. Healing requires both acknowledgement of harm and willingness to move beyond the harm toward something better, she explained, as they worked through the complex emotions that arose during the preparation process. You have every right to be angry about what was done to you, but holding on to that anger will interfere with your ability to receive the gift of complete healing that the Thunderbirds are offering. The 3 days that Harry spent in close contact with the Thunderbird flock were perhaps the most transformative experience of his young life. The creatures maintained constant vigil over him, as their combined soul energy systematically dissolved the artificial spiritual contamination that had been imposed on him since infancy. The process was neither painful nor traumatic, involving instead a gradual lightening of spiritual burden that Harry had carried for so long he had forgotten what complete spiritual freedom felt like. As the Horcrux fragment weakened and finally dissolved entirely, Harry experienced increasing clarity of thought, emotional stability, and magical power that represented his true, natural capabilities, rather than artificially enhanced or constrained abilities. The moment when the last traces of the Horcrux finally disappeared was marked by a surge of pure spiritual energy that seemed to flow through Harry's entire being, cleansing away every trace of Voldemort's influence and restoring his magical core to its natural state. The sensation was indescribable, like emerging from a lifetime of breathing polluted air into an environment of perfect clarity and purity. The Thunderbird Elder's final communication to Harry was both a blessing and a promise of continued protection. The creature conveyed images of spiritual freedom, magical authenticity, and the kind of deep peace that came from being completely free of artificial influences and manipulations. When Harry returned to the Clearwater family home after his time with the Thunderbirds, the change in his appearance and presence was immediately apparent to everyone who had known him before the healing. The subtle tension and underlying darkness that had always shadowed his eyes were completely gone, replaced by the kind of clear confidence that came from perfect spiritual health and authentic self-knowledge. Elizabeth's evaluation of the healing results was both professionally satisfied and personally moved by the magnitude of the transformation she had witnessed. The elderly healer had participated in many spiritual cleansing ceremonies over her long career, but she had never seen such complete and successful removal of serious spiritual contamination. "You are completely free now," she told Harry with obvious satisfaction and genuine happiness for his achievement. "The darkness that was forced into your spirit has been dissolved entirely, and your natural magical and spiritual capabilities can develop without any artificial constraints or influences. You are finally, truly yourself." The return journey to Ilvermorny was accomplished in a state of euphoric clarity that made everything Harry encountered seem more vivid and meaningful than ever before. Colors appeared richer, sounds carried greater depth and complexity, and his magical senses detected subtleties in the natural world that had been invisible to him when his spiritual perception had been clouded by the Horcrux fragment. More importantly, Harry felt a sense of complete ownership of his own thoughts, emotions, and magical abilities for the first time in his life. The subtle influence that had shaped his development since infancy was gone entirely, leaving him free to discover who Harry Potter really was when freed from all external manipulation and artificial enhancement. Rebecca's reaction to Harry's transformed appearance and presence was both thrilled and slightly awed by the magnitude of the change she could observe. Her training in healing magic made her particularly sensitive to spiritual and magical alterations, and she could immediately detect that something fundamental had shifted in Harry's magical signature. "You look completely different," she observed with obvious fascination as they traveled back towards school. "Not just physically, though you do look healthier and more relaxed than I've ever seen you. Your entire magical presence feels cleaner somehow, as if something that was interfering with your natural abilities has been removed entirely." The explanation of what had occurred during his time with the Thunderbirds left Rebecca both professionally amazed and personally thrilled for Harry's achievement. Her knowledge of healing magic helped her understand the significance of what the Thunderbirds had accomplished, while her friendship with Harry made her genuinely happy that he had finally achieved complete freedom from the spiritual burdens he had carried unknowingly for so long. As they approached Ilvermorny, and Harry contemplated returning to his magical education as a completely free and authentic person for the first time in his life, he felt a deep sense of gratitude for the chain of events that had led him to this moment of complete spiritual liberation. His decision to escape British magical control had led him to American magical education, which had introduced him to Thunderbird House and regular contact with the creatures whose nature was perfectly suited to provide the healing he needed. The friendships he had developed at Ilvermorny had led to Rebecca's family invitation, which had provided access to the kind of expert spiritual guidance and Thunderbird contact that made complete healing possible. Every choice he had made in pursuit of freedom and authentic education had contributed to this ultimate achievement of complete liberation from the artificial influences that had shaped his entire life. He was finally, genuinely, completely free to discover and develop his own authentic potential without any external manipulation or constraint. The boy who had carried a piece of his parents' murderer's soul for 11 years was gone forever, replaced by a young man whose spirit was entirely his own and whose future was limited only by his own choices and efforts. As Ilvermorny came into view through the winter evening, Harry Potter smiled with genuine joy for the first time in his life, knowing that tomorrow he would begin the most authentic phase of his magical education as a completely free and spiritually whole person. The real adventure of self-discovery was about to begin. The December snow that blanketed Mount Greylock transformed Ilvermorny into something that seemed lifted from the most beautiful winter fairy tale, though the magical enhancements that kept the school comfortable and accessible made the harsh New England winter feel welcoming rather than forbidding. Harry's first experience with a magical American Christmas was shaping up to be unlike anything he could have imagined during his years of holiday isolation in the cupboard under the stairs. The decision to remain at school during the winter break had been an easy one for Harry, though not for the reasons that might have kept him at Hogwarts. Rather than having nowhere else to go, Harry chose to stay at Ilvermorny because he genuinely wanted to experience Christmas in the place that had become his first real home. The prospect of spending the holidays surrounded by friends who had chosen to stay for various reasons, rather than being alone while everyone else enjoyed family celebrations, was both novel and deeply appealing. The international character of Ilvermorny's student body meant that winter break attracted students from around the world whose families were too distant for practical holiday visits, creating a diverse and intimate community of young wizards who would celebrate the season together. Rather than the lonely isolation Harry had expected based on his previous holiday experiences, the school during break buzzed with collaborative energy and genuine excitement about creating shared celebrations. Rebecca Clearwater had chosen to stay partially to keep Harry company during his first American Christmas, but primarily because her family's winter ceremonies required her presence at the school to maintain certain protective magical workings that helped shield the mountain community during the harsh winter months. Her explanation of the practical magical responsibilities that kept her at school was Harry's first introduction to the idea that student life could involve genuine contribution to community welfare rather than simply personal academic advancement. Marcus Running Bear remained at school because his family's winter traditions involved sacred ceremonies that were conducted in the mountains surrounding Ilvermorny, making the school an ideal base for participating in cultural observances that were both personally meaningful and academically relevant to his studies in magical creature communication and environmental magic. Sofia Martinez stayed because her family was traveling to visit relatives in South America, a journey that would take several weeks and would interfere with the independent research project she was conducting on the integration of different magical theoretical frameworks. Her decision to prioritize her academic work over family obligations was both impressive and indicative of the intellectual seriousness that characterized many Ilvermorny students. The group that formed around these core friendships included international students from magical communities in Asia, Africa, and Europe, creating a celebration that incorporated holiday traditions from around the world while maintaining the collaborative spirit that characterized all aspects of Ilvermorny's educational philosophy. The weeks leading up to Christmas were filled with planning sessions that were as educationally valuable as they were personally enjoyable. Students researched holiday traditions from their various cultural backgrounds, sharing knowledge about different approaches to winter celebrations, and working together to create observances that honored diverse traditions while building something uniquely American in its inclusive approach. Harry found himself contributing knowledge about British Christmas traditions that he had absorbed through observation and reading rather than personal experience, while learning about celebrations that were entirely new to him. The Chinese students shared information about winter solstice observances that emphasized harmony and balance. The African students contributed traditions that focused on community strength and mutual support during difficult times. The European students offered insights about various regional approaches to holiday celebration that differed significantly from the British practices Harry had observed from a distance. The collaborative approach to holiday planning was both intellectually stimulating and emotionally healing for Harry, providing his first opportunity to participate in creating celebrations rather than simply observing them from outside. The recognition that his contributions were valued and that his perspectives were welcomed as part of the group's collective decision-making was profoundly meaningful to someone who had spent 11 years being excluded from family celebrations. Professor Fontaine's decision to remain at school during the break to oversee the international students was characteristic of the personal attention and genuine care that Ilvermorny faculty members provided to students who needed additional support. Her presence ensured that the celebrating students had appropriate adult guidance while maintaining the informal, collaborative atmosphere that made the holiday planning so enjoyable and educational. The headmistress's contributions to the holiday preparations were both practically helpful and academically enriching, providing historical context for various celebration traditions and helping students understand how different cultural approaches to winter holidays reflected underlying philosophical differences about community, spirituality, and the relationship between individual and collective well-being. The most significant event of the pre-Christmas period was the unexpected arrival of Bill Weasley, who appeared at Ilvermorny's gates on December 20th with official diplomatic credentials from the British Ministry of Magic and a personal mission that seemed to involve genuine concern for Harry's well-being rather than simply following orders from superiors. Professor Fontaine's handling of this delicate situation was masterful in its balance of diplomatic courtesy and protective firmness. The headmistress made it clear that while Bill was welcome to visit Ilvermorny as an official representative of the British magical government, any interactions with Harry would be conducted on Harry's terms and subject to his consent rather than British governmental demands. The meeting that followed was perhaps the most honest conversation Harry had ever had with anyone connected to the British magical establishment. Bill's manner was genuinely concerned rather than manipulative, and his questions seemed aimed at understanding Harry's perspective rather than evaluating his compliance with predetermined expectations. The conversation took place in Professor Fontaine's office, with the headmistress present to ensure that Harry felt supported and that no inappropriate pressure was applied by the British representative. The setting was both formal enough to acknowledge the diplomatic significance of the meeting and comfortable enough to allow for genuine conversation rather than stilted interrogation. Bill's opening statements immediately established that this would be different from what Harry might have expected, based on his previous experiences with British magical authority figures. Rather than demanding explanations or expressing disapproval of Harry's choices, Bill began by acknowledging that Harry had every right to seek educational opportunities that better served his needs and interests. "I want you to know that not everyone in the British magical community believes you were wrong to leave," Bill said, with obvious sincerity, as he settled into his chair. "There are quite a few of us who think you've been badly served by the adults who were supposed to be looking out for your interests, and we're glad to hear that you've found a place where you can get the education and support you deserve." The recognition that his decision to leave Britain had supporters within the British magical community was both surprising and validating. Harry had assumed that his departure would be universally viewed as betrayal or ingratitude by British wizards, so learning that some people understood and approved of his choice was deeply meaningful. Bill's explanation of the political ramifications of Harry's departure provided fascinating insights into the power struggles that were taking place within British magical government as various factions attempted to respond to his absence. The traditional authorities who had counted on controlling Harry's development and eventually using him as a weapon against Voldemort were scrambling to find alternatives, while progressive elements within the ministry were arguing that Harry's success in American magical society proved that British magical education needed significant reform. Dumbledore has been under considerable pressure to explain how he managed to lose track of the most important young wizard in Britain, Bill explained, with what might have been satisfaction at the headmaster's discomfort. The Wizengamot has been asking very pointed questions about his guardianship decisions and the financial arrangements surrounding your inheritance, and there are several ongoing investigations into whether his actions were legal under British magical law. The description of Dumbledore facing official scrutiny for his manipulative behavior was both gratifying and slightly concerning. Harry was pleased that the headmaster was finally being held accountable for his actions, but he was also worried that the political turmoil might affect other vulnerable young wizards who needed protection from similar manipulation. More importantly, Bill's visit provided Harry with updated information about his former classmates and the few positive relationships he had begun to develop during his brief time in the British magical world. Hermione Granger had apparently been asking questions about Harry's departure and expressing concern about his well-being, while also defending his right to make his own educational choices against criticism from students and faculty who viewed his absence as abandonment of his responsibilities. "Hermione wanted me to tell you that she supports your decision completely," Bill said with obvious admiration for the young witch's intellectual independence. "She's been researching international magical education and has concluded that you're probably getting better instruction at Ilvermorny than you would have received at Hogwarts. She's also been asking some very uncomfortable questions about why you were kept ignorant of basic information about your own magical heritage and legal status." The news that Hermione understood and supported his choice was deeply meaningful to Harry, who had been concerned that his departure might be interpreted as rejection of the few positive connections he had begun to develop in British magical society. Learning that at least one of his potential friends recognized the validity of his decision to seek better educational opportunities was both emotionally reassuring and intellectually validating. Bill's personal perspective on Harry's situation was informed by his own experiences as someone who had chosen to work internationally rather than limiting himself to British magical career opportunities. His understanding of what it meant to seek growth and challenge outside familiar environments made him uniquely qualified to appreciate Harry's courage in choosing uncertainty over the false security of remaining within systems that didn't serve his genuine interests. "I've spent years working with magical communities around the world, and I can tell you that the British magical establishment is far more isolated and backward than most of us want to admit," Bill observed, with the kind of honest criticism that suggested genuine concern for improvement rather than simple complaining. "The fact that you recognized that and had the courage to seek better opportunities shows remarkable maturity and self-awareness for someone your age." The conversation continued for several hours, covering everything from Harry's academic progress and personal well-being to the broader implications of his departure for British magical society and international magical relations. Bill's questions were thoughtful and respectful, aimed at understanding rather than judging, and his responses to Harry's answers demonstrated genuine interest in his perspective rather than predetermined agenda about what he should think or feel. When the formal portion of the meeting concluded, Bill made a personal observation that crystallized much of what Harry had been thinking about his decision to leave Britain and seek American magical education. Rather than viewing his departure as loss or betrayal, Bill framed it as exactly the kind of courage and independence that the magical world needed more of, particularly among young people who would inherit responsibility for improving magical society in the future. "The magical world needs people who are willing to challenge established systems when those systems aren't working properly," Bill said, with obvious conviction as their conversation drew to a close. "The fact that you recognized problems with how you were being treated and had the strength to seek better alternatives gives me hope that your generation might be able to accomplish changes that mine has struggled with for years." The validation of his choice by someone who clearly understood both British and international magical culture was profoundly meaningful to Harry. Rather than feeling defensive about his decision or guilty about disappointing people who had expected him to remain in Britain, he felt increasingly confident that he had made exactly the right choice for his education and personal development. Bill's departure was accompanied by an invitation that surprised Harry with its thoughtfulness and respect for his autonomy. Rather than demanding that Harry return to Britain or expressing disappointment about his choices, Bill invited him to maintain contact and consider visiting Britain when he felt ready to do so on his own terms rather than in response to other people's agendas. "The door is always open if you decide you want to reconnect with the British magical community," Bill assured him, as he prepared to leave Ilvermorny. "But that should be your choice, made when you're ready and for your own reasons, not because anyone else thinks you have obligations that override your personal well-being and educational goals." The Christmas Eve celebration that Harry and his friends created was unlike anything he could have imagined during his years of holiday isolation and exclusion. Rather than the elaborate, commercially driven celebration that seemed to characterize British Christmas traditions, their observance emphasized simplicity, gratitude, and genuine connection between people who had chosen to build community together. The evening began with a sharing circle that incorporated gratitude practices from various cultural traditions, creating space for everyone to reflect on the year's achievements and express appreciation for the relationships and opportunities that had enriched their lives. Harry's contribution to this ceremony was both deeply personal and surprisingly comfortable to share, reflecting his growing confidence in expressing authentic emotions without fear of judgment or manipulation. I am grateful for the courage to leave a situation that wasn't serving my growth, and for finding a place where I can discover who I really am when I'm free to make my own choices, Harry said with emotion that felt clean and authentic, rather than forced or performative. I am grateful for friends who see me as a complete person, rather than just a symbol or a set of problems to be solved, and for teachers who care about helping me learn, rather than controlling what I'm allowed to know. The response to his heartfelt expression of gratitude was warmly supportive without being overly emotional, striking the perfect balance between acknowledgement and respect for his privacy. His friends' acceptance of his gratitude as genuine contribution to their celebration, rather than charity case to be pitied, continued the healing process that had begun with the Clearwater family's Thanksgiving welcome. The gift exchange that followed was perhaps the most meaningful aspect of the Christmas celebration, not because of the material value of the presents, but because of the thoughtfulness and personal attention that each gift represented. For the first time in his life, Harry received presents that had been chosen specifically for him based on genuine knowledge of his interests and personality, rather than generic offerings or calculated attempts to influence his behavior. Rebecca's gift was a hand-carved wooden box that had been blessed by her grandmother with protective magic and filled with various healing herbs and crystals that would support Harry's continued spiritual and magical development. The personal significance of receiving something that connected him to Elizabeth Clearwater's wisdom and care was both touching and practically valuable for his ongoing magical studies. Marcus presented Harry with a leather journal bound according to traditional Native American techniques and embedded with magic that would help him record and organize his thoughts about magical theory and personal development. The journal was designed to grow and adapt as Harry's knowledge expanded, creating a permanent record of his intellectual and magical journey that would serve him throughout his career. Sophia's gift was perhaps the most academically valuable, consisting of a collection of theoretical magical texts that were not available in any library and represented cutting-edge research being conducted by magical scholars around the world. Her explanation that she had contacted researchers in multiple countries to obtain copies of their latest work, specifically for Harry, was both impressive and deeply thoughtful. Harry's own gifts to his friends were the first presents he had ever chosen and purchased with genuine affection and personal knowledge of the recipients, rather than obligation or manipulation. The process of selecting meaningful gifts had been both challenging and deeply satisfying, requiring him to think carefully about his friends' interests and personalities, while staying within reasonable financial limits. For Rebecca, he had chosen a set of rare healing crystals that he had researched extensively to ensure they would complement her family's magical traditions while offering new possibilities for her own developing expertise. For Marcus, he had found a comprehensive guide to magical creature communication techniques from around the world, including methods that weren't widely known in North America. For Sophia, he had commissioned a custom-designed magical research planning system that would help her organize her increasingly complex theoretical investigations. The evening concluded with collaborative storytelling that incorporated elements from various cultural traditions while creating something uniquely American in its inclusive approach to narrative creation. The stories that emerged were both entertaining and meaningful, dealing with themes of courage, friendship, and the importance of choosing growth over comfort when faced with difficult decisions. Christmas morning brought Harry's first experience with the kind of peaceful, relaxed holiday atmosphere that characterized healthy family celebrations. Rather than the tense gift-opening sessions he had observed at the Dursleys, where every present came with strings attached and gratitude was demanded rather than freely offered, Christmas at Ilvermorny was marked by genuine joy and mutual affection among friends who had chosen to spend the holiday together. The breakfast that the remaining students prepared collaboratively was both delicious and symbolic of the international community they had created. Dishes from various cultural traditions were combined in ways that honored diverse backgrounds while creating something uniquely American in its willingness to incorporate the best elements from multiple sources. The day continued with activities that were both recreational and personally meaningful, including nature walks that allowed them to experience the winter beauty of Mount Greylock, collaborative reading sessions where they shared favorite books and stories from their various cultural backgrounds, and informal magical practice that helped everyone continue their educational development even during the holiday break. The most significant event of Christmas Day was the unexpected arrival of an owl bearing a letter from Hermione Granger, Harry's first direct communication from anyone in the British magical community since his departure. The letter was thoughtful, supportive, and respectful of his choices, while providing updates about mutual acquaintances and expressing genuine friendship rather than attempting to influence his decisions. The tone of Hermione's letter was exactly what Harry had hoped for, but hadn't dared to expect from his brief acquaintance with the brilliant young witch. Rather than expressing disappointment or attempting to convince him to return to Britain, she demonstrated understanding of his decision while maintaining the intellectual connection that had been the foundation of their developing friendship. "I want you to know that I think you made exactly the right choice in seeking better educational opportunities," Hermione wrote with characteristic directness. "I've been researching Ilvermorny's academic programs, and they appear to be far superior to what Hogwarts offers, particularly in areas of theoretical magical research and international magical cooperation. I hope you're finding the intellectual challenges you deserve and the personal growth that was being denied to you here." The letter continued with updates about her own academic progress and observations about the political changes that were taking place in British magical society as various factions attempted to respond to Harry's absence. Her descriptions of the ongoing investigations into Dumbledore's guardianship decisions and the broader questions being raised about British magical educational practices confirmed much of what Bill Weasley had reported. Most importantly, Hermione's letter included an invitation that demonstrated remarkable maturity and respect for Harry's autonomy. Rather than asking him to return or expressing expectation that he would maintain his previous life in Britain, she invited him to consider her a friend, regardless of geographical distance, and offered to maintain intellectual correspondence that would enrich both of their educational experiences. "I would very much like to continue our friendship through letters if you're interested," she wrote with obvious sincerity. "I think we could help each other with our respective research projects, and I would love to hear about the magical theories and techniques you're learning at Ilvermorny. Perhaps someday I'll be able to visit America and see your new school for myself. Or you might choose to visit Britain when you feel ready to do so on your own terms." Harry's response to Hermione's letter was perhaps the most honest and emotionally authentic correspondence he had ever written, expressing gratitude for her friendship and support while sharing insights about his educational experiences and personal development at Ilvermorny. The process of writing to someone who genuinely understood his perspective and respected his choices was both satisfying and healing. The New Year's Eve celebration that concluded the winter break was both festive and reflective, providing opportunity for the international students to consider their achievements during the first semester, while setting intentions for the challenges and opportunities that lay ahead. The collaborative planning and execution of the celebration continued the themes of mutual support and shared responsibility that had characterized all of their holiday activities. As Harry prepared to return to regular academic work with the beginning of the spring semester, he reflected on how dramatically his understanding of holidays and celebrations had been transformed during his first American Christmas season. Rather than the exclusion and manipulation that had characterized his previous holiday experiences, he had participated in genuine community celebrations based on mutual affection and shared values. More importantly, he had experienced his first holiday season as a completely free person, unencumbered by the spiritual contamination that had influenced his thoughts and emotions for 11 years. The clarity and authenticity of his emotional responses during the celebrations had been both novel and deeply satisfying, confirming that the Thunderbird healing had indeed restored his natural spiritual and emotional balance. The visit from Bill Weasley and the letter from Hermione Granger had provided reassurance that his decision to leave Britain had not closed all doors to positive relationships with people from his past, while also confirming that he had made exactly the right choice in seeking educational opportunities that served his genuine interests rather than other people's agendas. As the spring semester began, and Harry settled back into the demanding but rewarding rhythm of Ilvermorny's academic programs, he felt more confident and optimistic about his future than ever before in his young life. He was finally living authentically as himself, surrounded by people who valued his contributions and supported his growth, pursuing educational goals that aligned with his genuine interests and capabilities. The boy who had spent Christmas mornings alone in a cupboard was gone forever, replaced by a young man who understood what genuine celebration and community looked like when built on foundations of mutual respect and authentic affection. The real adventure of building meaningful relationships and pursuing authentic achievement was well underway, and Harry Potter was finally the one determining the pace and direction of his own journey toward whatever future he chose to create. The spring semester at Ilvermorny began with Harry experiencing magical education as he had never imagined it could be, his abilities no longer constrained by the spiritual contamination that had limited his development for 11 years. The complete removal of the Horcrux fragment had unleashed capabilities that surprised even his professors, who had already recognized his exceptional potential during the first semester of his American magical education. The transformation in Harry's magical performance was immediately apparent to everyone who worked with him. Spells that had required careful concentration now flowed effortlessly from his wand, while theoretical concepts that had challenged him during his first months at Ilvermorny suddenly seemed almost intuitive in their clarity and logical structure. More remarkably, he began demonstrating the kind of innovative magical thinking that typically developed only after years of advanced study and practical experience. Professor Santos was the first to comment on the dramatic improvement in Harry's magical capabilities, though she approached the subject with the kind of tactful curiosity that suggested professional interest rather than intrusive personal inquiry. His performance in magical theory had accelerated to the point where he was working with material typically reserved for 5th and 6th year students, while his original research contributions were sophisticated enough to merit serious consideration by the broader magical academic community. Your theoretical understanding has developed remarkable depth over the winter break, Lord Potter, Professor Santos observed during a private consultation about his accelerated academic progress. Your recent essays on magical energy conservation and cross-cultural spell development demonstrate insights that go well beyond what we typically expect from students at any level. Have you been conducting independent research during the holidays, or have you experienced some other form of enhanced learning opportunity? Harry's explanation of the Thunderbird healing and its effects on his magical development was met with fascination rather than skepticism, reflecting the American magical community's openness to non-European magical practices and their recognition that spiritual health could profoundly affect magical performance. Professor Santos was particularly interested in the implications of Harry's experience for understanding the relationship between spiritual contamination and magical development. The removal of foreign spiritual influence appears to have restored your natural magical capabilities to their optimal level, she concluded, after Harry had described the healing process in detail. This suggests that your magical performance during first semester, impressive as it was represented only a fraction of your actual potential. We'll need to redesign your academic program to provide appropriate challenges for your enhanced capabilities. The prospect of advanced academic work was both exciting and slightly overwhelming. Harry had grown accustomed to being challenged by his coursework at Ilvermorny, but the idea that he might need even more demanding material to continue his intellectual growth was both flattering and concerning. He wanted to ensure that his accelerated progress didn't isolate him from his friends or create unrealistic expectations that he couldn't consistently meet. Professor Runningbear's reaction to Harry's enhanced magical abilities was equally positive, but focused more on the practical applications than the theoretical implications. The elderly professor had extensive experience working with students whose magical development had been affected by trauma or spiritual interference, and he understood that rapid improvement often required careful guidance to prevent overconfidence or reckless experimentation. Enhanced magical ability is a gift that comes with increased responsibility, Professor Runningbear explained, as they worked through advanced practical magic exercises that would have been impossible for Harry to attempt just months earlier. The fact that your natural capabilities are now fully accessible means you need to develop equally advanced judgment and self-control to ensure that your power serves positive purposes rather than simply satisfying curiosity or ambition. The practical magic sessions that followed were unlike anything Harry had experienced during his first semester. Complex spells that had seemed impossibly difficult now felt manageable with appropriate effort and concentration, while his intuitive understanding of magical principles allowed him to modify and improve techniques in ways that demonstrated genuine mastery rather than simple memorization. More remarkably, Harry began developing original magical techniques that combined elements from different magical traditions in ways that created entirely new approaches to common magical problems. His synthesis of European magical theory with Native American energy work and goblin magical engineering produced innovations that impressed his professors with their creativity and practical effectiveness. The care of magical creatures classes with Professor James Clearwater revealed perhaps the most dramatic change in Harry's magical abilities, as his connection to magical creatures had been enhanced rather than simply restored by the Thunderbird healing. His communication with various species now approached the level of true interspecies telepathy, allowing him to understand not just emotional states and general intentions, but complex thoughts and detailed information. The Thunderbirds at Ilvermorny had apparently spread word of Harry's spiritual healing throughout the magical creature communities on and around Mount Greylock, creating a level of acceptance and cooperation that Professor Clearwater had never observed in his decades of teaching. Creatures that typically avoided human contact sought out Harry's presence, while species that were normally territorial or aggressive showed remarkable tolerance for his proximity. This enhanced magical creature communication proved to be academically valuable as well as personally fascinating. Harry's ability to gather detailed information directly from magical creatures allowed him to contribute original observations about creature behavior and magical ecosystem relationships that advanced the scholarly understanding of magical creature communities in North America. The collaboration that developed between Harry and the school's population of bowtruckles resulted in the first comprehensive mapping of the magical plant communities on Mount Greylock, providing information that had significant implications for both conservation efforts and magical ingredient harvesting. The project was sophisticated enough that Professor Clearwater submitted Harry's findings to the American Journal of Magical Creature Studies, where they were accepted for publication with enthusiastic editorial commentary. Your research methodology and observational accuracy are exceptional for any researcher, regardless of experience level, Professor Clearwater noted as they reviewed the publication proofs together. The fact that you've achieved these results as a first-year student suggests that you have the potential to make significant contributions to magical creature research throughout your career, assuming you choose to pursue that direction. The recognition that his academic work was achieving professional-level quality was both gratifying and slightly overwhelming. Harry had hoped to excel at Ilvermorny, but the idea that his research might actually advance the broader magical community's understanding of important topics was more than he had dared to expect from his first year of formal magical education. The advanced magical history classes with Professor Maria Runningbear provided intellectual challenges that matched Harry's enhanced theoretical capabilities while placing his personal experiences within the broader context of magical social and political development. The professor's approach to historical analysis emphasized understanding patterns and underlying principles rather than memorizing specific facts, creating learning opportunities that were both intellectually rigorous and personally relevant. The historical perspective that Professor Runningbear provided on magical persecution and refugee experiences helped Harry understand that his own situation was part of much larger patterns of magical social change and individual empowerment. Young wizards throughout history had faced choices between accepting limitations imposed by traditional authorities and seeking opportunities for growth and self-determination in new environments. Your decision to leave Britain and seek American magical education represents a form of magical self-advocacy that has been driving positive social change for centuries, Professor Runningbear explained, as they discussed the historical parallels to Harry's situation. The courage required to challenge established systems and seek better alternatives is one of the most important forces for progress in magical society, though it's often discouraged by people who benefit from maintaining existing power structures. The validation of his choice as historically significant, rather than simply personally beneficial, was both intellectually satisfying and emotionally meaningful. Rather than viewing his departure from Britain as abandonment of responsibility or rejection of heritage, Professor Runningbear helped him understand that his actions represented exactly the kind of principled resistance to inappropriate authority that had advanced magical rights and freedoms throughout history. The social dynamics of Harry's second semester were complicated by his enhanced magical abilities and accelerated academic progress, though his friends proved to be remarkably supportive of his development rather than threatened by his achievements. The collaborative culture that characterized Ilvermorny's educational philosophy seemed to prevent the kind of competitive jealousy that might have damaged relationships at other magical schools. Rebecca Clearwater was particularly understanding of the changes in Harry's magical capabilities, partly because her family's healing traditions had prepared her to recognize the effects of successful spiritual intervention. Her reaction to his enhanced abilities was professionally interested, rather than personally threatened, and she actively encouraged him to explore the full range of his restored potential. "I can see the difference in your magical signature," she observed during one of their study sessions in the Thunderbird Common Room. "There's a clarity and strength that wasn't there before, like something that was interfering with your natural abilities has been completely removed. It's beautiful to watch someone discover what they're really capable of when they're completely free to be themselves." Marcus Runningbear's response to Harry's accelerated development was equally supportive, though his perspective was informed by his family's understanding of magical potential and its relationship to spiritual health. The third-year student had extensive knowledge of magical development patterns, and he recognized that Harry's rapid progress was the result of removing artificial constraints rather than gaining unfair advantages. "Your enhanced abilities make sense when you understand what was holding you back before," Marcus explained, as they worked together on increasingly complex practical magic exercises. "The spiritual contamination you experienced wasn't just emotionally damaging, it was actively interfering with your magical development. Now that you're completely free of that influence, your natural abilities can develop at their optimal pace." Sophia Martinez was perhaps the most excited about Harry's enhanced theoretical capabilities, seeing his rapid advancement as an opportunity for more sophisticated collaborative research projects. Her own work on magical theory integration had reached levels of complexity that required partners with advanced theoretical understanding, and Harry's accelerated development made him an ideal collaborator for investigations that pushed the boundaries of current magical knowledge. The research partnership that developed between Harry and Sophia proved to be intellectually productive in ways that impressed their professors and contributed original insights to several areas of magical theoretical development. Their collaborative investigation of cross-cultural magical theory produced innovations that were sophisticated enough to merit presentation at regional magical academic conferences. The most significant development of Harry's spring semester was his involvement in an international magical research collaboration that connected Ilvermorny students with young researchers from magical institutions around the world. The project focused on developing new approaches to magical education that could better serve students from diverse cultural backgrounds and magical traditions. Harry's contribution to this international collaboration was both personally meaningful and academically significant, drawing on his unique experiences with both British and American magical education to identify areas where traditional approaches could be improved. His insights about the effects of educational philosophy on individual magical development were particularly valuable to researchers who were working to create more inclusive and effective magical educational systems. The international attention that Harry's research contributions attracted was both gratifying and slightly concerning, as it meant that his name was becoming known within global magical academic circles for reasons that had nothing to do with his famous childhood experiences. The recognition that he was building a professional reputation based on merit rather than inherited fame was deeply satisfying, though it also created new pressures and expectations. The most dramatic demonstration of Harry's enhanced magical abilities came during a practical magic examination that was intended to evaluate his readiness for advanced coursework. The examination required students to demonstrate mastery of complex spells while adapting to unexpected challenges and collaborating with partners whose magical styles differed significantly from their own. Harry's performance during this examination was remarkable in ways that surprised even professors who had been tracking his accelerated progress throughout the semester. He completed required tasks with effortless precision while demonstrating innovative approaches that solved problems more efficiently than the standard techniques taught in regular coursework. More impressively, Harry's collaboration with his examination partners was so effective that their group achieved results that exceeded the performance standards for students several years more advanced. The seamless integration of his enhanced abilities with his partners' complementary skills created magical effects that demonstrated true mastery rather than simple technical competence. Professor Fontaine's evaluation of Harry's examination performance was both professionally impressed and personally concerned about the implications of such rapid advancement for his continued educational and social development. The headmistress understood that exceptional students required careful guidance to ensure that their abilities developed in balance with their emotional maturity and social awareness. Your magical capabilities have advanced to levels that place you among our most accomplished upper-year students, Professor Fontaine observed during their post-examination consultation. This creates wonderful opportunities for advanced study and original research, but it also requires us to ensure that your educational program continues to provide appropriate challenges without isolating you from age-appropriate social development. The prospect of advanced academic opportunities was exciting, but Harry appreciated Professor Fontaine's concern about maintaining social balance. His friendships with Rebecca, Marcus, and Sophia were among the most important aspects of his Ilvermorny experience, and he didn't want academic advancement to interfere with relationships that had been crucial to his personal development and emotional healing. The solution that emerged was a flexible academic program that allowed Harry to pursue advanced coursework in areas where his abilities had developed most dramatically, while maintaining regular participation in age-appropriate classes where he could continue learning alongside his established friend group. The approach honored his enhanced capabilities while preserving the social connections that had been essential to his successful adaptation to American magical society. The spring semester also brought renewed contact from British magical authorities, though these communications were notably different in tone and approach from the demands and manipulations that had characterized previous attempts to influence Harry's decisions. The ongoing investigations into Dumbledore's guardianship practices had apparently produced sufficient evidence of misconduct that official British magical policy toward Harry had shifted from attempts at control to efforts at damage control and reconciliation. The formal letter from Minister Fudge that arrived in late March was both an apology for previous inappropriate treatment and an invitation for Harry to consider future collaboration with British magical authorities on terms that acknowledged his autonomy and respected his choice to pursue American magical citizenship. The change in official tone was both gratifying and concerning, suggesting that British magical leaders had finally recognized the extent of their previous failures, while also indicating that they still hoped to benefit from Harry's abilities and reputation. The letter from Hermione Granger that accompanied the official correspondence was far more personally meaningful, providing updates on her own academic progress, while expressing genuine excitement about Harry's research achievements and enhanced magical development. Her enthusiasm for his success was both intellectually engaged and personally supportive, reflecting the kind of authentic friendship that Harry had hoped to maintain despite geographical separation. "I've been following the magical academic journals, and I'm absolutely amazed by the research you've been contributing," Hermione wrote with characteristic intellectual enthusiasm. "Your work on cross-cultural magical theory is being discussed by scholars throughout Europe, and several professors at various universities have been asking whether you might be interested in collaborative research projects. You're building exactly the kind of scholarly reputation that you deserve based on your abilities rather than your childhood fame. The recognition that his academic achievements were gaining international attention for their intellectual merit rather than celebrity connection was deeply satisfying. Harry had hoped that American magical education would allow him to develop his own professional identity, but the speed and scope of that development had exceeded his most optimistic expectations." The letter from Remus Lupin that followed was perhaps the most emotionally complex communication Harry had received from Britain, combining genuine remorse for past failures with obvious pride in Harry's achievements and careful respect for his autonomy. The former professor's acknowledgement that Harry had been badly served by the adults who claimed to be protecting him was both validating and painful, confirming much of what Harry had concluded about his childhood treatment. "I want you to know that some of us always had doubts about Dumbledore's approach to your situation, but we failed to act on those doubts when we should have intervened on your behalf," Lupin wrote with obvious regret and self-criticism. "Your success at Ilvermorny proves that you were right to seek better opportunities, and I hope you can forgive those of us who didn't do enough to support your right to make your own choices about your education and future." The apology was both appreciated and emotionally complicated. Harry understood that adults who had been operating within British magical authority structures might have felt constrained in their ability to openly oppose Dumbledore's decisions, but he also recognized that their failure to advocate for his welfare had contributed to years of unnecessary suffering and stunted development. The most significant communication from Britain came in the form of an unexpected visit from Severus Snape, who arrived at Ilvermorny in early April with official credentials from both the British Ministry of Magic and the Potions Masters International Guild. His mission appeared to involve both diplomatic reconnaissance and genuine professional interest in Harry's enhanced magical development. Professor Fontaine's handling of this delicate diplomatic situation was even more careful than her management of Bill Weasley's previous visit, reflecting both the complex history between Harry and Snape and the potentially controversial nature of any communication between Harry and someone who had been associated with Voldemort's supporters. The meeting was arranged with multiple safeguards to ensure Harry's emotional safety, while allowing for the kind of honest conversation that might serve diplomatic and personal purposes. The conversation that followed was unlike any interaction Harry had ever had with Severus Snape, characterized by mutual respect rather than hostility, and focused on professional rather than personal concerns. Snape's approach was both more courteous and more direct than Harry had expected, suggesting that the potions master had specific objectives that required Harry's cooperation rather than submission. "I am here to confirm certain rumors about changes in your magical signature and capabilities," Snape announced with characteristic directness as they settled into Professor Fontaine's office for their supervised discussion. "The British magical establishment has received reports suggesting that you have experienced significant enhancement of your natural abilities, and there are questions about whether this development has implications for ongoing magical security concerns." The clinical approach to what Harry understood to be inquiry about the Horcrux removal was both reassuring and concerning. On one hand, Snape's professional detachment made the conversation feel less personally invasive than it might have otherwise. On the other hand, the fact that British magical authorities were actively investigating his spiritual healing suggested that they might view his freedom from Voldemort's influence as threatening rather than positive. Harry's decision to be honest about the Thunderbird healing and its effects was influenced by several factors, including Professor Fontaine's presence and support, his confidence in his current safety and legal status, and his recognition that concealing information might create more problems than sharing it. The explanation he provided was comprehensive, but carefully focused on the healing aspects rather than the strategic implications of his freedom from spiritual contamination. Snape's reaction to the detailed description of Horcrux removal through Thunderbird intervention was both professionally fascinated and personally complex, reflecting his extensive knowledge of soul magic alongside what might have been genuine relief that Harry was finally free from Voldemort's influence. The Potions Master's questions were technically sophisticated and demonstrated deep understanding of both the magical theory involved and the practical implications of successful soul fragment removal. The elimination of the soul fragment connection has indeed enhanced your natural magical capabilities to their optimal levels, Snape concluded, after Harry had answered numerous detailed questions about the healing process and its effects. More significantly, it has completely severed the magical link that allowed the Dark Lord to access your thoughts and emotions, effectively removing you from his sphere of influence entirely. The confirmation that his freedom from Voldemort was both complete and permanent was deeply reassuring. Harry had believed that the Thunderbird healing had accomplished total removal of the Horcrux, but having that assessment confirmed by someone with Snape's expertise in soul magic provided additional confidence in his spiritual security. The conversation concluded with an observation from Snape that crystallized much of what Harry had been thinking about his decision to leave Britain and pursue American magical education. Rather than expressing disapproval or attempting to convince Harry to return, Snape acknowledged that his choice to seek alternatives had proven to be strategically as well as personally optimal. "Your departure from British magical jurisdiction has effectively neutralized one of the Dark Lord's most significant strategic advantages, while simultaneously allowing your natural abilities to develop without artificial constraints," Snape noted with what might have been professional admiration. "From both personal and tactical perspectives, your decision to pursue American magical education appears to have been remarkably well calculated." The recognition that his personal choice had also served broader strategic purposes was both gratifying and slightly overwhelming. Harry had made his decisions based on his own needs and interests, but learning that those choices had also contributed to undermining Voldemort's plans was deeply satisfying. As the spring semester drew to a close and Harry reflected on the dramatic changes in his magical abilities and academic achievements, he felt more confident about his future than ever before in his young life. The complete removal of artificial constraints on his development had allowed him to discover capabilities that exceeded his most optimistic expectations, while his success in American magical education had opened opportunities that would have been unimaginable within the limitations of British magical society. More importantly, his enhanced abilities had developed within a supportive community that valued collaboration over competition and personal growth over conformity. The friendships he had built at Ilvermorny remained strong despite his accelerated academic progress, while his relationships with faculty members had evolved into genuine mentoring partnerships that prepared him for increasingly sophisticated magical research and practice. The recognition he had gained within international magical academic circles was based entirely on merit rather than inherited fame, creating a professional reputation that reflected his actual abilities and achievements, rather than childhood experiences beyond his control. The prospect of continuing to build on that foundation throughout his remaining years at Ilvermorny was both exciting and deeply satisfying. As he prepared for summer break and contemplated the advanced coursework and research opportunities that awaited him in his second year, Harry Potter felt something he had never experienced before in his young life. He felt completely confident in his own abilities and completely optimistic about his future achievements, knowing that his success would be limited only by his own choices and efforts rather than by other people's agendas or artificial constraints. The young man who had discovered his true potential was ready to use that potential in service of goals that he would determine for himself, surrounded by people who supported his growth and respected his autonomy. The real adventure of magical mastery and scholarly achievement was accelerating toward achievements that would benefit not just Harry himself, but the broader magical community that had welcomed him and supported his development.